Welcome, one and all, to UNITE Championship Series 2025. Still Season 4, of course, but let's bring in the new year with another amazing event for you and for all of us. It's a wonderful time, isn't it? I'm Relic, by the way, and I'm joined, as always, by the rather cutie crew around me. We've got Sofchan, we've got Draku, we've got Kalosaurus, and look, Soph, let's just pretend that we haven't talked to each other over the last 3-4 weeks or so.
I don't know you. Who are you?
Who even are you? But hey, Happy New Year! How were the celebrations over in Brazil?
Oh, it was lovely, and well, there's a difference between the rest of the world and the usual Northern Hemisphere media with holidays and snow and New Year. And myself and Kello, we share the same heat weather that Brazil and Australia are used to in December. So that was all what it was about. Went to the pool, really wanted to go to the beach, didn't get the opportunity to do so, but had a lovely time with family and friends. How about you?
Oh, I very much the same. Had a lovely holiday season with the family. Was fantastic seeing everybody. My wonderful cat Frisco got fed, and so he was also happy. And so it was good cheer all around. But speaking of the holidays, Draku, apparently still the holidays over there. Are you waiting for more presents or?
See, Christmas is my personality 1 month before December and 1 month after December. So through January, I still have this Christmas tree up. You may even still see it for the February Cup in a couple of weeks. But if there was one present that I'm still waiting for, is at least one of these pro teams to play my favorite Pokemon, Decidueye. That would turn my world upside down.
Well, Kello, speaking of the other side, if we turn the world upside down, hey, welcome to Australia, right? Happy New Year to you as well. And look, Decidueye, I don't think we saw any over in OC necessarily, but what did we see? Who was successful down under?
Look, another month, another new champion. It is a new year after all, but they have arrived in town. So for today's top 4, Bruff Esports are the ones that ended up coming out on top. They are your champions. It was a little bit of a mix of Pokémon UNITE Uno Reverse, because they actually ended up being defeated by Natu's Revenge earlier on, getting sent back down into the lower bracket, but they were able to clean sweep a bracket reset 2-0 for both of those rounds, and I guess served a dish of revenge of their own.
Best served cold, isn't it? Much like the temperatures here in the UK, we are sitting at a rather tasty -3. But listen, we want to see ice in the veins of players today as they once again compete for the top prize of 300 championship points on their road to regionals. And of course, there's a $3,500 total prize pool up for grabs as well. 1,500 of those going to first place. And there were over 30 teams taking part in the EU qualifiers yesterday. So a lot of names that we recognize, a lot of names who are establishing themselves, I should say, at the top of the order. But since we're in a rather nostalgic mood, since we're looking back on the holidays that have been and all that sort of jazz, why don't we have a little bit of deja vu? Let's remind ourselves as to what happened in Europe last time out in the December Cup.
Well, December Cup had a little bit of a deja vu themselves with Nouns Esports taking back-to-back reigning champions there for EOS Cup play-ins and December Cup on that 2-0 versus Gen 5. A little different from what we had in the EOS Cup play-ins, where it was a full bracket reset for Nouns Esports, going the long distance of 3 games on each one of them. And one interesting thing as well to mention about the December Cup is how the lower finals were Gen 5 versus Drill Packers to get Gen 5 into the grand finals. But earlier in the bracket, we had Gen 5 and Drill Packers themselves playing against each other. And Drill Packers actually sent Gen 5 into the lower bracket in a 2-0 fashion. So a lot of back and forth that we had in the December Cup, but still remaining with Nouns Esports on top.
It's an incredible run when you just look at it in terms of pure numbers. Flawlessly running through the top bracket, sweeping aside Gen 5, as you say, so Gen 5 are a great team in of themselves, putting up a great fight against Nouns in the EOS Cup play-ins. A curse off the back of Gatlu. This is the first time ever that he has won the second online event of a season. X-Plane playing at the height of his powers, as good as we've ever seen him. And not to mention, Draku, They had a clean run through the open qualifiers yesterday as well, not dropping a single game yet again. Are they simply unstoppable at this point in time, Nouns Esports?
I mean, look, Relic, the most vulnerable we've seen Nouns Esports were during those AOS Cup playing qualifiers almost more than a month ago now, right? Yeah. There was a short break between that and the December Cup. Their biggest enemy is the time they took off for the holidays, quite literally. I think hopefully they had some time to scrim and time to participate in other grassroots events, but quite literally their worst enemy is themselves, Relic, in my opinion.
Hopefully not cooling off too much, I agree. But yet, Callow, we have yet to speak of the largest point that is yet to be brought up regarding this squad. One of the biggest pickups in UCS history, potentially in that conversation, Inder is back. He's out of the retirement home, and he is going to be joining Nouns Esports in place of Blaine. Some might call it harsh. Blaine himself has said that this was the plan from the very beginning, post-LAIC. They're in great form right now, Kello. Is this the sort of move that takes them up to, hello, World Championships? What sort of prospect are we looking at here?
Look, maybe it's a little bit of bias showing, but being a support player myself, I absolutely love seeing Inder on the field. And I think in terms of this composition that they have, this isn't going to be the first time that Inder's played with them. I mean, back in the first season, we actually had Toon, who did what Inder did and actually played back in NA on TTV, Game & Gladiators, and then obviously went back to EU. So to see Toon and Inder reunited, I know that has created a lot of hype for the Unite community. It's created a lot of hype for me as well. But, you know, I've got to say I am a bit sad. I mean, we get to see Blaine do his final hurrah for today, for the January Cup, so we have that at least. But I think just to see them reunited, it's a little bit wholesome, isn't it? So the thing is wholesome, but the thing is, do they have, as you mentioned, that power, that drive? So Inder in Brother's basement.
Yeah. and Blaine sent back to the dumpster. The poor soul. Yeah. We wish him well. We hope that he does well on this final appearance, supposedly, of the season. Let's look ahead now, shall we, to our first set of matches. And Nouns Esports, funnily enough, with the hardest matchup, at least we feel, out the gates, and it's going to be the first matchup on your screens today, folks. Nouns Esports versus Komai Esport. Now, you will have recognized this team previously as a Panyon, albeit with a couple of roster swaps since 3 weeks ago for the December Cup. Komai Esport now, great to see another organization enter the scene. Really, really looking forward to this one. Absolute Cinema and Drill Peckers, your other side of the winners' side of the bracket. They beat Zero Scrims and BH3 Esport, respectively. BH3, by the way, top 4 last time out, didn't even make top 8 this time around. They were unfortunate enough to run into Gen 5, who we can see starts life in the loser side of the bracket up against Zero Scrims, Lelovers and Los Duros, your final match opening up round 1 of the January Cup. And there has certainly been a lot of discussion regarding the meta in general. Not as much shifting as we would have expected from previous events where there might have been these huge patches or huge buffs or nerfs to Pokemon, but one Pokemon that we do think has started to re-enter the conversation, as evidenced by Asia more than anything else, top 3 picks across the board from all of the events so far, is Blastoise.
Yeah, a total of 22 times that this Pokemon was picked overall, Relic, which is incredible there on the side of SEA and Japan as well for PUACL. And we know that one of the things that's making Blastoise so powerful at the moment, or at least so relevant, is the fact that we had this buff coming in the last patch as well, because you have cooldown reductions on all of the moves, including your Hydro Typhoon there on Unite move, and the fact that you can most confidently confidently switch between one build and the other. For this one, for example, we had the Rapid Spin and Water Spout, more focused on the damage, on the stacking, the Amplifier, trying to do as much as possible with the moves that you have. And of course, the possibility of using the other build with the Hydro Pump and Surf for more disruption, a little bit more hindrance, and more focused on being that usual traditional tank with the items that you can use on it as well, just makes it so incredibly relevant in a matter of the moment.
It's super versatile, isn't it? Defender / all-rounder, potential Umbreon alternative. We've been seeing Umbreon getting banned a lot over in Asia, so we could see a lot more Blastoise today. Draco, something that we're actually not expecting to see so much of today, but that we're kind of questioning, well, why won't we see it, is the fellow water defender Slowbro. We still say to this day one of the best Unite moves in the game, but why else wouldn't players be picking this Pokemon in particular?
Well, Relic, there's quite a number of threats right now in the defender category, and I would say Slowbro, when I talk about most consistent Pokemon in the entire roster of Pokemon Unite, I think of Slowbro, like you were saying, one of the best Unite moves in the game. It has so much hindrance, so much HP in its HP reserves, and sometimes it can quite literally forget all the damage that it has taken. But always want to remember, Slowbro, one of the best Unite moves in the game. Sometimes some would say it was the hero of Pokemon Unite in some of the, I would say, darker metagames that we've seen, maybe Comfey Zacian, for example. But Slowbro, again, extremely consistent in the category, always a very strong pickup nonetheless.
Oh, don't remind me of those times, Draco. Oh, the flashbacks. But Kello, part of why we've been talking a lot about Slowbro just between the four of us is because we're also looking at one of the meta picks from the last month, a Pokemon that quite conversely to Blastoise has received a lot of nerfs, but have they been enough? Has the king been dethroned? Let's talk about Psyduck, shall we? Where are we feeling on him?
Oh, look, if we are to go off what we've already seen in the other regions from this weekend, we've just had the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League, so Japan, and India versing each other for that. Psyduck was actually the most picked Pokemon that we saw in Japan. I know I myself tuned into the Japan broadcast, and seeing Tomato on Zeta Division play Psyduck just being an absolute menace, I personally don't think the throne has been taken away from under Psyduck. I think he is still rocking that crown, the third of the water-based Pokemon for this set. But yeah, Surf, Disable. Now, Disable was the one that ended up getting nerfed. Is it still going to be strong, or are we actually going to end up seeing more Psychic this time round, considering that is the move that ended up getting the buff? So some switcheroos there, but we know Psyduck, it is super disruptive. It's a constant headache for anybody that needs to go into it, literally. And of course, it's Toon Slim's bestie there. Slowbro, Psyduck. It's a match made in heaven.
Toon Slim's bestie. I fear to think of what Inda can do on this Pokemon. We already saw Blaine using it to great effect in the December Cup. Let us not forget. But hey, another bestie of Nouns Esports, Draku. Let's wrap up this look at the metagame with, again, something a little bit more left field. I'm going to call it not just Nouns' ace, it's Gatlu's ace, Greedent, a Pokemon that did not drop a single game it featured in as per the Nouns run in December.
I think if you take a look at Gatlu's trainer card, Greedent is one of Gatlu's #1, maybe top most played Pokemon in his entire arsenal of Pokemon he is extremely good at. Well, Greedent, again, is the ace of Nouns Esports, going undefeated today, undefeated in the December Cup, maybe losing a couple of games in the AOS Cup play-ins, but overall, Greedent is just a very frustrating Pokemon to deal with. I like to say Greedent is a Pokemon that tests the enemy's team macro, the ability for the team to move around the map. Greedent gets so much vision for your team, and it demands your attention. If you do not deal with the squirrel will eat you up. So Greedent is definitely my Pokemon to watch anytime Nouns Esports is in that draft screen.
Oh, dearie me. Another Pokemon, it must be worth saying, that Slowbro would probably do pretty well with. No, just put a stop to the nonsense, add a slow beam. Oh, telekinesis mention. Might be getting a bit too spicy for this host. And so maybe it is time that we throw over to our first casters for the day. I notice that the lobby is starting to fill up, and so hopefully we'll be into the action in the next few minutes or so. So myself and Draku, we're going to take a back seat. We're going to put on the sunglasses and watch the bright shining rays of Pokémon UNITE Championship Series. It's going to be Kello and Soph taking you through this first one. Ladies, it's all yours.
Thank you
Thank you so much.
Oh,
Kello,
well,
we talked about nouns. We talked about Greedent, and nouns is going to be your first game of the day.
Well, that's the question. Are we actually going to see any Gatlu Greedent out on the field? Or is that going to be put in the back pocket? All I can say is, if you're going to be playing Snorlax, don't be using that berry Hollowware, because we all know Greedent loves berries.
Oh yeah, he's gonna chase you down. There's no way, even though it's a big Snorlax, maybe it's just gonna be a huge target on its back and it's gonna get chased down if we see that Godlu on Greedent. But in this first game of winner semis, Kello, we have Nouns and Kamai Esport. Unfortunately for them, in December Cup, they had some players that were sick, didn't really get to play the tournament, and now they're coming back 2025, clean slate, and I feel like this is the best place for them to be. A couple of changes in their squad as well.
Yeah, that is a massive point to mention. So those that aren't familiar with Kamai Esports, this is a Panyan's roster that we are seeing. But as you mentioned, some changes. We actually have a comeback from potentially a community favorite. We haven't seen them at all. Well, last year? It feels so weird saying that, by the way. I mean, it's the 2025 season, but this is what makes this matchup quite juicy. Sixes has been picked up by Kamai. So for those folks, if we take a trip back in that time machine, Sixes actually previously played with Nouns back in 2023. And they had a pretty decent run considering they did qualify for Worlds and played in Japan. So that rivalry there, Soph, what do we think?
Oh, yeah, I think it's just gonna spark out, as you said, not just the rivalry, but that inner flame and how they're gonna be playing, because it's always one of those things where you feel like the players want to prove themselves, and they want to prove themselves even better than their former teammates. So if this is going to be the match to start, oh, it is a heck of a match to start the day. And now Esports definitely coming out with this undefeated qualifiers for January Cup, also feeling very confident. But there is a big just goal and expectation on Nouns, considering they are back-to-back champions of 2025 already.
Yes, exactly. Taking the AOS Cup play-ins, taking the December Cup. The thing is, can they do 3 for 3? We know back, speaking of the AOS Cup play-ins, Apanyan were actually the ones to send Nouns into the losers bracket. So while they have had a little bit of an adjustment there, the question is, are they going to be able to do it again? Or are Nouns just going to be able to take this momentum? Mind you, we were talking about, it's been quite a fair long break in between. So whether these two teams have actually spent some time relaxing, of course, over the holiday season, but also practicing it and scrimming each other as well.
It's important to keep the fingers very much prepared, warmed up when you're going to play any video game. And Kello, well, I have an opinion of my own about Nouns, and this is the last time that Blaine's going to be playing before Inda comes back in for February. And, well, I don't know, I just feel like there's some sauce, there's something very interesting that Blaine is definitely going to try to prove themselves for the last time here of 2025 before that roster swap up, and it might just make the difference. Are we looking at a three-peat? Even if they don't do this three-peat, I think they're going to do pretty well.
I think one thing potentially is for certain coming from Blaine that we've seen from the previous two cups is that invade at the beginning. We've seen it with the Hooper, the Eldegoss, and we'll say maybe 8 times out of 10, they were quite successful at it. So whether, I mean, you know, we are going into that third cup, so there is that experience. Sometimes, you know, you got to learn from your mistakes from the previous ones. whether Kamaya Esports are going to be prepared for that iconic Blaine invade.
I feel like that's one of the things that players are always going to be prepared for. Not just because you have Blaine with this attitude and this, usual strategy as you mentioned, but also if you see Gadlu on the Greedent usually once upon a time was very much interested in doing the invades, but with Bruv also being such an incredibly experienced Snorlax player, Snorlaxes recently have been all around on the invades. They have very bulky HP bars, and they're just feeling like, of course, you can have with that boosted auto and the pound as well, guarantee the early objectives on the invade. So plenty of options that I'm very much certain that Kamai Esports is prepared for.
Yeah, 100%. Only time can tell. You never know. While we are, cooking up all of these potential things that can happen, I mean, we could easily get surprised, right? I guess looking at, going on into this newest meta, I mean, it's not really a new meta. I feel like it's still quite the same, but a few differences. We know that it's been a common brawly comp. Very melee-based Pokemon are being selected up, and I guess this is where, it ties in, as you mentioned, Snorlax being picked on up. Watching the open qualifiers yesterday, actually, who is going to be that back laner, right? That backside, we actually saw some Gardevoir. I know Toon, quite well known for some Gardevoir. So we're talking about Gatlu, Greedents, Bruv, Snorlax. Well, what about Toon? What do you think Toon brings to the table here today?
Well, I believe that Toon recently has been playing just so well in the Mimikyu that I wouldn't be surprised to see it come through. On December Cup, we saw some Trick Room Mimikyus, which is very much more popular on the eastern side of the world with PUACL, but I don't know, I feel like it makes sense because when you have so many Pokemon that can focus on hindrances, especially on the side of the slows, even like the Slowbro, sometimes even the Snorlax as well, you're talking about one possibility of countering that with the Mimikyu, but we know that Toon also has very good, just Hawkeyes for those Shadow Sneaks going out from one side of the central area to another. So personally, I feel like that can be a course of action and a choice the Nouns can have, considering that Mimikyu is still very powerful. But I want to hear from you, Callo. What do you feel like you're going to see from Kamai Esports? Because we have the switcheroo there with Sixies, but that core, Gecko Kami, Leo Rio is still there.
Yeah, the core is still there, but we know Sixies, depending on the role they've picked up this time round, they are the attacker flex pick. So where they're going to slip on through and whether this will make the difference. But you know what? So as we ponder all of these questions and what the answers might be, make sure to keep those Hawkeyes because we're actually going to be taking ourselves a quick break while we let these teams set up, but we won't be too long, we promise. We'll be back very shortly.
And welcome back in, everybody, with the first game of your day, Nouns Esports versus Komai Esport, as your winner semis of UCS January Cup for Europe. Kello, already Hooper out.
No hoopers this time now, so no tricks, no hyperspace holes. Otherwise, the other interesting one is Umbreon. I feel like Umbreon tends to slip by quite a fair bit, so to see that Komai have recognized the threat that this defender can bring, even though we've talked about all of the other defenders under the sun in our pre-show, they're going to lock that one in.
Yeah, still very, very relevant, Kello. And to be honest, although we had quite a bit of presence of Blastoise, I guess we're not going to have it for the first one. So differently from ACL, those two defenders are going to be taken out there by Komai Esport, which leaves the side duck available. Now for the first pick of Nouns Esports, Kello.
You know what? When the Psyduck isn't banned, you've got to pick it on up. I'm just curious to see who's actually going to run this. Is Bruv going to run this, or are they actually going to switch it over to Blaine potentially? We know Bruv normally as that defender pick, although picking up Mr. Mine as well. So it'll be really interesting here. But, I mean, seeing at what Blaine is hovering over, it is going to be that Eldegoss. But, you know, we'll see. What Adesu. They are known as the evolution connoisseur after all.
Usually, yes. And as you say, the Espeon is going to get confirmed here alongside that Eldegoss. So good survivability and the usual matchup that you see when you have a Blissey already selected on the other side and Hooper is not available. Looking at the Blissey also makes me feel like maybe this could be a Mewtwo Y kind of game for Komai Esport, as you already have that Mimikyu in the central area. But Zante locking in a Inteleon. Very interesting pick, as in Snorlax that gets denied there from Brav on the side of Nouns Esports is confirmed by Komai.
Yeah, taking that away, we were talking about the early game presence that a Snorlax can have. Otherwise, that long-range damage from that Inteleon, we know that it ended up getting buffed, both Snipe Shot and Liquidation. If it's anything that we've seen previously, it will likely be a Snipe Shot. And I think Toon's pickup on the Talonflame is such a good answer to this backliner pick.
It's very interesting, and as you point out, with the Fly, you can basically just deny any sorts of damage that comes out from a distance on that Inteleon. And, of course, Drago's favorite highlight there for Godlu, Greedent is confirmed as well, which is very interesting for Nouns. Kind of makes this composition feel like a very comfortable, just staple pick for this team, as Komai finishes with that Buzz Wall, also very strong in the top side of the game.
Yes, but then again, Buzzwell going up into Greedent, we all know that Buzzwell's maneuverability can tend to be quite lacking. So trying to wrap those big muscly arms around a sneaky Squovet could be a bit tricky, considering. But, you know, we're wondering here. We have Blaine who has selected that Eldegoss. Are we going to see that invade? We have that potential invade as well from Gatlu on the Squovet. Or are they just not going to invade at all? But you know what, Soph? For the first match of the day, I am really excited about this composition. The fact that we get to see a Talonflame out on the field. I feel like we haven't seen that Burb in quite a while.
It's true. It's true. Oh, actually, I feel like I've heard something about yesterday. You can confirm it with me because you were streaming the qualifiers, but I feel like maybe Talonflame was played at least once. But we'll see how it goes in this game. As Kello, we are in their Sky Ruins. Nouns Esports on your purple side, Komai on your orange, as this is your winner semis just about to start.
Yeah, going to send Bruv on the Psyduck and Adesu on the Eevee down into the bottom path. But going on into a Sobble and Snorlax, that might tend to be a bit tricky because we know that Water Gun can be such a great securing tool. But look, you know, deja vu, something that we've seen quite often. Blaine is going for the invade. However, they have missed the secure on that red and that Boltoy. But that isn't going to stop him here.
No, it does not. Well, actually, for the side of Komai, Kello, Gakko Kami is here to defend and help Soreyu, as Blaine will confirm one of those wild Pokemon, but most importantly, the goal of the buff was taken there by Kamai, so defending pretty well. Now the headache to push them back here on the side of Nounz Esports, and they should be fine. But Blaine, because they went on that invade, it's important to point out how the Gossifleur is going to be very much behind the curve. Just hold that for a moment as we actually have a play rough coming in here by Saraya and 3 members of Nounz Esports to defend it with a side shock from Adesu and your K opener for the Espeon.
We did say at the beginning, Adesu being the evolution connoisseur, rocking that Espeon, and I think this is a great secure tool for their team, especially considering it gets the stuns. Once again, picking up another KO on that Sobble. Snorlax only getting out with just a hair of HP.
Oh, the rotation that comes by this Bustle as well, and 60s is down here on the bot lane as they're still trying to defend and manage to counter the numbers. 4-on-4 side shock, and another one is gonna take them down, and Adesu is on a rampage, tries to get yet another with a side shock, but is not going to land. Looking pretty good for Nounz Esports so far.
Yeah, considering that they already have 3 level 6s over on their side. The only level 6 on Kamai right now is that Buzzwole. But look at this. Blaine can do the invade, so can Gatlu. And I think, you know what, Narami picking up this safeguard is such a good tool to try and combat that crowd control that Gatlu will be bringing.
On the top side, Kamai with 60s trying to get at least some of those stacks. The berry is going to push them out, but soon having the help there of Godlu that was just fresh out of enemy central is going to take the Buzzwole down with Mimikyu and Blissey here just at least defending for the moment as Godlu can be rather sneaky as they're still pushing. Speaking of sneaky, is the Shadow Sneak going into them, and the knockup that can come through here by the Eldegoss is going to get Sarayu on half HP as they're still trying to push. That's the healing from the Eldegoss as well, but Godlu is falling very low. Now the numbers advantage goes to Kamai Esports, and Soraya has to disengage themselves, and the fight fizzles out.
You know what, Gatlu might be quite low, but we already know that the self-regen on the HP, because they do have the berries on hand, can go on apprenticeship. But otherwise, we have Bruv and Toon trying to take care of Gek. Meanwhile, Adesu able to get in a 30 dunk, leaving this bottom pad on 4 points here. So a Reg Ice has also spawned, and Toon isn't going to delay in going and shredding that one down.
Rev doing pretty well to zone the rest of Kamai Esports, goes in with a fly, and they actually don't get it. It's again Adesu doing pretty well with those secures on the side shock. Takes another one as Sorayu goes down themselves, and now Esports confirm the fight, the objective, and they can even go for a rotate on the top side.
Yeah, we do have a Reggie Alecki spawning up there. As we can see, Nounz Esports are deciding to pivot on up instead of actually going and breaking that tier 1 pad left on 4. This top pad is left on 53 for Kamai, 39 for Nounz, so this will be quite helpful to whichever team can go and secure it.
Very important for them to do so. Soraya chipping away on Blade as they go in with a Talonflame, doing so much damage. Now caught in there with the Come Play With Me as they're still trying to push in. The Super Slam is going to land, but in between 5 members of Nounz Esports, not even Buzzwole can survive. As we actually notice, there is a sidekick on Bruv here for this side duck as they're still trying to push and confirm as many points as possible before this Reggie Alecki gets confirmed.
I think that's a really good point. Picking up Psychic, considering that is the one that ended up getting buffed. So getting the stuns, but also the potential for the pullback as well, if they're able to land their target. The headache is going to be procced there, just trying to push away some members that are within their range. And oh, the Sai is also going to be popped on out here, so...
Oh, and it's doing so good with the Talonflame going out, but a Flame Sweep as well, as it pushes out people away from the pad, and Kamai is not going to be able to confirm at least the defense on this. The snapshot is just so close. Callo, that was absolutely crazy. Yet another side shock alongside Godlu there for Adesu that manages to take Soraya down once again, and there's a lead of 213 to 51 for Nounz Esports.
They have the lead. They're going to go steal some buffs, just trying to delay Kamai's comeback, considering they are quite behind in levels. They only have ticked over to those 3 level 10s over their side. Snorlax also getting their level 9, so does have their power nap on hand if things start to get a bit dicey, given we have a Regi spawning.
The Heavy Slam actually doesn't connect to anybody. They go for a power nap, but it's still just going to be a little bit of survivability. Plenty of damage that comes in with a Come Play With Me as well by Sareo on the backline. And there's the Blissey as well. Blissful Assistance will help, but still, Nouns Esports, in the midst of everything happening, confirm the objective. Yet another Heavy Slam that does not connect, doesn't get anybody into the air. Sareo in the backline could be just in a very tricky spot. From the other side of the map is Zante on the Inteleon, landing those snipe shots whenever they can. Very deep 60s could be taken here as Blissey has to try to escape now. With a Teleflame coming through, is not going to be a possibility. Zante will manage to connect with the reset as they are going to escape now. Yet another sneaky, but in between so many players, Kello, they're not gonna survive.
No, they're going to get wiped out, only leaving the Snorlax here unattended, but they do have the Blissey shield, making sure they don't get taken out. But Nouns Esports, they've been able to take down both of those other objectives. They have their sights set on a Regieleki as well. This is going to be a risk for Kamai, considering they don't have that tier 1 buffer. They have to deal with it, considering they are quite behind in points right now. But Nouns, are they going to go in for the aggressive push here? Oh, Flame Sweep to isolate Snorlax!
Yes, I guess it does, and the aggressive push is just on the way. Going out to the backline, as you say, with Toonslim on this Talonflame just so well with damage. But Zante also matching it up with the snipe shots. There's the sneak attack, and they come in through with the Shadow Sneak there by Sareu, and they defend. The Regieleki does not land, and 2 KO streak for Sareu on the Mimikyu. 3!
You know what? Incredible defense, making sure that that Regieleki doesn't go on in. But back to the drawing board here. We have 30 seconds left until the final stretch. Looking at our levels right now, we have Toon, who is leading the pack at level 14. But Kamai Esports, despite the troublesome times, they already have 3 level 13s over on their side as well. So having both of those plus movements, going to be beneficial. But alas, Reggie Rock here. So as we're potentially going in for an early fight, Psyduck already at half HP.
Oh, that is absolutely crazy. How does this Snorlax just get knocked down so easily? But those snipe shots are helping on the side of Kamai as the Super Swole Slam is going to go to the back line, but in between 2 players of Nouns could be tricky. With the Blissful Assistance, it looks amazing. The Flame Sweep actually used to disengage and just escape as Godlu is going to get taken down themselves, and as your Spy Vision as well is going to be on cooldown for Zante as they are looking to start Kamai with Rayquaza on the board. Almost 50% of HP already on this objective as they're still pushing in Keller. It looks very dangerous for both sides as now Z Esports is trying to maybe get somebody in the backline. They managed to take one, and it's actually going to be Blaine who confirms that one with 2 KO streaks. That gets confirmed by Toon as they are still attacking. The Rayquaza 60s is close by 1v3. Doesn't look pretty good, but I guess it does when you are Super Swole Bustle as you're still trying to push here. The Psyshock is so close, and Godlu takes it finally with the belch, and now Z Esports take the Rayquaza.
Oh, but the thing is, 2 members of Nouns are down. The question is, are they going to be able to get in some points of their own? Gatlu isn't even going to worry about pushing on forward. Instead, they want to try and stop their opponents. But 40 and 50, perfect math here. So as Kamai have now taken the lead at 349 to 13 points. The thing is, Gatlu, they still have 50 in their pocket. So they need to go and run and score, but they have to deal with these 2 first.
They really can, and they're trying to get it as well with Toon, but they get counted and immediately taken down. The Talonflame doesn't have anywhere else to fly. Now Z Esports with no shields, only on Godlu, trying to cover their way away. Very nice sidestep there as they're still trying to get some points in. On the bot side, Briv manages to do so, but they are still behind, shy of 30 points away. And Kamai, with 10 seconds to go, might be confirming that first win of January Cup on your screen. 10 points for Brav, still running 5, but I don't think 20 points is going to be enough. They get counted, they're not going to get to the landing pad, and this base zone is protected. Kamai take the win in game 1.
Holy macaroni, what a final stretch. It just goes to show that sometimes when there is a Ray, it sometimes doesn't always lead the way. Kamai Esports being able to recognize that, put the aggression on, pedal to the metal, and just dunk in some points of their own. A great comeback there at 419 to 387. That was wild.
It really was. Looking at the stats and the amount of double digits that you have there, Toon with 12 knockouts, Bruv with 12 assists, and on the side of Kamai, the numbers are not nearly as impressive unless you look at the damage. You might have not seen the confirmed knockouts, Kello, but almost the 80,000 average there between Zante, Soryu, and Sixies is pretty consistent.
Yeah, Sixies definitely just being up there in the front line. You pair that up with a safeguard Blissey as well. We saw them during one of those instances just sticking in that flux zone, being the defender, even if they are an all-rounder, just being up in their faces. But you know what? When push comes to shove, I think it was just that recognition at the end. Even though they didn't end up really... Well, they did end up winning the team fight considering 3 of those members were down. Being able to push on back despite Nouns Esports on that graph, they secured every single objective.
It's really just mind-boggling how that managed to happen for Kamai. But I think you're spot on, Callow. It's all about how they navigated that last Rayquaza fight and the fact that they isolated the ones they needed to. When Toon goes in the back line, and you know, that's what a Talonflame has to do, especially with his Brave Bird build, you're looking at a composition that heavily relies on the Speedster isolating people. So Kamai said, we're going to isolate your Speedster, and you're not going to be able to do that much about it. Although individually, Nouns Esports played really well with their players, Kamai had a very nice glance of how to turn back that late game.
Yeah, I guess that all comes down, we can see on the mini-map as we are watching these highlights. Both Nouns tier 1 pads were still left standing, so Kamai do have a ton of comeback experience over on their side with those Indeedies, considering both of those tier 1s got broken. We saw coming on into that final stretch, we had those 3 damage dealers on level 13. Mind you, 2 of them ended up getting taken down. Toon getting isolated here by Sixies. It's so hard to actually escape that combination once you have been locked on in, but you know, we're missing here. Nobody's actually paying attention to Gatlu, who's just belching and circling around and just takes that out from right under their noses. But, you know, it just goes to show that, yeah, even though Gatlu took it, it didn't ruin their momentum and their drive to try and make a comeback. And they were successful at it.
And as you said, it just feels like all that was planned was well executed there by Kamai on that 2-minute final stretch mark. And when they saw that they could do it, they went in for it. Although Godlu did try to disrupt it, managed successfully to take it with the cover, it was still not enough to turn it back. The way the Sixies was really just taking Godlu away from that top goal zone and just denying the usage of the Rayquaza shield was so impressive. And overall, it was so close. The way that Brav on the side deck as well was going for the base home goal and just trying to get the 10 in. Although the 10 wouldn't have been enough either because it would be a 20 and they need a 30.
I think one of those big moments as well, if Nouns ends up actually going back and rewatching that replay, we still had Gatlu. I believe they still had their Rayquaza shield with 50 points. So could it have been a matter of, okay, we have enough points so I don't actually need to race across the map and trust Blaine to just disrupt them or try and get in another 10? I guess that's also a possibility if Gatlu even had enough time, given I believe it was 60s that was there defending anyway, and Bruv couldn't make it on through. So, I
like it. I like it a lot because as soon as Kamai noticed that the numbers were down on the side of Nouns, they went straight to the bot side, confirmed as much goals as they could have, and that just basically made them feel a little more light on how they could play about it because they weren't forced to go super aggressive. They could just focus on the defense now, and because Nouns still had that shield on Godlu, it was so necessary for them to have all the resources and all the attention on the defense. So Kamai played that really, really well, and it was such a close game all around, Kello, considering what we saw on the graph. Up until that point, it was shy of 100 points differential between all of the two teams. So it just feels like going into game 2, as we are getting into draft right now, things are going to be very intricate in how they decide to plan out their compositions.
The question is, are they going to stick with the same bands or switch it on up? Is this Psyduck too much of a threat for Kamae, considering they are hovering over it? So no Psyduck for Bruv this time round, but it looks like Nouns Esports are going to pick up the Umbreon band themselves along with the Blastoise on Kamae once again. So this does free up Miraidon, who ended up being banned last time round, and Adesu has recognized that they're going to lock that electric bike in first.
Announce Esports also very smart because they lost choosing the purple side, so they would have the advantage of the first pick here, and Kamae having to make that decision. As you said, getting Psyduck out allows for Miraidon to come in with Mimikyu once again confirms, which I feel was a strength, but even though I didn't feel like most of the damage was coming from them, Zante and Sixies were definitely the highlight for me. Now Esports come back with denying or actually confirming for themselves, as it is most of a stable for Bruv, this Snorlax, and considering the Elder Goss was picked on the side of Kamae, they get Blissey for Blaine.
Yeah, interesting for Narami to give up this Blissey pick and lock in the Eldegoss for themselves. I guess given that they do have the Mimikyu on their side, I'd say these last picks would be those Brawlier front composition, considering we do have Zante on the Inteleon once again. But it'll be interesting to see what Nouns Esports are going to answer back with. Whether we're going to see another Greedent on the field, or whether Gatlu is going to dig in deep and choose something else. Garchomp. So another Pokemon that starts with a G. We've seen Garchomp really rise in the meta, haven't we?
We definitely have quite a lot of success all across the regions and just rising in popularity as well. This Pokemon does so well with a Safeguard and Helping Hand build for the Blissey. So in this case, a lovely combination. I love that you have once again Adesu on the Espeon. Those Psyshocks were deadly in the early game. And now a very interesting pick on the side of Kamae to round it out.
I'm a big fan of this Metagross, I'm going to tell ya. Feel like Metagross as an all-rounder, it does tend to be that sleeper pick, considering it takes a while to actually get online, not reaching that final evolution until level 9 in comparison, to that Garchomp. So, I mean, given they do have that Garchomp and Bruv with the heavy slams, diving on through, Gyro Ball could be a great tool to give Sixie some shielding, but once again, like Buzzball, it does tend to lack that maneuverability. So we'll see whether it's a Zen Headbutt or the Magnet Rise move for them.
I think it's going to be very important how they choose to go about it, as you said, Kello. And to be honest, Nouns Esports is just so powerful in the early game because of how quickly they rotated. I think it was 1 minute in, they had a 4-person rotation for the Bard side to have even more pressure with the Psyshock for the Espeon alongside the Psyduck there for Bruv that was doing so much good work. Now getting into game 2, a potential game finisher here for Kamae to maintain themselves in the winners bracket, and Nouns of course trying to take this into a game 3 and looking to continue the undefeated series of streaks that they had from yesterday on qualifiers. Game 2 on your screen. Nouns Esports once again on the purple side versus Kamae on the orange.
Well, it is a brand new day after all. So the thing is, did they actually warm up those hands before diving on through? I mean, you know what? They're pro players. I'm pretty sure they would have, despite the early morning beginning. But look at this. Instead of actually having a Blaine invade, we have a Bruv invade this time round on the Snorlax. We're talking about this all the way earlier, weren't we?
Oh, well, I guess when you don't have a Greedent, it's okay to be the pineapple. It's a lovely Holloway, I really like it. And it's one thing that we mentioned earlier, how Snorlax is that big of a nuisance for invades, but very well positioned here by the side of Kamae, having the Gossifleur to defend and protect Sarayu there on the Mimikyu to guarantee that they weren't going to take any of those wild Pokemon away.
Blaine slapping away that Bunnelby secure away from Gek, who has gone into that flux zone just to push him on forward. Neither of them really wanting to actually hit it, and you know what? You cannot stop those blissy hands, the pound to get the secure, denying Gek getting level 4 there.
They were looking very much for that level 4. Well, they actually take it. Wow, with the X speed popped as well, and one sneaky goal, while the rest of Nouns Esports was focusing, rightfully so, on the Swablu's Altaria, and Zante could get taken here, very close to eating and chomping away on the barriers, and they guarantee they are going to do so. Galu on this Garchomp with 26 points, trying to maybe push them in. Ooh, not going to connect there, and they are just going to retreat for the moment as they're going very low on health.
I guess that's the thing. Galu doesn't really have to play aggressive up in the top half, considering they aren't stacking. They are running Muscle Band, Focus Band, and Weakness policy. Otherwise, we are going to have a 2 KO streak here for Sorayu, knocking out that Blissey as well, leaving Toon to back on up as that Miraidon. But those birds are spawning. It's only Bruv from Nouns here, and some other members are from Kamai, actually going to take those all for themselves.
Looking pretty good in the early rotation here for Kamai. Numbers not really running from either side, so we should be okay for the moment in regards to those very aggressive pushes. But now trying to get 60s onto that 4 Metagross, as they have been doing pretty well at that. Numbers are very much equal in EXP all around.
Yeah, we just have Mimikyu ticking over to level 8 over onto Kamai as well. 3 level 7s on the side of Nouns, so no Unite moves just yet. I'd say Adesu would be the closest, getting the Unite move at level 8, but otherwise those birds are going to be gone within an instant. So Rayu caught on out, ends up getting Electro drifted down back to the Pokemon Center as well.
Oh, okay, you're gonna have to go to the mechanics and try to fix that, because they got electro drifted back, and we know just how much damage this build can do. Ruff was doing really well to zone them out. Very nice heavy slam connecting to 2 people. Gadlu also super low. Oh, the wood hammer doesn't connect it, but the snipe shot does, and Zante feeling really good about that timing, as Brav is going to get KO'd themselves to protect the rest of the team. Blaine with Toon not really going to commit into defending this, because the aggression is huge. The numbers advantage is double. And Kamai takes this very nice early lead, as Nouns is looking to get a rotation for Regieleki themselves.
Throwing some breakfast at Kamai there with those eggs. Unfortunately, wasn't going to stop those goals going on through. I think it's really interesting to see that Gek had 30 Eos energy on hand, but instead of actually going and breaking it there, they decided to pivot up and split towards the top, considering Regieleki was confirmed by Nouns. And play with me onto Gatlu there.
Yeah, well. So Rayu found an opportunity and they went in. And so well done as well that Kamai takes the Regieleki on the same fell swoop. Now Zante hitting so many of these snipe shots. Very nice dodge there by Toon as they're going to escape. Oh, he hits the Altaria. There's no way, Calor.
I mean, it did end up closing the distance, but Toon just riding on off into the sunset, back to safety. Probably's gonna dive on in, trying to get an isolation on Gek, who's just deciding to walk behind them instead. Don't want to get caught out with that stun, but another siege up in the top half from Kamai.
Oh, Bliss Assist is going to help out massively. The Psychic Solaire is not going to help them just enough, as Ryu is still standing well. Just as I say that, Toon would electric their health bars away, as they have to use their EXP, their X speed away there by Kamai to escape on this one. Godloop very powerful there on level 9. Have delivered out Rage that could be used in this fight if they so choose to do so. Pull them out, and Nouns decide this is not the right moment to overcommit, as there's 5 seconds for Basement Ragey to spawn.
Well, that's the thing going on up against a Metagross and an Eldegoss on pad. Trying to break through that HP pool can be quite tough despite having the numbers advantage. But Reg Ice is just going to get left alone for the time being. A bit of a reset here as we have members coming on down. It's only Sorayu on the Mimikyu that has their Unite move on hand for their team.
Looking to get priority here. Kamai Esports doing pretty well. Red Jace, the bright future Meteor Storm is not going to confirm it. Zante again will be the one to take the objective. Power Nap gets one knocked up into the air, but it's not going to be the preferred outcome for Nouns Esports, as Kamai confirm yet another objective.
securing that objective, but no pads. Both of these tier 1s are still left standing, but looking at the levels so far, Kamai are leading the pack, considering there's still 2 level 9s over on the side of Nouns. No pads have been broken, so no comeback indeed, as you just have to try and get whatever experience is available. But another fight here is going to pop out into the middle as we have Sorayu picking themselves up a 2 KO streak.
And doing pretty well at that. So they were still chasing out for Toon. Electro Drift away, but the Cotton Cloud Crash will still get them a little bit hindered on their path to Regieleki. And it feels like the timing on the heavy slams haven't been so spot on by Bruv in this game. When the Shadow Sneak come in, oh, but the Liquid Outrage is going to connect and they do so much damage. Electro Drift into the backline, and Toon is feeling quite confident. Zante is not going to land the last snapshot, as they're now going to have to disengage from Kamai Esports, as now to confirm the second Regieleki, as they're still trying to push in. Phantom Force will just get them stalled for a little bit. We're going into the backline with the Electro Drift and Downs Esports. Bright Future, Meteor Storm might be looking bright future indeed, as your Spy Vision is gonna get pumped just to try to push them out. So Ray was in the fight now, Callow, and it could mean that they can turn this around, but the Regieleki has hit, and they have 40 points to score here on the 38. Oh, make it a 50. It's 42 points that they have extra.
It is a massive dunk coming out from Gatlu there. However, it still isn't enough to actually take that lead with 30 seconds left to go until the final stretch. So at the moment, it can still be anybody's game. But Kamai going down for a Regirock. Bruv lurking about, potentially looking to try and get a steal or just try and take some eyes away from them, and whether they can get the confirm hit. This will be huge for either team, and it ends up being Narami on the Eldegoss, but they end up paying the price with 2 members now down.
Looking so good for Nouns Esports as they're still trying to get more, and another one gets staced down as Soraya is trying to escape, but there's not going to be any room left. And Nouns Esports with 5 members versus 3 start the Rayquaza. Now in the back line, you still have that Greedent, that Trevenant, as they're still trying to push in. A snapshot doesn't connect to Nouns Esports, confirm the objective.
Oh, now they're going to rush on forward, Tuna, making sure with that power-up of that Ray Shield to try and take down 6s, and they were successful. The Azure Spy Vision is going to pop on out as well from Zante. However, it just isn't enough to stop or break the shield of Bruv.
Yeah, they have that 34 turning into a massive lead, 420 versus 156. And we gotta talk about the plays that Godlu has been doing on those team fights, because I feel like that was what saved them and got them in such a good lead of numbers to go for Rayquaza. Get the Elder Gods down, as Bruv is still zoning them out with a block, trying to, as long and as much as possible, keep Toon very much healthy. And you have Blaine as well across the line. There's still 1 minute left to go, and they're still trying to chase it around. For me, now, you should retreat now. Don't just overstay your welcome. But they are saying we are very much looking for more KOs, and they're feasting, making a 2 KO streak for Toon, as Sario is still going to go for a brawl here with the defender.
The holidays may be over, but as you mentioned, Soph, they are feasting. They don't want to let up. They want to pad up those stats, get in some dunks of their own. Whether they're trying to look for the elusive 100k damage here, as Sorayu's going to try and claw on back, but they end up getting clawed on down by Gatlu instead. And, Toon, oh, they end up getting the computer crush, but because they didn't scan 3, there is no battlefield created.
Well, feels a little less heroic, I will say. And Keller, actually, I would love to talk about it after we have a look at the stats. I would love to talk about this Metagross pick, because I feel like it wasn't as successful or impactful as Kamai Esports would have wanted. A huge lead that Nouns got into the late game, 630 versus 156. And the numbers definitely, again, very much favoring on the side of Nouns.
Yeah, Toon picking themselves up 10 KOs there. But, that's not to discredit the efforts from that whole team, as we are look at stats board, they did pick up a 96 damage dealt, so no 100Ks here yet. But otherwise, yeah, we're mentioning 60s on the Metagross. It just didn't seem to have the impact that it potentially could have had going into this comp. And I'd say that's probably because Toon was just drifting left, right, and center. Plus, you have Adesu getting the stuns paired up with Bruv. It just didn't really seem to make much of an impact this time around.
What to me was the most impactful going out to final stretch was that play from Galu in the bot side. It was so good how they managed to get 3 people away from the Regirock. And with that, they not only guarantee the objective, but at the same time, get that numbers advantage going into Rayquaza. And of course, you have Godlu on the Garchomp. Garchomps can just completely rip through a Rayquaza, and that's what they did.
Exactly, right? You got to take away that comeback, the win condition for Kamai, considering, they are the ones that were, they were the ones that were ahead, I believe. I don't recall, but you know what? We're going to end up having some highlights here very shortly. I guess, if we are to break down this team composition and why didn't actually end up working out for Metagross here, you have Inteleon and you have the Metagross, the 2 late scalers there, having the 3-tier evolutions, right? Nouns Esports, their composition is quite that early comp despite Gatlu, but we know that Gibble and Gabite, they can actually still be quite effective earlier on.
I agree, and overall, the game was so incredibly close, Gallo, on all stages of the game up until that almost final stretch. The last baseman, Reggie, just made a huge difference, and the call by Kamai was really good. And I feel like most of the very much telegraphed abilities like the Shadow Sneak and the Snipe Shot, they were landing every single time from Kamai. But then when you get people together and comped up, the Electro Drift comes in, Godler comes with the Liquid Outrage, and it just makes a huge difference for Nouns.
Yeah, you can see just the way that they end up going and collapsing on Zante on the Inteleon. A Fell Stinger still not able to go and save them. But this was a massive team fight. Adesu using that Psychic Solaire to just proc up and stun 2 of those members, getting themselves a 2 KO streak and creating this space to go and get a pretty hefty overcap. And that's the thing. Yes, Nouns didn't actually end up being in the lead at this point, but it just made that comeback a lot more easier coming on into this. And this was the fight here that we're talking about. So yes, it was Narabi that Eldegoss ends up getting that Regirock for their team, but Nouns Esports, they're the ones that ended up coming out on top, considering 3 members are down, and Soraya is here, left without a bodyguard.
Yeah, when you don't have a front line, a defender, then your Mimikyu is really just going to get clumped up, and it doesn't look really well for them when you're usually the one trying to isolate people. The Snipe Shot was very well timed by Zante on the other side of Central Area, but the effort from Nouns, of course, not just on the damage, but in the fact that they knew they had to position themselves, just body blocking on that side of the right Ray Pit. It was going to be easy when they done so. Very nicely done from both teams. And Nouns at the end, just like Kamai did, coming back on top during final stretch, getting us into a game 3.
Yes, a pretty fire first match of the day to get our blood pumping and all of the hype. And I hope all of those folks that are tuning in for the UCS January Cup for EU are starting to feel that hype as well. But you know what, Soph? So bring it on down. We are going to analyze. Are we going to end up seeing the same bans this time round? Is there anything that you potentially think needs to be switched up from either side? Or is it more of, well, we don't really need to fix what isn't broken?
I feel like what we saw from Nouns Esports looks really confident, comfortable. What's the word I'm looking for? Completely skipped my mind, but it's fine. They feel very much comfortable with the fact that they can swap around with their composition. They had Garchomp, the other time they had the Greedent, but one thing that remains very consistent is the Pokemon they have for Toon with this Electro Drift on Miraidon doing really well. The fact that they can navigate the draft well to pick the priority as a Psyduck, as Miraidon works really well to their advantage. And always Adesu on the Aspion is something that works out really well. I don't think it's ban worthy, but it's just these swap arounds that I feel like have been doing Now Z Sports just a very good service. But Kamai, they kept the core that worked well in game one, and I think what we mentioned on that change for the Metagross didn't feel like it was helping them that much.
So the question is, well, what other picks can Sixties pick on up? We actually knew them. I mentioned earlier they're known as the attacker pick, but I guess with Zante being that attacker role, they have landed themselves with more the all-rounder picks this time round. They are quite flexible in terms of that, but is there another all-rounder? I mean, we didn't end up seeing the Buzzwole being picked on up. So would Buzzwole this time around actually work a bit better, considering it has that better early game presence? But also, you know, yeah, you do have the shields that Metagross ends up providing itself with the Gyro Ball, but just Buzzwole's disruption. Just the kit is so annoying. So, you know, trying to counter Gatlu's disruption with the Dragon Rush, like them just button heads up in the top half.
I think that would be fun. I think that would be really fun. And personally, Sixties just did so well for Kamai Esports in game one that maybe just bring it back. And again, I don't think it's one of those Pokemon that you're like, wow, we're going to predict that they're going to bring back the Bustle, so we're going to ban it. No. We know that Unite has 2 bans per team. You have to utilize them really well and very consciously. And in this case in particular, if Kamai sees the Sixties on the Bustle is the play to go, Now Z Sports just have to allow it, because you have more necessary important things to ban out. As we're getting into our final draft of this series on our first winner semis of the day, and I would love to see Sixties on the Buzzwole personally.
I think what's interesting here is we actually have Kamai Esports who are in that first pick position this time round rather than the second pick like we saw previously. So making sure to take away Toon's ride there, Miraidon being banned on out, and Psyduck on the side of Nouns as well. Oh, Garchomp ban. This is really interesting. I guess, you know, Garchomp is that unusual one. Is it actually worth banning that Respect Man? That this does free up Blastoise.
I love it. Oh, I love it. Oh, I was gonna say it's either or, right? For the Umbreon or the Blastoise. We have been hyping out the Blastoise and we want to see it being played. So maybe now Z Sports will give us the pleasure, and they will, as we are getting into, of course, this first rotation here of picks, the Eldegoss on the side of Nouns. And it feels like it's funny how most of the time you see the Eldegoss being picked on the orange side. It's funny.
Yeah, picking that on up again, not wanting to go for the Blissey pick. I guess considering they do have that Blastoise, that Pollen Puff, having that damage reduction when it does end up getting that plus movement can come quite in handy for those brawler comps. But oh, this is going to be the first Mew that we are seeing today here. So if we do see the experience share on it, so whether they're going to keep that on or switch it up. I mean, Mew support isn't unusual in this day and age, is it?
No, absolutely not, and it works out really well. We have highlighted previously how coaching is just such a good ability, especially in the early game, to help out with anything that happens with ganks or just rotations overall. And well, we do see Buzzwole, but it's now Z Sports to take it away from Sixties on Kamai, who might be forcing out a Lucario here, which kind of makes sense as that all-rounder option that has good control of early game, but also good secure later on. With that, they actually confirmed 2 all-rounders in that composition.
This is really interesting considering Soraya is their only range damage attacker, if you could call it attacker, considering it does have that experience share on hand. I'm going to say they're probably going to switch that up, considering Narami and Gek both also have those experience shares, but Toon has decided to answer back with a Glaceon. I really like this pick. I'm assuming that it'll end up being the Icicle Spear moveset, so the lockdown tool being able to maneuver, it can do quite a fair bit of damage here.
I love what Now Z Sports has drafted overall, because personally in this series, Kamai and Nows have used the orange side really well to counter Pokemon. So you've had denies on Snorlaxes, on Buzzwoles, now on the Inteleon, which feels really good about the level of gameplay that we have here for 2025, starting here at January Cup for EU, as we know that you have to be very meticulous about how you go on draft. And Kello, Lucario versus Buzzwole, who do you favor?
Oh, that is a really tricky question. At the moment, personally, I'm going to say Buzzwole. I have been quite enjoying playing that Buzzy Boy up in the top path. But as you mentioned earlier, it does have that secure. You also have that Urshifu with that Wicked Blow for their secure. But then going on into a Desu, you know, not playing the Evolution this time round, swish it on up. I mean, Snipe Shot can be quite a great secure as long as it doesn't get blocked like we saw previously.
It's important to know how to get around those abilities, and that's the same thing for Shadow Sneak, it's the same thing for Snipe Shot, it's the same thing. Game 3, Kamai now on the purple side versus Nouns Esports is the final game of this series on winner semi-Skello.
If there is any time for Blaine to go in with an invade, it is now. Going up into a Cubfu in that central area. We know Cubfu ain't the greatest beginning. And you know what? Gek has recognized that, making sure to help them along their way. That way they can get to their level 5 ASAP.
And all the experience here on the side of Nouns Esports is on the Glaceon, as they are alone in their central area. Still a nice read there from Kamai, as you said, denying the evade themselves. Now, Blaine, this time around, could be getting to the Eldegoss quicker because they're not splitting that experience by defending and protecting their own central area.
We do have a little bit of a pushback here. Both, all 4 members below half HP. Just going to recognize to grab some berries, replenish before we do have those 850 birds spawn on and up. But we have both central areas going up into the top path. So a 3v3 up here as we still have Blaine on that Gossifleur.
Plenty of EXP here on the side of Gadlu. That's going to get denied immediately by Kamai as they're still standing, but they're not going to be for longer, as Arayu confirms with that Wicked Blow. The first KO opener here of the game, looking nice and well for Kamai on this first rotation.
Yeah, being able to pick up that experience, but we're looking at the board. 8-minute 30 mark. Only 2 points so far from Kamai, and we do have a fair few Pokemon getting stacks on in for the attack weight. But otherwise, a water gun to the back is going to let a Desu evolve into their fully blown lizard with their Fell Stinger as well. So looking nice and tall there.
Yeah, looking really good for the Inteleon, and of course, Wartortle is going to take a little bit longer as they are going to be the defender and using that EXP share. 8 minutes Swablues, plenty of EXP that gets shared around as they're still trying to push here. 1 KO that goes to Nouns Esports as they could still find Sarayu. No, in the bush, they are going to escape as they could still try to go for a potential aggressive rotation here. Plenty of numbers from Nouns Esports, and they score quite a lot of points. 95-2.
Yeah, that is a lot of points, but that's only 1 attack weight stack for Gatlu because they weren't able to get in those earlier ones, but making sure to take away that Boltoy away from that Umbreon. You got to set it into the backline, but another set of birds have spawned on here, and it looks like Kamai are able to take those bottom ones all for themselves.
Feels really nice going into the first set of first set of Reggies, as they are here on the bot side, maybe going for a potential just clean out of wild Pokemon in their own central area before they actually commit to a full rotation. Now these spots, though, will see this opportunity to start a Regirock themselves, as Adesu can very nicely just zone people out with a Snipe Shot, and not even finding that much space for Gekokami to go and going for the front line. Now the Glacial stage is getting popped, slowing them down. Regirock on 50% backline. Narami is caught between a rock and a hard place. 1 KO that goes down for the side of Nouns as it's still pushing. Regirock will get confirmed by Nouns as they're still pushing here and doing quite a lot of damage. At that, 60s will get taken themselves, and the numbers are not looking good for Kamai.
Oh no, but you've got to give it to Zante here with the snipe shots to just go and burst out. So much damage on Nouns, but they end up getting taken down themselves. Meanwhile, Toon and Blade are at such low HP, and only the 2 defenders left here. They're going to be unable to push, just left to defend. Make sure no further points go on in as we have Nouns pivoting up to that top path.
And it's prime position for Nouns as well, with the top tier 1 taken down, Callow. It's just going to feel really good if they can land it on the top tier 2. Now, maybe too aggressive here on the side of the Buswell, as Godlu is really just between 4 members of the side of Kamai. But they said, well, it just doesn't matter. The Super Soul Slam will find you and will take you back to the Pokemon Center. 2 KO streak for Godlu, as they are now in full control over this objective. And even the Eldegoss, as Blaine is pushing the Shifu away from this area. If this can land on tier 2 pad, it's just amazing. Even if it doesn't, Calor, it's just as good.
I think that's the knowledge that Blaine brings, recognizing that they just have to provide a vision for the other team, making sure there is no chance for Soraya to come in with a steal. But Narami is left on Reggie Alecki duty. No jump pads just yet, as we can see a few fights happen on here. Soraya just caught at the end as Gatlu was able to take him down.
I will say Gadler is on fire on these all-rounders and just doing so much work all around the map. It's crazy. 15 seconds for bottom Reggie to spawn once again. And because you still have Toon and Desu there on the bot side to be able to take down that objective, it's just going to be a potential easy one. But Kamai knows the read. They're gonna go for it themselves as they are gathering around this bottom Reggie. Numbers are equal, so they might have a good opportunity here for Kamai to try to come back, Hello, as they're still trying to catch it with a nice block away, isolating the defender as Bruv is in a very, very bad position. Nap once again, and it just feels like this defender is just doing all the hard work for Kamai, but as soon as the damage dealers arrive, now Esports is feeling so comfortable as they get yet another one with Toon and a glacial stage to lock it down in place as well. And with Sixies in the midst of everything, did they steal it? No, it was close with the Aura Cannon, but it's Galu who confirms the Reggie.
Oh, what an intense battle there, having one of their defenders going on down. I mean, it was, you've got to give it up to Sixies with the attempt with the Aura Cannon to try and get the steal. But once again, Nouns realizing that they have come up on top, they are just going to back away, soak up all of the wild Pokemon experience that is on the fight. But you know what? We're not going to stop here. A wicked below from Soraya to get a bit of revenge from when they previously got taken down.
No, and it's all very nice trying to predict that with the eject button, but it's not going to be enough to confirm it. But it's going to be the Mew instead who does it. Zante will take that one down with Blaine having to do as much healing with his Cotton Puff as possible, as Kamai is getting the first push here for Reggie Alecki. You have the snipe shot that has to be blocked here by Kamai to try to deny this one, but it's 2v4 and it could be too exposed for Nouns. 50% on this Reggie Alecki, and Kello, it might just be a miracle if they can get to steal it when you already have a Wicked Blow. And Soraya just proves it right. When you have the Shifu, you can definitely confirm objectives.
I don't think Nouns are too upset about this, considering they have that Glaceon being able to just shred it on down instantly. So not too much of a threat, but I like how we have Bruv down here looking to defend, and Blaine coming out of the woodwork to go and stop that 40 dunk from Narami as well. No points for you this time round.
20 seconds for the Rayquaza to spawn in final stretch. Just so close. Going into the backline, Godlu is maybe extending themselves a little bit, but they know they have the backup with the snipe shots. Take one down, no defender, no front line. Make it a 2. And even if the Umbreon is running Wish, it is still a defender. They don't have anything that they can do about it. Keller, what's up?
Oh, the way, the knowledge, recognizing that it was so close to the final stretch. Adesu stopped their 50 dunk from going in. That way they could get 100. But look at this, Turnets are getting caught out by the Airborne Fist.
And it looks really good with the Hydro Typhoon as well, getting knocked up into the air. Six is getting chased by Bruv, and a very nice heavy slam with the eject button over the wall there for Gekko. Kami is still pushing, trying to chase down for the Desu. They go invisible close to the walls, but they are going to be able to escape, go back, heal up, as now Kamai will maybe have priority for this push.
Whoa, the thing is, do they even have enough shred? It's 2 defenders plus Zante on the Mew. We already have members of Nouns Esports gathering up into the middle here as a heavy slam and block to just go and disrupt the momentum. And second fight is happening once again.
And it works. It works for Nows going into the backline. Tuna Fury very comfortable, but 2 KO streak that gets confirmed by Casario themselves as the numbers get almost equalized as they're still trying to chase it down. The Ice Cold Spear will also chase you down over just behind the pits. Toon will do damage here on the Rayquaza, but they know they are ahead. They got the little pop-up and they're just waiting on jump pad to see what they're going to be doing about this. Toon is on half HP, so they have to be careful about how they maneuver this. Ice Shards just buffing their autos as Bruv will take the front line, disrupt Kamai away. But now Sixties is on the top side looking for a sneaky dunk as the snipe shot will try to connect onto Gekko Kami as they're still maintaining that front line position. Very nice power nap once again because they got knocked down. The cooldown was so well reduced. They're still standing 1v3, buying so much time, but it still wasn't enough for Kamai as on the bot side, Nouns Esports did so well to score even more. 321 to 186. On the top side, Galu does the same as well, and Nouns Esports will confirm the win in this game 3 of winner semis.
Yes, oh my gosh, what a fight back, being able to just retreat, replenish their HP, win that fight, but even then the recognition to go and dunk in some points of their own, considering Sixes was also able to get in some points. No Rayquaza needed for this fight as Nouns Esports take that game, set and match, and they have locked themselves a spot in the winners finals.
Oh, well. The first team to get that spot confirmed, as you said, Kello, in a very good fashion as well. But Kamai, we have to congratulate them for how they have been playing the macro game. All the rotations were so intense and so good. The timings were spot on. But sometimes it just felt like Nouns with the picks that they had in that composition just felt so well connected. Kamai going to the lower bracket, not out of the competition yet, bumping 60,000 damage, but the constant Nouns Esports double digits on KO and assists really make a difference.
I think one thing I am looking forward to is this highlights package, Soph. I mean, it was such an intense match, quite close fight between them. But yeah, Nouns securing themselves 3 out of the 4 objectives during that fight, being able to just keep that lead throughout it as well, answer back with dunks of their own in that final stretch time, and just recognize that they don't need to risk shredding up that Ray despite having Toon on hand. Just utilizing the Rayquaza more to keep up their shards. That way they can get the big burst in if punch comes to shove.
And it did. It did. And although the effort was so good by Kamai on those pushes to try, as you said, to force out Toon out of position and maybe just get them in lower HP. And truth be told, Saria was confirming some KOs, but still it was just not enough considering the Nouns Esports would definitely spread around that central area, not allowing for the wicked blows to be hitting too many members at the same time. So when they got KOs, it was just one after the other. It wasn't something that was truly a collapse like we saw from Nouns Esports on both compositions, with the Buzzwole, with the Garchomp, with the Greedent. So team fights is still definitely in Nouns prowess.
Definitely. You've got to give it to Toon there as well. Just escaping these team fights, but something, I guess, considering they did have that last pick. The Glaceon pick into this team composition, considering they have those 4 melee brawlers, I mean, the ideal for Kamai Esports is to stick together as like a snowball and make sure they don't get taken down. But the splash damage, the recognition that once you lock on, the splash damage that you can get from the Icicle Shard can be quite intense. I mean, this was obviously very unfortunate here, but the fact that Nouns was still able to hold on up despite 2 of those members getting taken down, it was intense. Definitely a nail biter.
It was, and it felt like it could be anybody's game up until that point. Not in regards to goals in particular, but definitely in how the fights were going. It was very close all around, and I love to see those last few moments on the replays because you get to have that second glance, or like a third perspective on every little detail that happened. And of course, your lovely input as always, Keller, that just makes everything so much more colorful.
I think one of the things as well we noticed in that last highlight is Noun still had their bottom tier 1 pad available. So I think that knowledge to just back on up onto that pad, retreat as necessary and get that reset, that really benefited them going into that final stretch. I mean, it can either be something that is detrimental because, easy back caps on a tier 1, but in that instance, it actually benefited them and allowed them to just heal up and come back. But you know what? Congratulations, Nouns, for progressing on through to the winners final. It isn't over for Kamai Esports just yet here today. There is still that potential for a lower bracket run, but we know those teams down there, they can be quite scary too, so...
They definitely are, and I know that we're going to be covering them pretty soon, so we're going to pop into a quick break to get everybody settled for our next series. So, Keller, everybody watching, keep your seats warm as we're still waiting for our next series of the day on January Cup UCS 2025.
And welcome back, folks, to the UNITE Championship Series January Cup for the European region. I'm Kello. This is Soph. Now, I know EU right now, Soph, is quite cold, considering they're experiencing winter and everything. You and I, though, we're kind of sweating here, not just from the heat, but from these fire matches.
We are. The heat has been cranked up everywhere. Games in my room, in your room, in our countries. It's just very rough sometimes to be in the southern hemisphere, but we're still dealing. We're going to be okay, because next match will be Lelovers versus Absolute Cinema. So we're going into the lower bracket, and it's very important for these teams, because it's the first round of your finals, to actually make the series, or else you're out of the competition.
I think that's the scary thing. There's no more safety net left for either of these teams. So if they are to make it on through, well, they have to win. But I guess in terms of where these two teams have come from, Lelovers were able to defeat Los Duros 2-0 as well. So that's why they're going up into Absolute Cinema there, who actually ended up being defeated by Drill Peckers 2-0. You know what's funny? The set that we watched, that was the only 2-1 set. Everybody else, 2-0.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I think a little birdie, maybe called Relic, might have said, I think all of the series so far might be 2-0, and I think Nels versus Kamai might be the 2-1. And I guess our lovely caster and host here was correct. And to be fair, Keller, I couldn't have asked for better. That series was so good to watch.
Oh, 100%. And I feel like this one is going to be Absolute Cinema as well. We've had Cinema here. We've seen them before, but those folks that aren't actually familiar with them, we've seen them here in the top 8 before. So I guess going back on through who's on their team before we go into the draft: Daddy Leon, Indigo, Nils, Laura, and Lugi. No, it's not Dodo this time round.
Oh, not Dodo. Right, so we have a couple of switch rounds on plenty of teams. Speaking of switch around, I was not expecting it, did not have it on my bingo card, to have an Absol band, but sometimes it happens. They're called target bands, right, Keller?
Speaking of target bands, I mean, it's not just the Absol, but Mewtwo Y in this economy? A Mewtwo Y band? I guess you don't want to pair that up with a Blissey, right? You've got to take that threat. But speaking of threats on the field, Umbreon and Miraidon being picked on up for Absolute Cinema at first. I mean, I love Potato on this Garchomp, but even then, like, Garchomp, first pick, what is happening?
Yeah, well, it's, as we said, there's the target band there from the Absol, and to be fair, the target pick for Potato has always been a good Garchomp, so I'm not really surprised. We have been mentioning how it has been growing in priority and popularity, especially when you have a Blissey that you can confirm in your side. We'll see as well a Mew, maybe or maybe not, in that attacker with EXP share, as we saw in the previous series. And on the side of Absolute Cinema, it's the Umbreon plus Miraidon, so one of those, or actually two of those priority picks already confirmed as well, alongside a Buzzwole and a Clefable,
I think that's what's really interesting. Clefable is a supporter that we haven't really seen a lot of the past 2 cups. So it seems to have been rising once again in popularity, I guess because of the AoE healing that it provides with that Moonlight, especially if you have that front tanking composition with a Buzzwole, Blaziken, and an Umbreon. They're really just going to have to try and group together to really get the maximum benefit out of those AoE healing.
And to be honest, when you have an Eldegoss that does AoE healing as well with a Cotton Buff, it's interesting how they went for this one in particular, considering that we know that Moonlight hasn't been as impactful as it has been in the past. Speaking of not as impactful as it has been in the past, that Blaziken also feel like fills that spot quite a bit, but still very good and reliable in regards to confirm objectives, just like the Urshifu that we saw in the previous game with the Dark Bear Wicked Blow build. We'll see if that's going to be the same case here for Lelovers, but overall, interesting interesting picks, a couple of staples, but also a couple of, wild cards that have been selected on both sides. We'll see how those are going to fare on the battlefield, because we know that that's what matters. So into game one of La Lovas versus Absolute Cinema, I want to see how these early games are gonna go, because when you have Buzzwole, it's always going to be a little bit tricky.
Yes, I mean, they are stacking those attack weight stacks, so whether they're going to be able to do that earlier on, but I'd say they're going up into a Gibble, up in that top path, but there we go. So heading on up into our first game, as you mentioned, Lelovers on the purple side, Absolute Cinema on the orange side.
Interesting already, as well, none of the teams have decided to go for invades or counter invades for themselves as yet. Going for a very good stance here on the Miraidon, as you can have priority as you don't need to evolve. Same could be said here on the top side, but it's Kaizen who's going to go for a sneaky steal. Don't manage to get them and will steal the berries instead.
Steal the berries, also send those backline Bunnelbees up forward for some potential steals as well. Just denying, keeping that pressure on as you might end up pinging your teammates, right? It's that early aggression that Lelovers are demonstrating right now.
And it looks good. It looks like for Lelovers, as we mentioned, when you have Buzzwole and Miraidon, both of those Pokemon feeling very comfortable in the early game as not having to evolve. Now going out to the stop side here, trying to get that Wicked Blow lined up, and it looks really nice for Snow, as most of the EXP goes to the side of Lelovers, as Potato is now going to be that tier 2 evolution and gathering the EXP as much as possible, pushes them in, and now they're going to be caught between a rock and a hard place. The Umbreon with the mean look will try to escape. They push in a little bit, but the K opener goes to Lelovers.
There's a pivot down into that bottom path. Clefable able to get in 5 points. Has that Moonlight on hand, but they still end up getting taken down to an Electro Ball. But they've also got to get those early level dunks on in, considering they have the special attack specs. So once again, trying to maximize these heals as more dunks come in from Lelovers side, leading this pad on 18 points.
64 already scored by Lelovers. Feels really nice. 8-minute mark was confirmed here by the side of Lelovers once again, as their rotation was very spot on timing, as now Nitz is trying to get, with the mean look, some sort of space created, but when you don't have your backline to do damage, your defender can only just escape.
I guess just do defendery things, right? Just be in there, create a presence, not look at getting knocked on out. But we have Niels diving on in, stealing. Oh, no, they didn't end up stealing that. Potato has full pockets, so the Eos energy ended up falling on the ground instead. But once again, we're ready for these 720 birds, and it looks like Potato's going to do what the Blaziken did previously.
Yeah, now looking interesting here as you can push them in, as your Garchomp's still looking to get that final evolution. 30 points that get scored and looking really nice for Absolute Cinema. They take one, and now the Blissey will have to be careful. Now Kaizen going to go on the retreat. So many points scored, trying to get as many of those stacks as you've mentioned, as Lelovers on the bot side decide to take the objective for themselves. First Regice is theirs. Absolute Cinema take the Regilate.
So objectives either side. Also got to point out that little pop-up into the bottom screen. How cool was that? We got to see a Reg Ice spawn before we actually pivot on over there.
Really good, really nice. Toast looking very interested here for the... Oh, actually, for some reason I thought they were invading. No, they're just trying to guarantee their own meals, and their EXP is on the bot side. Absolute Cinema is trying to get this tier 1 taken down, just so as they did on the top side. Very nice Blissful Assistance that comes through as well, as you go with the Airborne Fist, looking to get even more, as the first KO has been confirmed for Lelovers, as they are on 8 points for this tier 1 to take down here on the side of Absolute Cinema. Very nice zone that can be created with the Solar Beam plus Light Screen, as it's still pushing them in with a nice Horn Leech from Marv to push them into the wall. Now going with a Super Slow Slam, and the objective of taking the defender down is still ticking. That is a Trevenant that does not go down, and they escape.
You've got to give it up to Marv. They're using a great Horn Leech to just go and replenish that HP, escaping with just a hair of their HP. They're back at full health here, and now they have the space to go and take all of the wild Pokemon experience on the field for themselves.
Sometimes it's just silly what a Trevenant can do with that lifesteal, right? It's crazy. 25 seconds for bottom Reggie to spawn once again, and it might just be a trade of objectives all around here, Kelly.
Yeah, trade of objectives, 25 seconds as you mentioned, but 15 seconds until that basement Reggie. We can see that 3 members of Absolute Cinema are lurking about as both defenders from either side are just trying to play tussle with each other. But, oh, Nails locking in Marv in that mean look and scoring in front of their face. They do end up paying the price, though, with a wicked blow to the face.
Yeah, well, a couple of points for not having your front liner for your Regirock fight. It's a trade that Olivers is going to feel very comfortable with, as they are still so powerful here on the bot side with as many points as they have. Ebon Fist into the backline, but a TP, or that tier 1 getting taken down as well, and Cafable getting a fly back to their home base, as on the top side, Absolute Cinema, as they have taken the tier 1 bad, will go with the Regieleki that gets defended by Lolovers.
I think that's the brilliance of the fun thing with Clefable, the Wonder Wish to get 1 of 6 moves, and I think Fly actually ended up being the one that they needed to get an escape out of getting KO'd, but looks like we have 4v4 down in that bottom path. No, Regieleki ends up making up into the tier 2, considering Potato was able to deal with that quite quickly.
It's a Garchomp, right? And Potato is a very excellent Garchomp at that. But on the top side, there's still one tier 1. Well, actually, on both sides, you have the opposite ends of the map with that tier 1 pad still being up, which is something you've mentioned that going into the final stretch can be both an advantage or a disadvantage, depending on how both teams are going to play them. The collapsing hero on the middle side of the area with Snow managing to get so much damage onto Indigo and just escaping as if nothing happened. Well, Shifu things, I guess.
It was definitely a risky maneuver, and the fact that they found Snow lurking in the bush, whether they actually knew what they were coming into or not, I'm unsure, but I guess because of the failed attempt with the invade, instead they're just going to soak up all of these birds that are over on their side and clean the map, because currently there's hardly any yellow dots right now.
I was just gonna say the same, as the Swablues actually spawned on the bot side as well, were taken by the Trevenant, so Marv is gonna clean up those and guarantee even more EXP. Speaking of, that is Potato on a level 14 Garchomp, which is something very scary, but differently from what you would imagine, maybe trying to contest on objectives. Marv, or actually Potato rather, is on the top side, as they are confident that Lalovas is gonna take with that teammate the Registeel, and maybe they can contest it on the top side. Interesting read here by Lalovas.
I think it's just interesting all around throughout the whole match. Absolute Cinema not even trying to contest that basement Reggie, instead focusing on getting every single Regieleki. What is going to be of more benefit, though? A Regieleki crashing on into tier 2, or having that boosted attack and special attack buff because of that Registeel being secured? I mean, these solar beams from a distance, they're going to chip out quite a fair bit of damage from Blaziken and not Dodo there, and Potato trying to work them out of the bushes. They're gonna go on in.
Looking very comfortable here, as on the backside, you have that Livid Outrage that forces out the eject button, but the Solar Beam will still catch them out, and Miraidon is out of the fight. No Charge Beams to deal that chip damage away. Bliss Assistance onto the Trevenant, getting them even healthier, and that Rayquaza has not reset this far. Look at the damage that they can come through here with the Mystical Mirage as well, and they're going to be absolutely wrecking the objective. Lalovas take this one, and Potato with a 2KO streak, feeling mighty comfortable about this push.
Oh, 22 and a 40 from Marv as well. Daddy Leon not even able to stop in those dunks with the jump pad. We can see Snow has 50 AOS energy on hand as well, charging up that wicked blow, taking care of that Miraidon, and charging on forward, just trying to make this gap in points even further. A ton of points going to home base.
Looking really good. 611 to 150. There's still a tier 2 zone, so most of those points were scored on home base. And Lalovers is just taking this to a whole next level. Level 15 on 3 members, plus a 14 on the defender is not something you see at any point of Unite, but that is exactly where Lalovers are right now, Gallo.
Yeah, that is the level that you want to be. The maximum damage, especially when we still have a shield on hand for some of these members as well. Umbreon and Blaziken end up getting taken down, but I mean, with 17 seconds left to go, it's pretty safe to say there's not a lot that Absolute Cinema can do for the rest of this match. It is a best of 3 though, so it isn't over for them just yet, as we have Lelovers potentially looking to reach that 1,000-point threshold. Have they done it, Soph?
Ha ha ha. Well, let's see if that was the case, because to be fair, they had so many gubbins and they had such a huge lead. Close. 47 away from that 1,000 threshold. It feels very nice for the Lovers right now, especially when they came from on the back of a 2-0 versus Los Duros. It just feels like they are ready. 11 knockouts for Toast. It just feels like you didn't even feel that those KOs were going to the Mew, but I guess they were.
The unsuspecting Mew in the backline, dishing out 98k damage is absolutely insane. And I guess that's the thing. You look at Absolute Cinema's composition. They couldn't really get into the backline, so they were just free to just poke on out here and there, as we saw demonstrated during that final stretch. You chip away enough damage from those frontliners. There's not really a lot they can do because it's too risky to dive on in at half HP. And I don't think Indigo's Moonlight was really enough to go and replenish that quickly. So, you know, Lelovers taking the opportunity, recognizing that, to just go in with the rip.
Oh, look at this flat line up until final stretch. That's crazy, Kello. Wow. And you've mentioned it throughout the match. It was such a just a constant trade of objectives everywhere across the map with bottom Reggies, Regielekis, and we actually had 3 Regielekis and 3 bottom Reggies being done in this game. So basically the most that you could have done in regards to those objectives overall. And I am actually very interested to see how Absolute Cinema is going to change things up for this one, because as much as, yes, I feel like the Clefable might have been not as great as an Elder Goss at this point in the meta, they were still matching the amount of healing that the Blissey was dishing. The problem is when you have this composition for the lovers, when the backline is just doing so much damage, as with Toast in the Mew, it required so much more damage from the Miraidon that wasn't right there.
No, they weren't able to actually get on into the back line and take him out. I mean, you know, there were some pretty good fights either side. I mean, considering the graph, it was a pretty close match between them. Very much back and forth. I mean, you know, Absolute Cinema, it's honestly, like, it's hard to say. Oh, gosh, I remember that was disgusting, just the dunk. I guess that's the thing. With this Miraidon, it went the charge beam build, so would an Electro Drift potentially been better to try and get into the backline towards the Mew?
Well, it's an interesting point, but at the same time, I feel like they would have had such a hard time trying to get to the backline.
Yeah.
Because it might have just been a 1-for-1 situation where you go into the backline, you take the Mew, but then you also get taken yourself. I don't know, considering you have the Bliss Assist, very risky, yeah. Just high risk, high reward, and when you have the Blissey, and you already have an Urshifu that was very, very powerful, especially with Wicked Blow. If you got in close to the Mew, the Wicked Blow was just like ready to throw punches, right?
Oh, 100%. But even then, it's, you know, you try to get towards Toast in the backline. You have to answer to Snow. You have to answer to Marv with those Horn Leeches. But even with a Potato and the Dragon Rushes. So there was, you know, that protection around Toast. The president there just being able to poke on in for free. So the question is as well, like, do they need to find something that has a little bit more dive? Whether that be, I mean, we've seen previously a Talonflame, potentially a Leafeon pick might also work in a well to try and get into that backline. That's if Toast ends up going Mew again at this time round, though.
I love the shout out there for the Leafeon because I was personally myself thinking of a Glaceon, where in the evolutions, yours of course going for the full dive and actually being on top of the enemy carry, and with the Glaceon still maintaining a distance, but knowing that the move is going to hit with those Ice Cold Spears. So that could have been also a choice, but as you said, it all depends on the fact that we are going to see Toast or not back on the Mew. And to be honest, well, we know that sometimes when something just works out that well, you just repeat it. It might just be the opportunity for Absolute Cinema to try to read it in a different way, try to deny it, or counter it in a different way. But we know as well that this was the first game that we saw an Absol plus Mewtwo Y ban, which is crazy. And it was from Lalovers themselves, so,
Actually, speaking of that, Absol would also be a good answer to try and get into the backline as well. So, you know, that respect ban, Absol is quite unusual, so there must be an Absol player on there lurking about. Whether that's going to be set on free or not this time round, don't think there is too much of a threat besides potentially an Umbreon ban this time around. But, you know, all of our answers, all of our questions will soon be answered shortly as we are going to head on into our draft. But Soph, it's risky for Absolute Cinema here because there's no safety net underneath. This is the lower quarters after all, so they really have to try and buckle down, keep cool, calm and collected, and see what they can answer back with into Lelovers here.
And it feels like Absolute Cinema just know how powerful Potato can be on a Garchomp. But they weren't even the ones with the most damage on the side of Lalova, so it's definitely a respect bend over there. The Trevenant, such a good call. I feel like it's sometimes risky and a little bit debatable if you are just going to go for a different defender that is outside of the meta when you go for the bend phase. But if they played well, and to be fair, Marv was just so good in how they were creating space that I guess it's warranted. First pick though for Absolute Cinema, a Mimikyu.
Mimikyu for their side, but Blissey and Umbreon over on the side of Lelovers. So if we thought that Marv's Trevenant was disruptive enough, I mean, we saw it previously, that mean look can be quite mean, but ooh, is this why Mewtwo ended up getting banned last round? Because Daddy Leon has selected that up, but they're missing their partner in crime, the Blissey over on the other side. We know the helping hand Mewtwo Y basic attack can be quite scary to come into.
Oh yes, and I don't know if this indicates a trick hooper, but it could. I don't know, it could. But it's still a very interesting, as you said, choice as they go for the Clefable again here for the side of Absolute Cinema. Truth be told, not that much of a huge synergy between them and the Mewtwo Y, but I guess they're just going to fulfill their usual healer support category, as the last pick is the Buzzwole, and Lalova's looking for a potential second all-rounder here with the Zacian getting confirmed. Oh, their composition is nasty actually.
This Zacian pick is actually quite interesting considering it is one of the ones that got hit with a nerf in that small little patch that we had a little later in the year. So Metal Claw ended up getting nerfed. Whether we're actually going to see that being picked on up and whether it is still viable or whether it's going to be more of a Sacred Sword, I guess going on into Buzzwole, Snorlax, Mimikyu, I mean even the Mewtwo Y. Sacred Sword could still be beneficial considering they are still quite brawly, and Mewtwo Y is their only range here.
And it's not that much of a range either if you compare it to the Mew, of course. So yeah, it's going to heavily rely on having those brawlers doing well in the early game so they can actually grow up and just speed up the curve in how they're going into mid to late game, because when you have Zacian, it's just difficult to come through as they don't have to evolve, and having a Pocket Blissey as well to play around on the top side is very dangerous. The one thing they could try to punish could be the Serena on the snow.
Yeah, I noticed that. Zarina also getting some play here. An all-rounder that we don't really see being picked up very often, but I think this actually ties in pretty well going up into a Buzzwole. We know with its passive there just to go and reduce some of the crowd control that it has, but also the lockdown potential that it has with its own Unite move. But so if we're going on in here, Absolute Cinema on purple, Lullovers on orange this time around.
And that coaching that we've mentioned is so powerful in the early game is actually going to be the move here, as they are a Chansey plus Mew in the central area, as Nils was trying to find an opportunity to invade, as on the top side, Potato is just feeling very much comfortable on that Zacian, trying to get as much EXP as possible, as Laura is still trying to reach that level 5 to go into enemy sides.
Yeah, you can see it. Pressure is on. Little dunks here and there, considering we do have a few stackers over on this side. But I think it's unusual. Normally we see Buzzwole heading up into that top path, but opting for this bottom side. Marv, really low, is going to get in there. 12 points. Is it going to give him their evolution? It does. It means they end up dodging some moves and able to grab themselves a berry too.
We know that Marv has some moves on those defenders, and the Umbreon is not going to be an exception, going to the top side here, trying to get as much as possible, and Nils paying for it massively. Focus Bend is going to get popped in the Electro Ball to finish it as well, as that is the K opener of your game, going to Toast, once again doing really well on the Mew.
Oh, it is going to be a Safeguard Blissey this time round. So some extra protection for that Zacian and Zarina, who are going to be diving on into that front line. But it looks like we have a bit of a invade attempt from the Mimikyu, but up against 3, fortunately, there's just no chance there.
What a lovely read for Lullovers to notice that Mimikyu was going to try to do even more there, but they were straight backing up on the defense, and that just allows them to not just get the KO, but guarantee they were going to be in a lovely spot for the 8-minute birds. Your central area totally dominated by Lullovers, and that EXP just keeps on growing. But Absolute Cinema also did really well at that on their own right, with level 7 across Mimikyu and Buzzwole.
Yeah, having those 2 level 7s, so we can see Zarina has also just ticked over to level 7 as well. So has opted for that trope kick maneuver. It is going to slow those opponents that end up going on into it, but also dish out some damage as well. So they're going to pivot down into the bot path, as Indigo has 2 points. They're not going to be able to dunk that, considering 3 members of Lullovers are lurking about.
XP has to be popped. Oh, and a trick room on this Mimikyu. Looking very interesting here of a strategy, as they're still trying to push here with 3v2. Looking to go for this arena that has to pop the XP themselves. And Indigo still trying to get that 2, get that 3, and get that EXP, as they're trying to go for the backline once again with the berries. They're not going to escape, I don't think, if you can stop it, and you cannot stump it, I guess, with Absolute Cinema now going out for this bottom. Reggie, the Mew, almost takes it, but it's still going to be the side of Absolute Cinema with not Dodo, who guarantees this one, Kello.
That was a great attempt with that Solar Beam, but you know what? Just the secure from not Dodo to give them that HP regeneration, considering it was that Reg Ice. Lullovers, they're realizing there isn't really much value down in this bottom path, so they're going to just pivot up to the top half, leave Marv to their own devices, and go and get some little dunks of their own and protect the bottom pad.
Can we talk about the level 10 on the Mimikyu right now? Because that is crazy of an advantage there for Laura, as they are in heavy position here on the top side. The trick room just allowing them to maneuver, and the sacred sword coming in as well, but Potato's going to get taken down on their own right, with the Queen of Sin is getting the Mimikyu up into the air, but there's straight up countered with the heavy slam. The power nap that can come through as well. No, actually not yet available, as they get once again another knock-up, and the Serena still getting themselves out of the fray, as they have so much of their healing and their shielding on their passive, as there's still going to be some tension, but not really confirming any KOs thus far.
You've got to really give it up to Kaizen there, providing the safeguards that way. Snow is able to make it on out of there. But this is the thing, the maneuverability that this trope kick provides. I must say the Trick Room Mimikyu, though, was a great answer to that, considering it does the opposite when in that Trick Room. The trope kick slowing, well, if they end up popping that in, they're actually going to be sped on up, especially with the Sacred Sword. A little bit of an attempt for a dive, but once again, Safeguard coming in clutch. Nils not able to make anything happen.
Laura is still dealing some damage back here as they are 2v3, but now with Buzzwole coming through as well. They could contest this Regieleki, and as we have been mentioning, the tension grew, but no objectives were taken on the top side of the map. The Heavy Slam doesn't connect there onto Umbreon as the carries are starting that Regieleki. The Absolute Cinema with 30% left there on the objective themselves, and a Super Soul Slam that goes into the backline, but doesn't really connect onto, well, actually, it connects a little bit, but not going to take the rest of Lalovas as they have reconvened, and the numbers will make them successful as they take the Regieleki themselves, but still 42 points on this zone goal.
This is really risky. They do have some Unite moves on hand, and it is left on a 42, but they're recognizing that the risk is too high, so instead they're just going to make it their way downtown. Snow recognizing that not Dodo is there, not going to be able to get their 40, but there is a basement Reggie, a second Reg Ice on the field.
Double the points though for Absolute Cinema could create a difficult position as they are getting into the backline there with not Dodo being a nuisance on the bus, while Indigo doing really well with their Follow Me, and is going to get confirmed by Lalovas actually with Toast on the Mew as they are going to deny the objective from Absolute Cinema, who's still trying to find way in this fight, but Snow is looking so aggressive on this arena, especially when you had the extra bit of buff from the Bliss assistance. They're going to disengage for the moment, but things are very much equal in how they are fighting for the team fights.
I mean, they are looking equal. The points are quite close, but one thing that does stick out like a sore thumb is those level 12s on the side of Lalovas. Two of them in comparison to the one on the Mimikyu. A little snaky dunk there from Kaizen is running those special attack specs, so maybe just trying to get in those final ones before that final stretch. But the thing is, really risky. Do they get out here?
Well, I guess they do. They even use the XP and they're going to be fine. A nice knock up there onto Snow, who uses that berry to get away even faster. 20 seconds for Regieleki on the top side, Kello, as both teams know that this is so important to either defend if you are Absolute Cinema or take if you're Lalovas. Now they're going out for a very deep, aggressive push. Snow doing so much with the stomp as well, and now Dodo's going to get taken down themselves. They were trying to collapse on Toast, but they were not able to do so. The Heavy Slam does get them into the air, but it delays the inevitable as they are still getting into Regieleki, ripping it at the speed of light with 15 seconds odd to go for Rayquaza.
Lalovas have a fire burning in their heart. They're only one match away before progressing on through that loser's side. They do not want to send it to a round 3. They want to take this as a clean sweep. The thing is, as you mentioned, it's really close in points. All members have their Unite moves on hand. Nils is going to go in for the Heavy Slam. However, it doesn't end up connecting, but we can see Backcap's Arena is going to dunk, so Absolute Cinema, they're going to go on in.
Oh, they need to go in because they have the numbers advantage, but this arena from Zoe is on the back line, and they could go for a little sneaky push of a flank. Now you have the Cyburn coming through by the Mewtwo, but they are still not going to be able to ditch as much damage as possible. Snow is still standing out very strong. Marv is going to escape once again. What a slippery defender for Lalovas, but Absolute Cinema is standing with just one member down, and it would mean that they need to flip this. They start doing the Rayquaza. They're pushing out. The Solar Beam is doing so much damage into the backline. Snow is going to take them down, and with another one, they chase for Nils, and over the pit, Laura is going to get chased with a 3 KO streak for the Zacian, and Rayquaza is going to get taken by Lalovas with a little bit of a fancy Sovereign Sword just to seal the deal, and Lalovas with the advantage are going to go for the win.
They're going to go for the win. 50 seconds left to go. 2 members of Absolute Cinema is still down. A 35 and a 50 at double points. And you see the Zacian also rushing on forward just to make that gap even even harder to climb. But you've got to say, the power of the Sacred Sword on Potato, wiping out 3 members during that team fight is insane. I mean, it really benefited them having Absolute Cinema clumped up together.
It surely does, even for the stomp as well there from Snow. And we gotta mention how Snow was surviving so much on those team fights, and it's all on the back of that life steal and those shields that come through from the Serena's passive, as they're still going to go for an extra little bit of points if they can. But it is a win, a 2-0 for Lelovers as they advance in the lower bracket.
Congratulations, Lelovers. Your run isn't over just yet. It's not Lelovers for you. Right, it's Lel Govers? I don't know. I'm trying to think of something, but
I am gonna pat your head. Okay, I'm patting your head. Okay. you had a good intention, and I love you. So yes, that was wonderful.
Oh, but you know what? There we go. Those 3 KOs at the end. Potato picking up 5 KOs overall. I think looking at the stats here, though, so like it is quite low in terms of the KOs and the assists, right? So not a lot of. I mean, it felt like there was a lot of fighting between these teams, but maybe it's just that recognition for either side to not dive in too deep and provide comeback experience when getting really low on that HP.
And it's something that, to be honest, wasn't happening that much for Lelovers on Snow. The HP was not going down like we saw from Marv on the Trevenant. It was very similar. And unfortunately there, I felt like, for example, the Trick Room wasn't as impactful because personally I kept looking at the side of Lelovers and I'm like, who is actually doing just the soft control with the slow for the Trick Room to be useful? It was basically just that Serena. So maybe if you had more damage and more follow-up with the Shadow Sneak, it would have been better. Leon as well, because they didn't have either the attack speed increase with the Helping Hand or the Trick Hooper. It felt like they were also getting a little bit behind on how they were ditching damage. And unfortunately, Absolute Cinema, although very close all throughout this series, didn't get to do it at the end to take us to a game 3.
No, we saw on the graph that it was so close, and really it came down to securing that Rayquaza so they could just jump up in points. So, I mean, it really, came down to that team fight. I think having that Blissey over on Lelover's side really benefited them. Having that paired up with Zarina and Zarshan as they dove on in, and there we go, clumping them up together, laying down that Sacred Sword, doing some damage. I mean, it was a bit of a tricky situation here. The Mewtwo stun.
It was good. It was good of an attempt. I was very just excited about that infinite sideburn, but unfortunately when I saw it, they were down themselves and I said, oh, Keller. Oh, what's gonna be for Absolute Cinema?
I think coming back in, you could see majority of them were knocked out or low HP, and coming back for that second team fight. Absolute Cinema, I guess, recognizing they are the ones that are behind. So because of that Zarina back cap, right? Zarina back cap, they thought they did technically win that first fight, right? Getting some KOs of themselves, but would it have been better? It's a risk. Do you rip Rayquaza? Do they even have enough rip considering Daddy Leon on the Mewtwo was down? Or do they back up and replenish their HP pool because it just allowed Lelovers to come on in that second time and finish the job?
It's so difficult of a choice because you have like that split second to actually make the decision. And I think at that point, they had to try and do something. And unfortunately, if you gave time for Snow to heal, for Marv to heal, for Toast to heal, it was just... It would be over anyway, so it was so difficult to navigate. And as you highlighted, I think it's so spot on. That Serena back half was very important to actually set the pace for the final stretch in advantage for Lelovers. And personally, overall, Snow was just so impactful for me in this game in particular. And just like Toast was on the Mew in the previous game of this series as well.
I think what's funny as well is I normally wouldn't recommend a back cap, right? Especially when you don't have a hooper on your side. You don't have that instant comeback with the Unite move to create that portal. But despite, my resistance towards back cap, as you mentioned, you've got to give credits to Snow to set that tempo, the pace, that pressure for Absolute Cinema to dive on in, and then Lelova's just going in and winning that fight. But congratulations to them once again for continuing on through Absolute Cinema. Their road is over for the January Cup, but you know what? Top 8, quite an amazing feat to make nonetheless. So it isn't over just yet. I mean, over for us right now, as we're going to take ourselves a quick break. But after this break, we are going to bring in Relic and Draku with your next matches. So hang tight. We'll be back shortly.
Hey, thank you. Great work. Yeah. Thank you.
Our server is connected to US West, so just a heads up for Relic in case you need to change it. Yeah.
Oh. Guess it was just changed. Well, okay. Good luck, everyone. Take care.
Hello friends and welcome back to the UNITE Championship Series. It's the January Cup. Banger after banger, it seems. As Lelovers progress through the lower bracket, we're about to find out their opponents. We being myself, Relic, joined by Draku. Draku, Gen 5, Kamayi Esport. They have faced each other once before this season, back when Kamayi was a Panyan. That was a 2-0 in favor of Gen 5. But here's the thing. Gen 5 are down here, starting in the lower bracket, because they messed up in the qualifiers, losing to 0 scrims. There's a mistake in this squad, which will give Kamayi cause for hope.
Yeah, Gen 5 continuously falling just a little bit short at getting that #1 placement in both of these events that we've had so far. Of course, losing to Nouns Esports, the proverbial #1, but looking at these two teams, this is definitely, in my opinion, #2 and #3 in today's event. Again, Kamai Esports have a couple of roster changes, picking up Sixies, picking up Zante, definitely rounding out this team, I think, in a much better way, Relic.
Sure, I think the loss of Leorio is big. I think that they are one of the most explosive players in EU, but Zante brings with him a lot more experience than Leorio in terms of UCS caliber play. The Sixies, of course, we know them well from their times previously with, I guess, most notably Nouns Esports, perhaps a conflict there in the shot calling role with Gatlu. Great to see them back, looking good. And 3 defenders banned out, including that Slowbro we were talking about in pre-show, Draco.
Yeah, many Pokemon that we're talking about as Pokemon to watch. That Slowbro, Umbreon had a lot of shouts in the previous events. Blissey, again, one of the best supporters in the game, might be the best supporter in the game with that Hoopa being banned out, but lots of offensive threats on the side of Kamai Esports able to be selected here. Sixies did really well in the previous set with that Buzzwole. Might see that once again.
Now, interestingly, Psyduck might be falling through not just the ban phase, not just the first pick for Gen 5, but the first picks for Kamai Esport as well. A sign of the times, perhaps, as players get more used to dealing with the threat. A strong front line for Gek in Snorlax. Of course, you've got that presumably charge beam Miraidon there, but finally the Psyduck will be picked up by Qatar. Looking at Megu, usually an all-rounder, with this player looking to lock themselves in nice and early, and it's the Buzzwole. No, never mind. Quick switch to the Shifu. We've seen a lot of that today as well.
Yeah, it's hard to say what this Miraidon is going to be going there, but with that Shedinja doll, one of the newest battle items to be added to Pokemon Unite, leads me to believe it's going to be an Electro Drift Miraidon. Of course, we won't know who the pilot of the Pokemon will be until we get to that load screen, but a Pokemon that, in my opinion, is something that we are continuously seeing doing so well, Relic, is this Garchomp. Doing so well in that top lane position, doesn't require any stacks, exerts so much pressure through all stages of the game. I'm loving this Pokemon right now.
And it matches well against Zacian. Megu, I think, more of a comfort pick than anything. But here comes Lunda with the wild card. The A9, let me tell you, as a Garchomp main myself, bane of my existence, this thing. Received a buff a couple of patches ago, didn't it? Which, combined with its snow warning passive, combined with the rather susceptively high damage it can deal out as well, there's a lot to be worried about if you're Sixies. Rounding out the roster here, Kamai with the Mew, not running support, no need to, with an Eldegoss and Snorlax, and we did see that attack Mew used to great effect in the previous series, Toast with plenty of damage.
I want to go back to some of these attackers. We can see that the Miraidon going back to what it looks like to be the Charge Beam Miraidon. They now have an eject button instead of the Shedinja dolls we saw before, probably trying to counteract this Alola Ninetales, trying to go range for range, just using the range of the Charge Beam to maybe do a little bit more damage into this Alola Ninetales, and quite canon to the main series game. Just to piggyback off of what you're saying as a Garchomp main, 4 times super effective from Ice type abilities. Of course, typing doesn't matter in Pokemon Unite, but nonetheless so effective at that mid-range, at stunning, providing that status condition of freeze into anything in that mid-range. Very difficult Pokemon to deal with, but they have adapted perfectly by pulling out the Charge Beam Miraidon.
Could you imagine if type weaknesses and so many Pokemon in the mud immediately? But let's not worry about what could be in terms of theoreticals. Let's think about what's going to happen now on Thea Sky Ruins. We got that Urshifu. It's in the hands of Yutao, one of the best Urshifu players that you'll find worldwide. No doubts about that. But we talk a lot about this backline access, Draku. Are they able to access the Mew with the multiple layers of walk through that component of the Elder, then the Garchomp, then on top of that, the Miraidon with the as you acutely found. It's a really interesting couple of compositions here as we enter game 1.
Gen 5 going to be sending the Blissey into the central area, Zacian heading up to that top path. On the side of Kamai Esports, we have another auto attacker in that top lane with the Gibble. Of course, 2 auto attackers in the top lane, not really needing to stack. It's really interesting to see these 2 Pokemon going head to head. You would think a sword would be able to slay this dragon, but it is quite a mighty little guy, isn't it?
He is a mighty little guy. K-Opener going to Sarayu, who rotates onto the top path, and Kamai summoning Nuisance wherever they go. A little bit of a snap in the enemy central area. That's going to be cut short by Utah, who quickly responds. But Kamai with some early presence, and Sixie's already moments away from Gabite.
Yeah, I mean, level 5 on that guy already getting access to that Dragon Rush, really good tool for displacement relic. Once these birds head onto the field, gotta watch out for that Gabite, can pull you to the right side of the field away from your team.
Snow Warning and Lunda there. Oh, interesting. Got the alternate build. So not running the Blizzard Avalanche necessarily, but also no longer part of this conversation. KO'd in the meantime, allows for a little quick stack there on the Snorlax, I believe that was Gecko Kami. And now surrounding that indeed a little bit more EXP into the pool.
Mew's actually heading into the central area. You can see the notification on your screen there. Gabite continuing to exert pressure as a stage 2 evolution Pokemon. You would think that other Pokemon, for example, like Tyranitar, Metagross, Gengar, get an evolution at level 9. Well, Garchomp can actually exert pressure at all stages of the game. That auto attack pressure this Pokemon can exert can be so impactful, getting some really surprising early game KOs.
Sixties and Narami combining really well, and this shows with Gen 5 fully focusing on the birds. No Evos just yet, but a couple of level ups in the meantime. Beams flying everywhere. Sacred Sword going down. But Sixties, the life support has been turned off here as Blissey is able no longer to save it. In fact, they got to focus on saving themselves. They don't. Kamai Esports running riot, and the heavy slam, the body slam, fells aside a 2 KO streak. Apparently, Sorayu stole the KO on that occasion. 86-0, 19 points, the first point scored from Gen 5. Really impressive from Kamai opening stages, though.
Yeah, I mean, when you take a look at these team compositions, the tempo, especially in this early game, definitely in favor of Gen 5. Really strong early game presence from all 5 team members of Gen 5, but Kamai Esports finding a win in this early game, really beneficial for this Garchomp that scales at level 9. If they're winning in this early game, they're definitely going to be winning in the mid to late game.
Focus to our first set of objectives then, and rotates down to the bottom side. What is this remote stadium? Is Dreadnought back in town? No, it's Reg Ice, but it's equally as coveted. Bit of a slower rotate for Kamai as Gen 5 go for the rip. Potential snipe away with the solar beam, and that's exactly what happened. And look at the charge beam, further oppression onto this Gen 5 squad. Bright Future Meteor Swarm goes down as well. They're not going to punish London. They're focusing on this zone. They're focusing on Utah. Body slam, and there's the block as well. 30 points go down for Sorayu, another 5 onto the stacks for Narami. Meanwhile, top path, Gabite evolved into Garchomp and taken Regieleki as well. What a perfect phase here for Kamai Esports. Damage done to Gen 5 and their hopes.
Oh, Kamai Esports is taking control of this game. You know, that is a really strong securing tool on the side of Gen 5. That Wicked Blow, so powerful at securing objectives. You can see getting the knockout there on the Garchomp. But, you know, Solar Beam Mew, you don't see it all too often, especially as a securing tool, but surprisingly damaging from distance. As we get into the halfway point of the game, 139-19, Kamai Esports really, you know, should be struggling in this early game, but finding so many wins, getting both objectives, and taking his first tier goals on the top path.
You know, elsewhere in gaming, we talk about the Battle Royale. In those sorts of games, you want to be the third party. You want to be the last one to the scene to make the biggest impact on how the story is going to continue. Kamai Esport, second party, good enough, and really well-weighted work there from Sorayu. So difficult to snipe those solar beams no matter what, to steal away that Reg Ice right from underneath the nose of Gen 5, and then to capitalize on that value as well. Really, really encouraging, but Draco, we are only just approaching the halfway mark. Another Reggie downstairs on the way, 20 seconds away. But Kamai Esport, of course, with those levels, looking really good so far.
9 yellow dots on the screen. You can see them right above the Pokemon icon, indicating the number of Unite moves that Urshifu most likely going to tick into that Unite move. You know, that Urshifu Unite move, bounded Unite move, can target a single Pokemon. There's a lot of threats on the side of Kamai Esports. Of course, that Garchomp is going to be really important, but you can also make some considerations for the Miraidon and the Mew as well.
Oh, they're zoning out this side, a nastily block, and here comes the Livid Outrage into the back line, catches 3, but using that T1 zone shielding to the greatest of effect. But here comes the Charge Beam once again. Artillery fire claims Utah, unable to use their Unite move to turn the tide. Here goes the block again. Qatar looks to try and find their way around it, but not much luck here. Finally find their way in. In comes the Surf, but it's the Zacian out of all of them who's able to take the Registeel, moving now forward. to try and claim a couple more KOs. Bliss assistance onto Sixies ain't going to save him for too much longer. Caught in between a rock and a dog with a sword. Never hear that one twice, will you? Sorayu has to pop the mystical mirage here, but uses the surf to throw everybody into the path of this bright future meteor storm. And although they did lose the Reggie Draku, there wasn't much more that Gen 5 could eke out of this team fight.
Some absolute beautiful plays from either side. Of course, that Joshian finding an angle to get to that objective, but Mew, Sorayu, normally finding themselves on speedsters or other attack damage dealing characters. A beautiful play by them to use that mystical mirage, get them in optimal positioning to surf them into their own speed flex zone to get some high quality KOs. And as we head to the final quarter of the game, a couple of Pokemon to watch here. Miraidon has been so pivotal for Kamai Esports success. Level 13 going to the final 3 minutes of the game and now pushing to the tier 2.
Mitigate your losses. The quick rotate leads to this. An opportunity where Kamai Esports have backed Gen 5 against the wall. They simply had to put players on this pad to dispel the Reggie Aleki. Gives Kamai Esports chance to take a look at the opposition forest here. And although they weren't able to steal away any buffs, it means that it's precious time that Gen 5 is spent wasting on just trying to keep ownership of their own estate effectively. Kamai now fully backing off. There will be another opportunity to pick up a Reggie on bottom path, but just taking a look at the level situation, Draku, Kamai Esports with a slender lead, but still not far enough ahead to completely dismiss this Gen 5.
Moment to breathe here as we see this bottom roulette Reggie, bottom path. Gen 5 is going to score on that top tier 1 goal zone. They might break that early. They do have enough time to maybe score in double time in the next 15 seconds. This Reggie Rock is going to give them more EXP, going to bring that guard time to level 13, having access now to a second plus ability. But more importantly, this raid boss is going to be very, very difficult to take down. No level 13 on Gen 5, so definitely now at a level deficit here.
Still with a points lead, Kamai, Gek, ultimate aggression here, stealing away a Sarlacc as well. That's just another tool that's out of the pockets of Gen 5. Pokes of the Rayquaza. They're setting up shop on this top area, Gen 5, but now they go in deep. Kamai, Power Nap, Livid Outrage, forcing out the Snow Globe, and they have to pop the eject button as well. Meanwhile, the Rip's been going on, and Snorlax steals it away. Kamai is surely on the road to victory now.
Oh, Snorlax getting the last snore there, quite literally. And the race is on to these goal zones. 76 points on that top tier 2 goal zone. A really huge overdunk to break the tier 2, the top path. Mew continuing the onslaught to score on that tier 3. It's going to balloon their lead to over 500 points.
Kamai strapped the roller skates onto Gen 5 and they've just kept on pushing them about the rink. They have not given them 1 ounce of an opportunity to just steady the ship and try and find their way in this game. Even there, in a moment where Gen 5 were like, okay, we're all together, we're going to poke this Ray, we're in control. Kamai just waggling the finger, we are going to meet you in your own camp, and we're also going to rip Ray. We're also going to go in on the coin flip. Comes up heads for them. Massive, massive impression here on this series from Kamai Esports. Third best, you said, Draku? Well, they're going for second best, if not more today.
Yeah, with 30 seconds left on the clock here, I think this is a pretty easy white flag to toss up for Gen 5 as they do the final fisticuffs of the game number 1 between these two teams. One Pokemon I wanted to highlight, we were already talking about it in the game, is this Miraidon. Of course, you can run it in 2 different variations. You can use that Electro Drift to get in and around the team, but as soon as they saw that Alola Ninetales being picked up, they moved on over to the Charge Beam, and oh, how impactful that change was. Slicing, burning through the HP bars of Gen 5 consistently, almost level 14 going into the final 2 minutes of the game, Relic.
Mighty, triumphant words that come to mind for Kamai Esports. What a way to make your impression on stream. Not exactly too much to shout about in the KO department, but it's more about how well spread these statistics are going to prove for Kamai Esports. I think Narami was incredibly impressive. I love that you are spot on the money in pointing out Zante. I think that his choice of Bright Future Meteor Storm placement really made the difference for his team as they look to push on to pad, as they look to defend their own pad, of course, if we remember back to that second Reggie phase. Sixties, of course, calling the bluff of Gen 5 beautifully to take Regieleki not once, but twice. And here is that really solid stat distribution. 60k, 60k, almost 90k here for your main damage dealers. 60k tanked for Gek. The fact that Narami, with only 45,000 almost recovery, tells me that this is a squad that didn't need it. Their tactical nuance was sublime to see.
Yeah, there's quite a reason why Miraidon is one of the most banned Pokemon over in the Asia Champions League right now. Its versatility is very difficult to deal with, and when you think about the attacker category, there's not a whole lot of threats right now outside of Miraidon. And you think about Inteleon being another really premier attacker pick, but other than that, the attacker category right now, as I felt like in the last year or so, has been very adaptive. You're more adapting to what the enemy team is bringing.
In their face Komai got when we're talking about Gen 5. We talk about that Gibble, Sixie's Gibble, immediately synergizing with Narami, focusing on that Chansey turned Blissey, removing that support mechanism for Megu on the Zacian. Megu couldn't do much because Gibble is really good early game as well, and especially when you've got those constant heals, that extra damage dealt as well, just with the auto alone, it means that you're at a constant disadvantage. And here, the amount of blocks from Gek, I mean, we see that Slowbro ban, Draku. To me, that's a target towards Gekko Kami, a player synonymous with the Slowbro. Don't matter, this guy's got depth in his pool.
Yeah, I want to give a couple of shout-outs to Sorayu as well. Again, a player really known for their prowess on speedsters. I don't think I've ever seen Sorayu play Mew, but they have definitely pulled out a really powerful pick here. You can see this right here, going into that Mystical Mirage, pushing 3 members back into their speed flex zone, able to get a KO on the Blissey, on that Alola Ninetales, and that allowed them quite literally the path forward to move onto this goal zone. And it was definitely a huge fight in that bottom path, but you can see right here a huge power nap from this Snorlax definitely paved the way for their victory. A really nice heavy slam for that secure.
You know, I'm not going to go out of my way, Draku, to say that A9 was the wrong choice. As I say, I think it was a very good pick, actually, into the Garchomp on paper. What I feel this composition lacked for Gen 5 was that range themselves. The Miraidon got range, the Mew got range, and the stats here back it up. Total damage taken, and a massive shout out for these wonderful, more in-depth stats that we've got to bounce off this time around. Total damage taken. Komai Esport, we're looking at 175k in total that Gen 5 has dealt onto them. Compare that to the almost 300,000 damage that Gen 5 took from Komai. That Miraidon, that Mew, huge difference makers, and that just comes all the way back to draft. You've got to cover all your bases.
Yeah, you know, Alola Ninetales, again, can be counterpicked very, I would say pretty easily. I think the Mew pick by Sorayu is also pulling a counter pick against Lunder. Of course, Lunder, one of the best Mew players in EU. I think we should give a quick little shout out to that as well. But, you know, Inteleon is still on the field. I don't know the proficiency of Lunder on Inteleon, but it has it dots all those T's of getting that range against the Mew, and if the Miraidon does go Charge Beam, you can outrange it in that facet as well. So just, you know, draft, like you were saying, Relic, is so important for winning these games.
Yeah, I guess front of the queue, though, is Gek. We saw so many times the block ability used to great effect, especially on that zone push that we saw in the replays, where 4 players were blocked from even attempting to challenge the zone scores. It was that effective. And I saw one of the bottom Reggie pushes as well. Guitar was just constantly rebuffed by the block. Got in there eventually, didn't matter because Megu was able to pick up the Reggie irrespective. But it's the nuisance, it's the delay, and that just enables your backline pokers to do what they're there for. Give the damage, make sure that it's enough so that even if they do take the Reggie, even if they do win the objective, they're not going to get anything more out of it because they've lost enough health. They can't push on. They can't look for more KOs themselves. And just in terms of how well working together this Kamaii squad as well, I want to take a look at the total assists across the board, because I think it's worth mentioning 10 for Gen 5, a lot of individual efforts, a lot of maybe duos going at it. 38 total assists for Kamaii Esports. This was a squad that grouped together at the correct times. Of course, we saw Sixties going top path only when he needed to, only when the Regieleki was there for the taking.
This is a really good conversation to have. That we have this a little bit of downtime between these two games here. We're talking about, and during the pre-show, about Psyduck. Is it still that support king that's being banned so frequently? I mean, you can see here, obviously, Kamaii Esports not super afraid of the yellow rubber duck in this game. And I think Psyduck doesn't have a whole lot of natural counters, but, you know, when you do have a lot of poke on your side of the field, you have that Miraidon, you have that Mew to take down that damage from the Psyduck, not really able to support itself because it doesn't really have any natural healing abilities. It was also going Psychic as well. I know Disable had a number of nerfs in the, I would say, the past two balance patches. I think they reduced they increased the cooldown, they reduced the amount of times it bounces between Pokemon and the enemy team. And I don't know, what do you think? Psyduck, was it the support of choice here, or more like the defender of choice here? It was more acting like the defender for this team.
I'm going to stick my flag in the sand. I think it is now a nice thing to have. I do not think it is essential. And I feel like we've gotten a good indication that this is the meta right now, because we've seen Psyduck float through ban phases. We've seen Psyduck not picked up as first choice for either initial phase in draft. So I think it's a combination of the nerfs in tandem with teams just know how to play around it a little bit better. Of course, Gen 5 won't have to play around the Snorlax this time around, banned alongside Blissey. Kamaii going for the very versatile Blastoise and Umbreon. I think that's going to become a very popular ban pairing going forward if those Pokemon stay where they are for future patches. Suzuru locking in the Hooper, rare appearance, but only because it's been banned so much so far. And Zante and Gek, well, we're going to see that Miraidon again. The Snorlax replaced with the Trevenant.
Yeah, real surprised to see Miraidon going through that ban slot. 3 defenders in that ban slot. They're going to be going down, I guess, the hierarchy of defenders. Trevenant, it's hard to say that Trevenant is lower in the hierarchy of defenders. It's still such a powerful defender in the right hands, can really displace the enemy team with a really powerful eject button into Woodhammer play. Lots of stuns from this Pokemon. Psyduck coming out once again. Again, Psyduck does get outpoked very simply by a Miraidon. We already saw that Miraidon doing so well in that previous game. I'm just, again, surprised to seeing it go through. But Lunder is going to be picking up their ace. Mew going over to the side of G5.
I like the hesitancy on picking up the Garchomp as well, because as soon as you see that Buzzwole, you're starting to question whether Garchomp is the right play. And that's why I really like the Luca pick, because the Luca pick can get away from the Buzzwole. Sorry, Garchomp not so much. Sixties rotating over to an Espeon, a Pokemon that we know they are very proficient with. So although there is less range this time around, of course, the Mew being stolen away from Kamaii Esport onto Lunda, who you've already highlighted, Draku, that's a cause for concern itself, but they still have that burst/objective steal potential with Espeon, who themselves is not exactly the most immobile of Pokemon. They are someone that can keep a distance, albeit not as much as the Glaceon, who I feel might have been a better choice in this particular composition.
Pokemon I want to take a look at as well. Soreyu is not going to be playing attacker for this lineup of 5 Pokemon. They are going to be playing a top path Lucario. And 2 different flavors of Lucario. There's a power-up punch variation, normally with an eject button, but this Lucario, for its battle item, has a full heal. Most likely going to be an E-Speed, an extreme speed Lucario. And for this set particularly, the sky is quite literally the ceiling for you. You can play this Pokemon extremely well, pun intended, extreme speed, of course. There's not a whole lot of crowd control on the side of G5. So really, let's see what you can do with this one, Soreyu. Love to see it.
Yeah, I think, look, if you are going to miss your backline poke, then you got to find another way of accessing that. Especially, it's even more crucial, I would argue, for this game than last game, because you're trying to take the Hooper out. The Hooper is such a great enabler. It counters the rotations that Kamaii was so on top of in game number 1. So having that E-Speed to access the Hooper early on, as long as the stacks are there. Let us not forget running attack weight. We need to see those stacks early on, hitting 4 or 5 stacks, maybe in the first 2 minutes or so. Then that's cause for concern for Gen 5. Otherwise, they've got a really strong early game, Draku. Let's see how they handle it in game 2.
Zante with the Miraidon in that bottom path. I think they were able to take that one away from G5. Mew in that bottom path. Definitely not a stranger to getting those last hits in this lane. Buzzwole, and I believe it is that Lucario in the top path. It's a pretty classic matchup, in my opinion. I feel like Lucario in the top path. Love to see it. Reminds me of Remote Stadium in Days of Future Past.
It's going all the way back to the 1-1-3 formation, of course, when it was just one player on top path. Oh, silly days those were. Maybe, of course, a return to Remote Stadium in the offing with the 500-point mode. We'll see whether that gets used in any sort of competitive level. But so far, so quiet for both sides. No scores in the first minute, but a strong Capuchans rotate on the way for Gen 5 as our birds will enter now. This is probably going to be disastrous for Kamai Esports as although Sorayu goes deep, they are somehow able to get away. No, they're not. The Buzzwole, though, pays for it. It's 1-for-1. The K-Opener, however, going the way of Kamai Esports.
Really nice Mega Punch there to confirm that knockout. They're going to trade both all-rounders 3-on-3 in the top path, but Kamai Esports might be heading into the central area to maybe take some of the lunch money of G5. They're going to take a look at that, a red buff, before heading back over to their side of the field. Oh, really nice EJ play by Utah. Can they get the knockout? Here comes the boosted auto. Just not enough, but the surf from the Psyduck is going to be able to get that one.
Qatar, who was, again, kept relatively at bay by Kamai Esports, finding a lot of early joy there for her. Now the scores start to rain in. Trevenant online for Kamai Esports. So in terms of evolutions, they're ready. They're good to go. Will that go against them in the late game? We'll wait and see. Meanwhile, Gen 5 still looking for that Blaziken. Already level 6, though, just a couple of levels away.
36 points to 11. Again, I would say it's a very conservative start, but a lot of knockouts for either side. No one really close to their Unite move. Maybe Utah getting that Stand Shanes at level 8 should have that as they head down to the bottom path. But looking at this bottom path, though, Zante just narrowing ahead, almost level 8 relative to this Mew. Again, Mew definitely a shell of its former self. Still a really strong bot path, but Miraidon still showing why it's a really strong laner in that bottom lane.
Utah starting to cook, and I'm afraid that Narami is next on the menu. In goes Sorayu. Oh, trying to catch him with the overheat. Electro Ball. Oh, they get back to base. Into the backline. Eats the auto. Are they going to be able to delay Utah? No. Lund are going to get their 22 off as well. Important stacks for this Blaziken, and a zone crash on top of that as well. Lunda gets out with 1 HP. Massive for Gen 5, who turn and burn on the Regieleki.
Yeah, really huge coaching play here. You get a small shield for yourself. As you use that coaching, it was probably just enough for them to stay on the field. And now take a look at this. Hoopa Hyperspace Highway in full control, sending everyone to that bottom path once again, relevant.
It doesn't matter. Solar Beam, Overheat, one of them was going to get it. That's double objective joy for Gen 5. Are they going to call it quits here? No, they got 4 players on top path. Megu gets a 30-point stack in. Them stacking the attack weight as well, and it looks like Gen 5, maybe a cursory look at the zone, deciding the discretion, the better part of Valor, as there were 4 players ready to defend here for Kamai Esports. One thing is for sure, though, that Regieleki hit home. That's another score in, a big score for Gen 5, who balloon this lead 172 to 41. Get a KO off the Trevenant as well. Fire versus Grass. Not a good combination in any game, it seems.
Yeah, tree also falling by its wayside all alone in the top path. Does it make a sound? Well, that goal zone is definitely being rung up as we get another KO here by this Blaziken once again. Gen 5 really taking control of this game going into the halfway point of the game. 172 to 41. Again, I think it's all really enabled by this Hoopa. It's really difficult when your team has a Hoopa and the other one does not. Able to really leverage that Hoopa Hyperspace Highway, getting to enable those macro plays by sending players to the top path and immediately rotating to the other side.
Consider the Beedrill's nest absolutely rattled. Gen 5 much better. Level 12 Blaziken by the halfway mark. Megu looking pretty beefy on level 10 too. Don't really know how much can be said about the stacks because those points haven't been accrued over lots of little scores. They've been big amounts going in. So I think that in terms of late game, maybe a little bit of question marks over that, but no question marks over Utao right now. There's an aura about him. Kamai, back off.
Yeah, Soraya really struggling on this Lucario, only level 9. You can see that notification. Lunder finding a knockout there. Look at the chase is on. Really nice eject play. The KO going over to the B, but nonetheless, EXP on the side of Gen 5. Kamai Esports needs to find a win here. They need to break one of these goal zones to fragment this Hoopa hyperspace highway because it is enabling this team to the fullest into the super Unite move by Qatar. Here getting a KO streak of 2. Sai by the Psyduck.
Baby, it's a triple. Qatar making me look stupid. Psyduck, it didn't get dismissed. It simply went on holiday. But we did expect it to return in the end. Maybe this was always the way it was meant to be. Now, slowly poking away at the Reggie Rock. We got this Trev. We got Gek in town. We got Zante here as well to challenge. But here comes Utao with that overheat. Mystical Mirage. Maybe looking for that final hit from the charge beam.
Oh.
Don't matter. Utao unstoppable in game 2.
Really nice play there by the Miraidon player. Almost was able to get that objective secure away from this Blaziken again. Kamai Esports needs to find a win somewhere. They need to find a team fight win. They need to break one of these goal zones, and the time is ticking away here. Sorayu still at level 11. They're going to test the defense of Gen 5. They need to break a goal zone to fragment this highway, or they're going to lose this game, Relic.
Look at the positioning of Gen 5 here. Spread wings. One going north into that tall grass. You've got another going south into near enough the Reggie area for this bottom path. Kamai Esports don't know how to handle this. They're all about snowballing. They're all about catching Gen 5 all clumped up. They're not giving them the opportunity. Gen 5, from a tactical perspective, far, far better. And Kamayu basically forced onto the back foot here. Draku looking at those yellow dots and thinking, we need these ASAP just to be able to compete from Rayquaza. Only 40 seconds away, of course.
There's that Regieleki potentially going to that tier 3 goal zone, setting up your team with a win condition we all know so very well. I mean, if you take a look at Kamai Esports, they do not have the best rip across the team, taking objectives off the field. You hate to see that one. A 6-point score to break that tier 1 goal zone, just a little bit too late though, Relic.
Oh, Megu forced back. In goes Qatar. They've been stopped. Qatar forced into the eject button. Back to their base they go. Couple of serfs looking for the contest here, Kamai Esports. Will they use the Unite moves though? Trev still not online. The Bright Mutant is on. They are. The Psychic Slayer goes down, and they steal the Regieleki too. They're going deep into the backline Sorayu, and then they decide against it. They've already eaten enough health. They're going to try and TP back to base. They're going to make sure that they are set up good for this Rayquaza, but they don't have to worry about the Regieleki. In fact, the Regieleki's hit that T1. If they want to go for a back cap, they could, but watch out, Qatar. I mean, Qatar was there. He's gone back to base. Sorayu going to be forced back by Gek. Kamai Esports with a chance here, Draku.
Oh, Regieleki onto that tier 1 goal zone, starting to work on this Rayquaza. Hoopa Unbound is going to bring everyone into the central area, using those fists to stun the enemy team to get them from the central area. I think one thing for Kamai Esports, they do not have the secure to take this Rayquaza off the map, and that is going to be huge as the Trevin is the first to fall.
But the Psyduck's quickly down as well. A slam, thank you ma'am, from the Megu Buzzwole. Sorayu low health, running back to the safety to, I guess it doesn't have arms, does it? But it's Narami nonetheless. There are heals to be had. Trevenant back on Thea Sky Ruins, but a minute has been burned.
Oh, yeah, 1 minute left in this game, and it looks like we may be looking at a game 3. I don't want to call it just yet. Megu, taking a ton of damage here, is forced back to their tier 1 goals, and here comes the Hoopa hyperspace hole to maybe save them here, but the fight is continuing to go.
Utah, fantastic work. Mystical Mirage, and the Solar Beam catches too. Look at Sixes, look at their army. Perilous. Sorayu chasing after Sazuro, who gets back in the hyperspace highway in the nick of time. Kamai have to make a choice. They have to go go for the T1 or they have to run and this Rayquaza down. It's a coin flip, but will they even get the chance to flip it? The Super Swole Slam takes down their army. 2 KO streak for Megu, going after the Lucario. It's another triple. The big bug makes the difference. Charge me from Zante, but barely any health to speak of either. Utah catches them with a stray focus blast, and that should be that. Gen 5 ride the rough waves, but the sails are fully unfurled now as they're heading onto the stormy seas of a Game 3.
Relic, the words we love to say as casters and commentators, we're going to a Game 3. Gen 5 Kamaii Esports saying before this set even started, the proverbial number 2 and number 3 of today's event, the January finals, this is what we want to see. 441 to 101 is your final for game number 2. Only 5 knockouts across the team for Kamaii Esports. Going back to the drawing board, I think, of course, Soreyu, one of the best speedster players in the world, known for their Zoroark play on Nouns Esports previously, just not getting the value from this player, from this character, unfortunately.
I think this Mew is getting a ban in Game 3 if Kamaii do not have first pick. 14 assists for them, 14 assists for Sazuro. The fact that Utah only came out of that game with a 6-6 and less than 60k damage, Draku, baffles my mind. They dealt less damage than Qatar on the Psyduck, and yet it felt like everything good was channeled through them.
Thing about Buzzwole, it doesn't have it has more value than just damage. It has so much displacement by pulling the enemy team with both superpower and smackdown, and it can still do a ton of burst damage just between those two abilities and that unite move. But again, I think player of the game, Lunder back on the Mew. You know, Soreyu may need to pull out the Mew once again, because do not give Lunder this Pokemon. That is their ace, and this might be the card that Gen 5 needs to push them through in this tournament.
Although I think that the tactics were on point from Gen 5, Draku, I think the majority of that confidence to do what they did came through the micro wins. It seemed like every individual fight, every team fight went against Kamaii, starting off with this Kabachan's rotate 4 onto top path for Gen 5. Kamaii caught napping, kinda. It was a very deep send from Soreyu, who eventually pays for it. Here, Qatar finding so much joy in the central area, finds a KO, assists in Sazuro there, finding a KO, punishing Kamaii for finding themselves deep in enemy territory. No luck on the Reggie front either. That overheat simply too strong a secure tool.
Yeah, I mean, well, is Psyduck still the king of supports? I think maybe the king of attacking type supports, still doing a ton of damage, still in that full headache mode, getting all of its cooldowns reset, but also just doing damage with that Unite move. Really good win there to win that Regieleki, not sending it to their tier 3, but they did use that Luca Unite move just to secure the Regieleki. You can see it one last time here around the 30-second mark. They get that once again, but I think the page was already set.
There must be one train of thought in hindsight for Kamaii Esport where they had that Regieleki. Consider that's quite a powerful tool in of itself. It deals a lot of damage. Do you run the risk? I mean, we saw the health bar situation. Every single one of those Kamaii players was on 50, 60% HP at best. Would it have been a better call to try and push that advantage? Because Gen 5 wasn't in a great position either, but they did have the tier 1 zone shielding. Just felt like the safe option was chosen, but that gave Gen 5 the opportunity to reset for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the more difficult things with Hoopa, right? I mean, you can try to push onto a Hoopa, but you can reset your entire team with just a single Hoopa hyperspace hole. And they actually did end up getting the Regieleki into that tier 1 goal zone. They didn't decide to send anyone to the tier 1 goal zone for, to maybe bring the scoreline a little closer to parallel, but it's definitely running the risk. I think they maybe were a little too indecisive after the Regieleki. They reset, maybe position in the central area, but didn't really get a whole lot of value out of it. No scores, no KOs, nothing really.
I think by that point, I think that the Hundo Burger would have been ill-advised. especially given where Gen 5 was set up. They had pretty strong control over that western side of the Ray Pit, both north and south. We had Qatar up there for a little bit. They went back to base, rejoined the fight because Gen 5 had the coverage, they had the vision, and they knew that they could just pivot if they saw Kamai going for the double 50. As I say, I feel like that was the moment. They had to strike whilst the iron was hot. Whether it would have come off or not, I mean, like that's a tale that is lost to us now. We got to focus on game 3. We got to look to the bans and to the draft ahead. I've suggested Mew a very likely candidate for the ban table, Draku. If Kamai don't have first pick, if they do they still ban the Mew, or do they really prioritize it above so many other valid options?
I think one of the things I want to point out about Kamai Esports, not only do they obviously have the name change from Opinion to Kamai Esports, they got a couple of new pickups for this team, and it feels like I'm seeing a little bit of the inexperience of this team playing together. I feel like the identity of the individual players are kind of scattered right now. Of course, Sorayu playing Mew in that last game. Sixties was playing Buzzwole a couple of games ago as well, I believe in a previous set. And so I feel like, the versatility of each of these players, obviously very powerful for the individual, but, going across the team in that synergy and that chemistry for the team, I feel like it's just not there just yet, in my opinion.
We've seen glimpses, haven't we? We have seen glimpses. Would it be better with Nachos in place of Zante? I don't know. Zante and Nachos offer very different things as attackers, as we covered at the top of this series. And look, either way, even if Kamai, if this is to be their last game in the January Cup, they've done incredibly well for themselves. They just happen to run into the, on paper, 2 best teams in EU right now. I mean, literally, they went game 3 to Nouns Esports, lose that one. Going to game 3 against Gen 5, yet to be decided. I think we've always maintained, if this was to be a victory for Kamai in this series, that's seen as a massive ripple in the EU space. Gen 5, plenty of questions to be asked, but Kamai, you'd have to say there are probably a few questions for themselves as well, because Zante, this pickup, he's done really well until this point. Less value in game number 2, nonetheless, but God, I don't know. I don't know where you go with this, because it's literally on a knife's edge.
Yeah, I think they just need to maybe play into the strange just a little bit more and try to counterpick the enemy team as best as he can. Sure, Mew did really well for Sorayu. Like I was saying before, I haven't seen Sorayu on Mew, I don't think, ever before. That last game and that last set did really well, not only just to counterpick Lunder, but just did really well as a player on their team. Miraidon has actually stayed pretty consistent on the side of Kamai Esports. I'm actually surprised it didn't do as well as previously. Maybe too much offensive pressure on the side of Gen 5, just pushing on forward. Maybe, Electro would have been a better option there, but I feel like you're kind of limiting yourself in range because you have that dive from Sorayu, and unfortunately Sorayu just didn't have a really strong game in that last set.
Well, this sort of brings the spotlight back onto Gek, because a lot of what Kamai did so well was because of the work that Gek was doing on the front line with block. Incredibly wide ability. You're able to zone out however many players. If you even get close to the hitbox, you're going to be bounced away. That's another half a second to a second where you're not going to be able to do anything. That can be the difference between not scoring and potentially dunking a 30 or 40 in the best case scenarios. And Trevenant, although a very strong pick and certainly a favorite of so many in the West when it comes to Pokemon Unite, the alternative to block on that Trevenant kit is Hornleech. Very narrow window compared to block. Very narrow window. You have to hit your mark. You got to do maths, line up the angles. And I just can't help but feel like that was maybe the wrong way to go to enable Zante to do what he does best. Maybe a Crustle would have been a better opportunity maker here with the Rock Tomb. We've seen it plenty of times still in Asia, where it still has, let me remind you, over in Japan, a 16% ban rate. Still very highly valued over there.
Yeah, I think us here in the West just a little bit slow to maybe catch on to some of the metagame options from our ACL Asia friends over in the East. But Crustle is a Pokemon that's definitely got some nerfs. I don't know if the West has really unlocked Crustle as a Pokemon just yet. But Snorlax has just been so pivotal. I think it's another one of those Pokemon that's just been so consistent in that defender category. It is the classic defender, high health pool, quite literally pulling up a barrier to defend your attackers in the back line. But I think in terms of engages, Snorlax, like you were saying, just to piggyback off of it, is so strong in engaging with the enemy team with Heavy Slam, but also just displacing the enemy team if you point your barrier in the other way, or just defending your attackers from the enemy team pushing on forward. So as we head into game 3 here, a lot of questions to be answered. The first one, though, Kamae Esports this time on our purple side, Gen 5 on our second pick side.
Slowbro, another option potentially with Surf. Dare I say Scald, although probably the 4th least used move out of the entire move kit for Slowbro. Wigglytuff ban. What?
Okay.
Blissey ban? Potentially Hooper on the way. It could be a support Exodus as it stands. We'll see whether Suzuro bans away Psyduck. I mean, Kamae do have first pick here. No, they go with the Snorlax instead. Lots of options for Kamae to go with here. Do they go with the Mew?
Clearly, you can't sit with us. This is an all pink ban. Well, almost, right? Not the Snorlax, though. But yeah, an almost all supporter ban here. Again, Snorlax being banned out from Gen 5. They've really identified Gek as potentially the trainer that they are trying to target here. But Umbreon, a really strong pick for engaging, very similar to Snorlax with foul play.
It's got to be a mean look. Speaking of, Blastoise, for the first time this series, available. Let's take a look at the items that they're going to be locking in here. Sixies with the Eldegoss, going to go onto Narami. So Sixies will look for their choice later in the order. Sorayu, Focus Band, Muscle Band, Slick Spoon. That is an attack Stoice.
Yeah, if you're not familiar with the way that this auto attack works for Blastoise, every time you use a boosted auto, it reduces the cooldown of Surf. So really trying to lean into the engage / displacement of Surf. Again, Surf did get a full second cooldown buff in the most recent balance patch, so expect a lot of high 10s from this Blastoise.
Miraidon taken away from Zante, who locks in the Inteleon. And so Narami effectively picking for Sixies here. That tends to be an all-rounder, and you would suggest that Yutao, sorry, not Yutao, shows how synonymous it is. You would suggest that the Shifu would be the choice. Indeed, it is. Gotta be, I mean, could be either or. I think a Dark Bear, probably better to try and deal with the Miraidon. Meanwhile, speaking of Yutao, that Mimikyu, no, going with the Cerulege, recently buffed. Oh, Inteleon, watch out, brother.
Yeah, I love to see the Cerulege. Most recently got, I believe, a damage increase on Bitterblade once again. But I think something always to talk about Cerulege, that Unite move can be devastating. I mean, it's kind of ironic to see the Wiggly ban on the side of Kamae Esports, because one of the best counters to Cerulege is cleansing it with a Wigglytuff Unite move. Well, you don't have that counter because you banned it out yourself. But I mean, looking at the lineup for Kamae Esports, very bulky across the board. Looks like very much like a rip and flip composition. Really good flipping potential with the Inteleon Unite move, securing with the Wicked Blow from the Urshifu. Really strong frontline presence from the two defenders in that all-rounder. I think front to back, I want to give this one to Kamae. I really like this lineup, but again, that Cerulege, definitely nothing to scoff at with that Unite move.
Yeah, if there's anything to be said for this Gen 5 roster, sustain is not in the game plan. Sustain yourself, basically, is the game plan out there. I mean, I think if they are able to deal with the I mean, to be fair, I think their roster suits early game better. If they get on top of the level situation, if they start to run Riot a la game 2, I think Kamae is in deep trouble. I think that this is a roster that can utterly devastate so much of what Kamae has. The one spanner in the works, the Blastoise. Put it on the front line, get those, I mean, it's not even stacking, is it? It's running rapid fire scarf, right? So get it to level 9 or level 7, sorry, as soon as possible, and hope for the best.
This is an elimination game between Kamae Esports, our purple team, and Gen 5, our orange team. You're in the losers quarterfinals of the January Cup. Winner of this is going to be moving on to the losers semis. Loser of this is going to be watching from the bench for the rest of the evening.
Which is unfortunate, because we do love these two teams, and it is by the pure happenstance of Gen 5 dropping to the lower bracket in the qualifiers yesterday, which is how we end up with our situation thus. Again, very low scoring in the first minute. Gek looking to try and get that Umbreon online, unable to deny Qatar an early stack, pops the eject button, no more punish for them, and the bottom path, I should say, is vacated. Now we look to the top path, which is where Gen 5 really started to run riot last game.
Kawi Times rotates to the top path, sending 4 for Gen 5. Gotta be careful of that Ceruledge in that tall grass. It's actually gonna be stunned quite well by the Squirtle as they head back over to the left side of the field. So sending 4 members top, I think they were able to get most of that wild farm, wild Pokemon away from Kamai Esports, but not a whole lot of value. Gonna be sending a couple into the central area to maybe take a look at this red buff, but looks like these teams are gonna be quite conservative in this early game.
Oh no, Shifu's left town. It means that it's just 60s versus the world. I think he's just going to have to vacate the premises on this one. All scores down for Megu Suzuru, and Lunda steals away that last bunny as well, 6-35. Qatar still hasn't found this evolution onto the Trevenant, however, so there's been a lot, I mean, as is usually the case, a lot of focus on this top path for Gen 5, but they are starting to lose out here on bottoms, aren't they? Level 6, pretty close to the Inteleon already.
Yeah, also struggling to get to that level 5 evolution for the Blastoise. That Squirtle struggling to get to that War Turtle. Level 5 may be able to get it here with this score off, and they do, and finally do have a War Turtle on the field. They don't have Surf just yet, but we'll get that level 7, but unfortunately, that electric type damage, you can see the notification, are going to be KO'd once again.
Well, they do at least catch the Ceruledge, and they manage to keep 3 off them for the moment. Here comes the Wicked Blow, but unfortunately, the foul play has actually taken Gen 5 away from Sorayu, who again charges up the Wicked Blow, unable to find anyone. I think that's a really quick rotate from Kamai. Gen 5, they're looking to right the balance. Solar Beam through the middle. Sorayu eats most of the damage. Yutao looking for the backline poke, but they get stopped by 6s. 10 seconds until this first Reggie phase. Draku, it feels like everybody lined up for this bottom path.
Pretty lucky on the side of Gen 5, almost all level 7s. We now just see a couple of level 8s ticking in for both that Ceruledge and that Miraidon. Nowhere to be found. Gen 5 in this bottom path. Reggie Ice going to go over to Komai Esports, and we'll get that passive increase in health regeneration for the next 90 seconds, or until they get KO'd once again. Gen 5 is going to send that 6th Pokemon to that Tier 1 goal zone. Regieleki is going to bounce on through.
Yeah, at this point, it's just eat the loss if you're Kamai Esports. They've scored a lot of points on bottom path. They've gotten the Reggie. They're going to lose this T1 irrespective. It's just about how much the overdunk is. It looks to be roughly 20 points. Opens up the lead, Draku. 78-153 in favor of Gen 5.
Get vision on Sorayu, taking a look in the central area. There's a huge team fight starting to brew here. The central area, lots of Unite moves ready to go. We might see our first major team fight engagement, Relic.
Oh my goodness, that is a frighteningly little amount of health for Megu, who gets the free teleport back to base. Rotation for Kamai down to the bottom path. Only 5 points on that orange zone, it should be said. So a big overdunk potential for Kamai Esport once that zone is a little less closely guarded, looking after these birds pretty well. Watch out for Yutao. Again, they've managed to get that debuff onto Gecko Kami, but there's so much support around them. Basically ends in a bit of nothing for both sides.
It's definitely becoming a tale of 2 towers, the bottom path. 5 points left on this Tier 1 goal zone. Definitely going to want to break that. They want to optimize their positioning, this bottom path for the future Southern Reggies that spawn on the map. Let's go ahead and take a look at the field state right now. Level 11 on your Urshifu, currently your level leader of the game. Snipe Shot finds its way on to the Trevenant, but they are going to heal passively on this Tier 1 goal zone. Come on, Esports, they're looking hungry at this Tier 1 goal zone. Again, only 5 points on this goal zone for the break. Definitely going to want that if they're going to want to continue to get these Southern Reggies without any contention.
Somebody gave Gecko Kami a map. You have to. She's just eating damage for no particular reason. Looking for an angle that wasn't there. Wicked Blow pushing back the Trevenant and the Psyduck. The ASVs popped here for Zante, but here goes the Revenant Raid! And that Inteleon has been deleted. And look at that. Sorayu gets out of the way of the Reggie Rock, but it's still Gen 5 who picks it. No, Yeah, it is Gen 5 who picks up. Never mind. The 3 KO streak for Utah. Narami is going to give something of an effort on defense here, but it's going to be 40 points leading to roughly a 30-point overdunk. More stonks going the way of Gen 5.
Like I was saying, that Revenant Ren, the Unite move from the Serral Edge, so impactful. They dive into the ether, they dive into the ground with that Phantom Force, come up right next to that Inteleon, cannot get away from that Revenant Ren if you're definitely not having a full heal. Definitely not with an Inteleon, most likely has an eject button, but if you're locked in place with that snipe shot as it grounds you into where you're placed, well, that is the biggest form of damage for your team off before the team fight even began.
Gotta feel bad for Kamayi Esport because slowly but surely they were crawling their way back into contention. I still don't think they're too far away, quite frankly, Draku, but I do feel like they could have really done with either of those Reggies just to tip them over the edge onto pure equity, if not the lead. Electro Drift into 6Cs, and they're going to go back onto base because there was an attempted 40 score. Revenant Rend again finds one. This time it's a Shifu. Zante with the Azure Spy Vision. If you're going to use your Unite move before the 2-minute mark, might as well be now, but the Bright Future Meteor Storm rains down on Blastoise. Their army falls too. Big scores potentially. Umbreon's not going to be able to deny the 36, nor indeed Lunda, who had the shielding to protect them. 40 score down 90 to 289. Even with Rayquaza at this point, Draku, that's a tall mountain for Kamayi Esports.
Gen 5, they are taking the risks and they are winning each of these bets that they're taking in these macro plays. They have recognized that Kamayi Esports, they need to find a win somewhere on the map. They recognize if they were to defend that tier 1 goal zone, land a huge Revenant Ren, they might get some free scores on that tier 2, and they did. 289 to 90, just shy of a 200-point lead. Kamayi Esports is going to get a Reggie Ice, kind of a consolation prize here. It's going to bring maybe a couple of members closer to level 13. I think a Pokemon that I'm watching trying to get to level 13 is that Blastoise. Defenders get that boost in defense and special defense. Yeah, they're quite far away from that level 13. They're not going to get Surf Plus, an even bigger shield. So that is a Pokemon quite literally at a deficit at this moment.
And as we enter Rayquaza, the final 2 minutes, Megu has vision. I'm afraid this Blastoise does not. Everyone else fronting up in the central area. Little poke onto the Rayquaza. They're going to have vision now. 6E's joins the fray, continuing to poke away at the Rayquaza. Nice foul play. Looking for the Trevenant, Horn Leech, Phantom Forest, Right Future Meteor Storm. Gen 5 unleash the armory. A Shifu falls, as does my apologies, as does Narami on the Eldegoss, but the Psyduck has been claimed in response. Utah so low, but no, Gek gets run over by the Electro Drift. Kamayi Esport still have 2 players online, but Gen 5 sitting pretty.
This is a dire moment here for Kamayi Esports. They have utilized all of their resources. Revenant Ren finding the target that they needed to, at least one of the targets they needed to. They still do have the possibility to rip this off of the map, but they do not have the fancy of an Inteleon Unite move. They have the secure, but not enough to take this off the field. But that's huge though, Relic.
That's an absolutely huge pick. But the Solar Beam catches 6E's. No more Hydro Typhoons for you. Katar low, and Gecko Kami finally gets a KO. But no, the response, Narami falls again, so it's just Zante and one of the support mechanisms. Zante going top path, but check it out, that Mew, Lunda, they know, and they shine the fully concentrated power of the sun onto that T1 zone. This, I fear, is the end for Kamayi Esports.
Man, if you are another team watching Gen 5, the ace for this team is this player right here. When Lunder has their Mew, this team looks unstoppable. With 20 seconds left, I think we can go ahead and call it here. Gen 5 is going to be moving on in today's event. 10 seconds left though. Rayquaza being brought down, or Umbreon is going to be the first to fall here, and the Rayquaza going over to Gen 5. The time is going to tick away. Gen 5 moving on in today's event.
So close, and yet so far, 2 series in a row. Kamayi Esport can't catch a break, but Gen 5, they find the motor running in the car and they drive it to victory with a reverse sweep in the lower quarter final. Gen 5, this is the potential. This is the ceiling that we can see from this roster. And it shows, again, so many double-digit assists across the board. And Utah, despite the deceptively low stats that he's been, only 36k on the Sarah Ledge, but some massive picks at crucial moments.
Yeah, Cerulege is one of those Pokemon that, in my opinion, has qualities of a speedster. You don't do, a lot of, I guess, extended damage like a lot of other all-rounders tend to do, but with that Unite move and with that Bitter Blade, you can do so much burst damage in very, very fast succession. Finding that first knockout on Zante, on that Inteleon, finding the Revenant Ren multiple times on that Urshifu, on that tier 1 push. You can also find that in the central area. I think the placement of that Unite move is what makes this Pokemon shine.
I've said it before. I think it was when we were talking about it before the show, Draku. I'm so sad that the new Battle Pass is not released yet, because this Unite move looks incredible. If you disagree, I'm afraid that you have the wrong opinion. But look, I don't think that we have any wrong opinions about Kamai. I feel like this is a roster that's been terribly hard done by. Multiple events in a row. I'm sure it'll eventually come good for them.
As you can see right there, Utah landing that Cerulege Unite move. You can see all the dominoes start to fall after that. You know, if you're able to KO either the Urshifu or the Inteleon, I mean, Blastoise can maybe carry a fight, but, you know, you can stay on the field for a very long period of time. But if you're not damaging the enemy team, it only is time that is your enemy, as the team will just run over you. As you can see here, a full team wipe. I believe right before this moment here, Revenant Ren landing on 3 characters. More importantly, the Urshifu going down here. You can just see them rejoining the field once again, but they were able to leverage all of those Unite moves from the Cerulege to perfection here, and that is what won them this game.
Without that Snorlax, the entire game plan, I didn't really fall apart, but you could definitely tell that it was critical to how Kamai Esport operate. And we've already discussed it, Draku. There are alternatives out there that it feels like were better than the ones that were selected by Kamai Esport. Odd choices. And even going right back to the beginning of draft with that Wigglytuff ban, I think you hit the nail on the head. This would have been the perfect game to bring out a Wigglytuff, and instead they stuck with Eldegoss. A comfort pick for Narami, yes. But we're 4 seasons deep into the UNITE Championship Series now. Comfort picks are great for the wildcard options. Otherwise, it's the easiest book to read. And Gen 5, well, the book is now officially closed on this particular chapter.
Yeah, I want to lean into a comment that I made between, I believe it was game number 2 and game number 3, or it was game number 1 and number 2. But again, Kamai Esports just picking up 2 new players, as talented as they are. Still, I think as a team of 5, still needs to find that identity. Maybe allocating certain players to specific roles and not role swapping between each game would be to the advantage of this team. Again, very talented individually as players, still looking to find that chemistry to continue to succeed in the UCS season.
All right, well, we are going to be coming up for some air after swimming around in the waters of the losers side. We're going to be moving up to the winners finals, and that's where we find Nouns Esports and Drill Peckers. Top 3 for the both of them. Who's heading to the Grands? We'll be finding out after this. Welcome back to the UNITE Championship Series. It's 2025. It's the winners' finals. What place would you rather be at? Well, myself and Draku are here. We're delighted to be here. It's covering Nouns Esports and Drill Peckers. Top 3 confirmed for the both of these two squads yet again, Draku. But for Drill Peckers in December, did it end so hot for them in this particular matchup?
If I do not see a Dodrio in this game, I will be quite upset. Dodrio is my second most played Pokemon on my trainer card, specifically. Drillpeck did most recently get a buff a couple of patches ago, so excited to maybe see some Drillpeckers here. Definitely on brand. I think Dodrio is the only Pokemon that has Drillpeck. Maybe correct me if I'm wrong.
Fearow. If we're talking within the game, no. In the game, it's all Dodrio's Drillpeck. They got free real estate on that one. Oh, another Absol ban, targeted maybe. Psyduck though joins them on the ban bench. A potential Eldegoss ban in the offing. In fact, that is locked in, and it feels like Miraidon is going to be joining them. So a lot of the favored picks from what we've been seeing so far today, Draku, unavailable for our two squads.
Yeah, could we be seeing maybe a no ban here? Nah, Miraidon's going to be heading up to that ban slot. Of course, Miraidon, it's the best attacker in the game. Come on. But, I mean, when you're going up against Nouns Esports, do you think maybe Greedent is a possible ban option? Because, I mean, when you're going up against Nouns Esports, you have to have an answer to Catlu's Greedent. It's, kind of notorious in this part of the world.
There's no way you seriously ban Greedent. There's no, there's no way. It's not, it's a nuisance, yes, but then surely draft with that in mind. I already like the Garchomp pick. Doesn't look like they're going to be going Razor Claw, but there's certainly enough damage there to make a Greedent worry if they are locked in place with some CC. Crowd control for those who are unfamiliar with the term. Also locking in the Blastoise, so a lot of late game presence dropped into this composition nice and early. But Nouns here with a Hooper already. That enables so many rotational options. And joined by a Chandelier, potentially no, going for the Buzzwole, direct counter to both of the options that we've seen for Drillpecker so far.
Yeah, I really like this Hoopa pick, especially into the Garchomp. Of course, Garchomp can pull them away from a Hoopa Hyperspace Hole, but they do not have that burst damage that you need to maybe KO someone before they get into that Hoopa Hyperspace Hole. They have a lot of DPS for, long periods of time, but when that timer ticks down, you go through that portal and you're back on the battlefield, almost at full HP. A Pikachu coming out to play here. We don't see the Mage variant of Pikachu very often. You normally see it with an EXP share, but we have another very interesting EXP share holder here, the Mew, having the EXP share.
I really like the Pikachu pick. I think that if you're going to be dropping some long-lasting area of effect moves over the Hyperspace Highway, it's not a direct counter per se, but it does make you think twice. Joined by yet another support attacker, Benji, going onto the A9. I mean, this is an aggressive lineup from Drillpeckers, but I kind of dig it.
Yeah, I mean, going back to one of the comments that you made before, I mean, no healing on the side of Drillpeckers here, kind of on your own. There is some passive healing. You get some lifesteal from Garchomp, for example, but if you get hit by a Snipe Shot, you get a super powered smackdown by a Buzzwole. I don't know if you're going to be able to lifesteal off of that, but this Pikachu is actually holding an EXP share as well. We might see some final changes here. We see Frigo, Blastoise, top right corner of your screen, going to be heading on over to a more attack-oriented Blastoise, most likely playing that in the top path. Okay, lots of health items being switched here. I don't know what's happening.
my question is, do the Drillpeckers know what's happening? I feel like there's a question marks going on here, but I'm excited nonetheless. This is one of those lineups where it's like, if it works, legendary. And over Nouns Esports, no less as well. That would be outstanding. Will it work though? Every metric in my brain is currently firing, every neuron's firing off saying, say no, Relic. Please look intelligent. Please look like you actually know what you're talking about. It shouldn't work, especially when you've got that Umbreon that surely Brother's going to be leaning into the Wish build. Surely we're going to see that Buzzwole ignoring the A9, looking to try and dispel it. We've got that backline poke with the Inteleon as well. They outrange Drillpeckers, Draku. This is surely Nouns Esports to lose.
Drillpeckers is actually sending the Alola Ninetales into that central area.
What is going on?
In that top lane with that told me once again, really interesting lineup for Drill Peckers. I think they really need an early game lead to make sure they stay on par with Nouns Esports. Nouns Esports, front to back, really good early game tempo, but also late game scaling with that Inteleon.
Gotta love. This might just be a bling showcase for Drill Peckers, rocking the crystal tier Hollowware revenge on that Pikachu. If we got the A9 with the orange tier Hollowware as well, yo, money in them pockets. But Frigo looking for an early KO, not gonna find it. Bruv popping the X speed.
Yeah, money and or just a little bit of luck. Of course, all those Holloways are by a gotcha system from Pokemon Unite, but they're going to be the Kabi-chan's Rotate, popularized by a team from Japan, sending 4 members to this top path. We can finally see here, there's one EXP shareholder up in the top path, that Blastoise in that bottom path, most likely defending by themselves, but an early game win for Drill Peckers, getting that level 5 on the Garchomp.
And choosing not to return through the Hyperspace Highway, really well marshaled from Drill Peckers on the bottom path. Frigo looking for the 10 score. Oh no, I think that's a little bit too much Chaos energy to get away with that. John Mee gets away using the coaching to great effect to avoid the harassment of the likes of Blaine and of Adesu here on that Inteleon. 8-58 early doors.
Yeah, you and I, bro, we're taking a look at the encyclopedia for Pokemon Unite. Coaching has some really interesting properties, specifically with some auto attackers. It increases the auto attack speed of the Pokemon that is coached by 40%, which is pretty massive for 2 seconds. Of course, you get a couple of charges for that coaching. You can see here, this is an Aurora Veil Ninetales as well, leaning into the auto attack speed. This might be some chef's cooking here for Drill Peckers.
I don't even think Wonder Chef is awake to see this, but the kitchen is in full operation right now. Drill Peckers slightly behind in terms of the levels, and so Nouns Esports, again, the administrative part of Pokemon Unite, they do manage it super well, making sure to take care of those yellow dots spotted across the map, capturing as many wild Pokemon as possible. 30 seconds away from our first set of Regis, though, and Nouns Esports with another Kabi-chan's Rotate, a big 30 score down onto this top path. Galaxy Eagle eaten up by the superpower, and the Shadow Sneak has been found onto the Mew. If Toon wants to execute on it, they again choose not to, as Bruv finds 3 going on to this bottom path. We got the Hyperspace Highway moving down, but not before the scores have been found, and Blastoise online.
A little bit of a question mark by that engage by Galaxy Eagle with the goodbye. They are getting on their way to level 9. Quite a lot of experience to get there. Gatlu going into a 2v1 here. Once again, a lunge from Gatlu. We've seen this earlier on today, but unfortunately put in a blender by these 2 Pokemon.
Breathless for the first 3 minutes. A rare chance to catch it. As on the top path, we'll see that Gabite going after the Regieleki. Explain watching brief. Drill Peckers now starting to go after the Registeel. Our lovely picture-in-picture, as we can see that top right, giving us a view of both scenes. Watch out for the foul play. Not enough. The Aurora Veil Ninetales. Benji getting the job done. They find the KO2, but Nouns Esports turn it around on the top path. They get the Regieleki. They're going to head towards that T2 zone. T1 crashed on the bottom path. 95 to 171. Will they be able to stop the Regieleki? It walks in for free.
Oh no, Galaxy Eagles got to watch as this Regieleki crashes into this tier 2 zone. Drill Peckers just a little bit slow for the defense here, but they are able to get a number of knockouts here. Take a look at this relic. 2 members, both all-rounders for Nouns Esports, head back to the Pokemon Center.
Look, that's as much damage mitigation as they could have done. Drill Peckers, they do lose the lead, but peek the scores, folks. 1 point between the 2. Drill Peckers have come to play. Again, I just worry about that late game. They do have, in theory, the best late game presence with that Garchomp and Blastoise, but the lack of heals, all having to basically sustain for themselves, that's a worry if any of them get caught alone.
Yeah, here we go. Walking onto this tier 1 goals on the Thunderstorm. Might be the storm that breaks through Nouns Esports wall here on this tier 1 goal zone. Really nice pull to bring that Hoopa back to this tier 1 goal zone. Unite move from the Mimikyu on, trying to defend their goal zone as best as they can, and that goal zone broken. Only thing left behind is the symbol from the Pikachu.
Yeah, empty the shopping carts, and it's time to pour out the purse here. Drill Peckers using everything in their arsenal to take down that second T1. to great effect. 172 to 230 now. Orange team wrestling back the lead, but it's not over yet, Draku. Still half the game to go, and Nouns Esports initiate the Hooper. The Rings Unbound stuns onto the Blastoise, but Frigo gets back. Not the same can be said for the Mew. 2 KO streak for Toonslim. Shadow Sneak found. Complete dismantling of the Drill Peckers institution on bottom path, and that zone is done.
Oh, blame might be coming out of the dumpster from that one. Definitely bringing the entire team to snowball through Drill Pecker's front line, crashing into that tier 1 goal zone. Galaxy E-Girl, lovely picture-in-picture. Shout out to our producers in the back, getting us that shot there. As Garchomp able to take the Regieleki. He's going to send that over to the tier 2 goal zone. But we've got a moment to breathe here. About the final quarter of the game, about 33 points to be exact between the two teams. Might be going for one more final team fight here. Maybe a rendezvous right at the 3.
A little bit of an invade from the Drill Peckers, bit of vision, Aurora Veil, deep dive from Galaxy E-Girl, Surf, and the Aurora Veil. Nice zoning here, but here comes the Midnight Prance. Massive engagement from the Umbreon. Toon takes down Pikachu. Where's the next KO coming from, though? The answer is Toonslim yet again. 2 for the price of 1. Livid Outrage, looking for more, but Inteleon gets away. The Fell Stinger, so useful. And now come play with me, says Toonslim. Looking for a third in as many seconds. It's another for Toonslim to add to the count.
Yeah, a very beautiful play right before getting knocked out there, trying to maybe leverage into some of the lifesteal that Garchomp gets. Of course, you get faster auto attack speed at level 11, even more damage at level 13, but 1 minute left, Relic. Let's go ahead and take a look at the field state. Once again, still at 33 points, separating the two teams just above that close game margin, so they do have the notification that one team has a small lead. What that is exactly, of course, they will find out at the 1 minute mark when they get another notification, but 40 seconds left, both teams starting to prepare for the rendezvous at 2.
There is a potential rip opportunity here, Draku, on bottom path. Do they go for it potentially, or is it just set up in the central area, forget about it?
It might be. I mean, depending on what that is in that bottom path, they have really good rip potential with the Garchomp, of course, increasing the auto attack speed for the coaching from the Mew. They can either coaching on to the level 9 tails and that Garchomp either which way, but of course, got to be very careful of the full flip from Nouns Esports. They have done this before, and they can definitely do it again.
100%. You got that Mimikyu going top path. I mean, they know that it's been taken. Do they know how many are going to be traveling up from the bottom path? Well, they'll certainly know now as everybody emerges out of the tall grass and into a more defensive position. Revenge eats one from a Desu. Massive snipe shot. Toon in the back line finds the Garchomp. They find Galaxy E-Girl. That's huge. Forces out the Livid Outrage, going immediately after the Toon, who they themselves pop the Unite move. Revenge trying to help out their teammate here, and that's a massive miss from the Shadow Sneak. Toonslim. First one good, second one not so good. That would have surely been the end of at least the Garchomp in this fight. The reset from the Hooper.
Ooh, big sigh of relief from both teams as the Garchomp re-enters the fray once again through that Hoopa hyperspace hole. Toon right now is caught on an island of their own. Got to be very careful. They do have that Hoopa Unbound to bring them into the central area, and there it is, Relic. The fight is starting to ensue.
Once again, they're looking at Galaxy Eagle down to roughly 60% health. Are they just going to go for the rip now? I think that they are. Back cap from the Buzzwall. That's the sign. That's the signal. And it's a signal the Drill Pickers will grab with all 10 of their hands. 2 KO streak. Revenge finds it. A Desu, super low health. Not for much longer. They've been taking out the picture too. Revenge popping off with this Crystal Tier Hollowware. That's 2 stamps on the top lane for the team in orange. 357 to 530. And I mean, the time is Draku. It's over for Nouns in game 1, surely.
Yeah, you hate to see that type of thing happen. A Pokemon or a player going for a score behind the enemy lines. Maybe you're able to score that 50 point, maybe even 100 points in the final stretch, but it does not surmount the massive amounts of points you get in double time with a full Rayquaza shield and wiping the enemy team off of the map here. Play with me. He's going to pull a veil over this Garchomp one more time, but a Livid Outrage, more like a rejoice for Galaxy E-Girl as Drill Peckers finds game 1 in this winner's final set.
Those of you out there in ranked looking to struggle bug your way up to 1600 this season, This is a case study of the risk that you invite onto your team with backcapping. As soon as that score went down, Drill Peckers went for it. They threw the kitchen sink at that dragon, and that was a huge turnaround from a position of strength for Nouns Esports. Toonslim was looking unstoppable, but ever since that second crucial Shadow Sneak miss, which would have surely spelt the end of Galaxy Eagle, Draku, everything after that came up Drill Peckers.
Yeah, dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge, as they say with that one, with the Shadow Sneak. Definitely got to avoid that Shadow Sneak as much as you can. Only one knockout for the Garchomp there, but, you know, there's a couple of things I do want to highlight here. One, the ingenuity of this Drill Peckers line. They have pretty decent amount of crowd control, hindrance, all sorts of status conditions, paralysis, freeze from the Alola Ninetales. And you also got the coaching support from this Mew. This was probably the best showcase of a support Mew I've seen in a very long time, without maybe flipping the channel on over to the Asia Champions League. But again, coaching, increasing the auto attack speed for the Alola Ninetales supporting the team by boosting the defenses from the Aurora Veil, increasing the auto attack speed from the Garchomp, who already naturally has very fast auto attack speed. If you take a look at the held items for the Garchomp, it doesn't even have a muscle band, because they knew they were going to rely on the coaching's ability to increase the auto attack speed and just invest in something else. And it was beautiful to see the Drill Peckers lineup here.
Yeah, one thing that is incredible, I feel, is did you spot those damage totals? Every single player was within 5,000 damage of each other. That's the most equalized damage output from a team I think we've ever seen in the UNITE Championship Series. And I find myself, Draku, eating my own words. Every bone in my body said that this wouldn't work, and yet it did. Nouns Esports, though, can we truly attribute this loss solely down onto the backcap? Because an important point does have to be raised. They did have the Hooper.
They did have the Hoopa, indeed. They don't have the best secure for their team, Nouns Esports. Of course, they have an Inteleon, but Snipe Shot, of course, can be body blocked, and timing that auto attack, that critical hitting auto attack, isn't always the most reliable. Very fast, again, rip and secure from Drill Peckers. They have two forms of Electro Ball from both Pikachu and the Mew. And they also have the Snow Globe. We've seen that earlier today, securing that bottom objective. Looking at this lineup, that's probably the best form of secure across the 10 Pokemon on the squad.
You can see there, the A9 did go down, but the Mimikyu and the Umbreon also did very quickly. And speaking of haste, well, Nouns Esports not lying around on that defeat. They are straight back into draft. First pick for them. Drill Peckers remain in the orange. And Absol, yet again, finds itself on the ban table along with Psyduck. That's 2-2 for both.
Absol, once again, heading to that ban slot. I mean, I may not have much information on the character prowess, Pokemon prowess of the Drill Peckers, but maybe it's more deserving of a Dodrio ban, because I don't know, Dodrio is kind of their brand.
Man, the hopium is with you today, and I respect that. I love
Dodrio. I want to see Decidueye. Bring the birds.
Bring the birds, he demands. Straight run back, by the way, for the bans completely across the board. And it feels like deja vu, because we're going to see Umbreon locked in first, followed by stealing away the Hooper, waylaying the Blastoise. So, goodness, they actually have some form of sustain on this team, Drill Peckers.
Okay, let me cook here, because Drill Peckers has been cooking this entire set. This is a trick Hoopa. I'm going to call it right now.
I love Trick Hooper in combination with Garchomp. I think it's not as good as it used to be. I think Trick has been in a very strange place where sometimes it gets overtuned and then it gets pulled back a little bit too much. I think it looks good. Almost as good as this Blissey. I think this is a much safer option from Blaine. I feel like we've seen a lot of Blaine's best work on the Blissey.
No, stop.
Espeon joins them, so double evolution, strong early game presence. If Benji locks in the Decidueye, Draku, you've got to thank him personally. You're not going to be thanking him personally, because instead he's going to be taking the Mimikyu away from Nouns Esports as well.
clearly they're watching the stream. Maybe, of course, there's a little bit of delay. He was like, oh, Draco wants to see a decision. Why? Well, we'll tease him a little bit. We're gonna change at the last second, but we'll just we'll put the worm out there for him.
Yo, triple evolution as Toonslim goes on to Glaceon. Gatlu with the Blaziken hints are lacking a little bit of backline poke. That said, kiting, really strong. Objective secure, really strong. But Drill Peckers are going to lean into that lack of backline access by pulling out the Inteleon once again. That's a struggle of an early game with 3 tier 2 evolutions to unlock as we head towards the mid game. Again, damage mitigation, the words on the tip of my tongue here, Draco. Survive that first couple of minutes okay. And I think we've got potentially another hotly contested Rayquaza at the end of this one.
Yeah, a couple of things I want to highlight here. Once again, going to be seeing that Inteleon. Do we see a Miraidon ban here? We do see that Miraidon ban on the side of Drill Peckers. I think Inteleon is the best attacker when Miraidon is not on the table. Can really output so much damage with that snipe shot. Has a really powerful Unite move, but I think one thing to pay attention to here, it does really well into both those evolutions, both of them attacker evolutions.
Yeah.
Well, there's 3 evolutions, but I'm talking about specifically the 2 attacker evolutions, the Glaceon and the Espeon, outranging both of them quite significantly in the range. I think this is definitely going to be a cat and mouse game, or more like a lizard and cat game, kind of.
Sure, we'll go with it. We'll run with it. Who's going central area? It's got to be Toon. Right, it's got to be Toon. I mean, once Glaceon gets up to level 12, level 13, ridiculous. And as we actually saw in the December Cup and in the January qualifiers yesterday, watch out for Icicle Spear. There's splash damage to that thing. If you clump up together, as Drill Peckers will want to do with the combination that they're running, that's a lot of damage over a lot of people in very quick succession.
Yeah, let's remind ourselves, once again, 4 times super effective damage on that Garchomp. It's definitely going to be very impactful, but here we go. Winners Finals, game number 2. Nouns Esports, our purple team. Drill Peckers on our orange side team. Definitely a more conventional composition this time. Something I love about Ingenuity within rosters, it's really difficult to draft against them. They can very simply just go back to something that's more conventional, as we can see here with Drill Peckers.
The answer, by the way, was all Eevees went central area. albeit briefly, but we do see that Glaceon online, albeit the only evolution that has been achieved for either side as of yet. I think the water gun did not steal it away. Actually, it was one of the water guns. I'm pretty sure that Benji was able to lock it down already. 22 Eos energy in their pocket. Tail whip down, but here comes revenge. Here comes that flank. Not able to get Toon caught out too much. Tanks about 30% damage, and then chooses to retreat with Blaine as they set up for the birds.
Pretty classic 3 on the top path, 2 on the bottom path. Walking forward with that play rough is going to send the Glaceon melted back into the Pokemon Center. Galaxy E-Girl finding a quick level 5 evolution here. Really lucky score there, especially for these 2 auto-attacking Pokemon here. Nice eject play. Can they get here? Oh, unfortunately, Gatlu cannot escape.
Yo, but using, literally the most basic of Torchic abilities to weave their way through the line and steal away a berry. Again, it just shows even on such a micro level the skill that we're talking about with these trainers in Pokemon Unite. Such incredible players that it is such a shame to see any of them lose or to see things go out of their hands. But Drill Peckers, to me right now, everything in their hands. They have been able to navigate the first 2 minutes very successfully. Again, zoning in on Toon as we looked at these central area birds, but here comes the Icicle Spears, eaten up by Revenge, and Jean-Mi's forced north. They pick up the Sarlacc Berry, just about escape.
We see Store Power on the Espeon. Choice for Adesu here. We see them running Psyshock earlier on today.
Oh, man.
In my opinion, I actually would have liked them to go Psyshock here. Not a whole lot of mobility tools on the side of Drill Peckers. Maybe the only thing you got to worry about is the Mimikyu getting to that back line, but I feel like the stun with Psyshock, especially with a team that's kind of lacking in your hindrance abilities, is it's kind of lacking in my opinion. But as we go into the first objectives of the map here, so a small lead by Nouns Esports scoring 30. Let's bottom tier 1. one.
Yeah, I love this punish for Nouns Esports, but unfortunately the Shadow Sneak finds the wrong target if you're Revenge, finding Bruv. And there's that Blaziken online. Glacial Stage goes down and looks to harass Benji. Wow, they didn't last any time at all. Got the overheat eject button combination, and it is a Trick Hooper, as you rightly predicted, Draku. Not that that's going to save this zone. They leave it on a rather precarious 3 points. Excellent for the overdunk. This is going to be the Reggie Ice for Nouns Esports, but on the top path, that Regieleki uncontested.
Yeah, nice overheat, melting Reggie Ice off the field. Garchomp, as we saw in game number 1, is going to be working on that top path all on its lonesome. Regieleki should be able to crash there fairly easily. 60 points on the goal zone. Going to set up for a nice overcap as well. Don't know how many points players have on in their pockets here. One really cool property of Trick is whenever you use that Phantom Force, you can heal your team by a full 15% of their max HP. So you can burst heal a single target, even if you're not using that Hoopa Hyperspace Horn.
Those heals would certainly be useful in the face of this Glaceon overheat, and oh dear, that Mimikyu falls very quickly. Full rotate onto the south path. Here comes Garchomp, but it's not going to be soon enough. 27 points, the overdunk locked in for Nouns Esports, and there's another KO, and here's the Livid Outrage, but it's going to be eaten up. Galaxy Eagle just trying to use it to get away. There is no getting away from Toon Slim on this form.
Yeah, you can't get away from an ability that locks onto you as effective as it is. I feel like Glaceon is definitely a Pokemon that counteracts Garchomp quite significantly. If you're able to boost up those shards by using a wild Pokemon, or even just targeting down the Garchomp, you have a couple of different tools to protect you from the Garchomp. You have your passive ability, that's Snow Cloak, to prevent one form of hindrance. But as you can see here, charging up that Icicle Spear right before engaging on the Garchomp, it's already down to almost 25% without even engaging on the enemy team.
Ooh, the 1 point though on this zone. Good opportunity to, at the very least, if they pick up the next Regieleki, force Noun's hand. They'd rather take the 19-point overdunk than what could happen if they were to mount a defense that ultimately crumbles. Two different ways they could go about this. Drilled Peckers with both Reggies set to land, and it looks like Drilled Peckers, well, they're going to make the choice for Nouns Esports. Vision, they see 3, 4. They know that at least they are there. The Garchomp on the south path will inform the rest of them. Psychic Solaire, though, forces everyone out. Come play with me. Once again, Glaceon laying so much fire down. Revenge finally lands the play rough, but no, the Bliss Assistant saves them. Umbreon claiming the KO.
Oh, with Mimikyu going down, the stage is set for them to take this goal zone off the field quite literally. 40 points from the Glaceon is going to close this one out with a smaller overcap, but more importantly, they are going to get really advantageous positioning here in both the top path and the bottom path. Got to be very careful walking this Regieleki to the tier 2 goal zone. Some really interesting decisions here for Nouns Esports, but they don't have to be super aggressive here. They have a really significant lead, 214 to 90, in more than 100-point lead going into the halfway point of this game. Lots of farms still on their side of the field, even though they have their tier 1 goal zones up, and they're also taking some of the farm on the side of Drill Peckers as well.
Pick the Registeel up in all of that as well. Galaxy Eagle was contested on the bottom path, and what do you know? The Blaziken. Oh my word. Oh, Frigo did not know what hit them. Yikes, my dude. Yikes. And Galaxy Eagle caught in an alley as well. Glacial Stage forces out the Livid Outrage. Not that they're going to be able to even use the third slash out of those 4. Oh, Drill Pecker's falling apart.
Oh, we'll be very careful wandering through the tall grass in your own central area. Man. You might find an entire roster of Nouns Esports waiting for you. Look at this snowball with the center that is the President Toon Slim. They are protecting Toon Slim so well. The engages from Bruv, of course, stellar, unbelievable. But the protection that they have for Toon Slim right now, this trainer has been uncontested this entire 7 minutes of the game we've seen so far.
Oh my goodness, Jean-Mi just trying to get away. Phantom Force. And that will indeed secure their statuses online for the immediate future. There will be a Southern Reggie. And yeah, it's almost certainly going to be Nouns Esports. I think Drill Peckers have got to go for the full send on this top path, but Nouns Esports could very reasonably rotate top by the time that they do.
Umbreon is going to use that jump pad thanks to the Doug Trios, or the Diglets underneath that jump pad. Reggie Ice is going to give them even more global EXP. Level 14 on the Glaceon. That is going to be a Pokemon to watch here in this endgame. They are going to collapse this goal zone. 32-point overcap, I think is what I saw, is the final score line on that goal zone. They're going to very quickly take this Regieleki off of the field, but Nouns Esports still has more than, or almost a 100-point lead, but they're going to go into a fight really quickly.
Yeah,
here.
This is exactly what Nouns Esports wanted. They had them up against the wall. The Psychic Solera and the Hydro Typhoon have been used in quick succession, as has the Living Outrage. But again, the eject button. Gatlu really turning up strong here. The captain of Nouns Esports. Revenge desperately tries to get away. No shot, my dude. Fires off the Unite move. Not that that did much good. 3 down for Drill Peckers. Back up to 3 now with Inteleon spawning back in. Frigo just watching as this Rayquaza gets ripped. Jean-Mi, this is going to be the Phantom Force of all Phantom Forces, but no chance. Nouns Esports on the way to a Game 3 yet again.
Yeah, Drill Peckers almost uncharacteristic relative to their Game 1 appearance. I feel like they were scattered for the entirety of Game number 2. I feel like Drill Peckers did a really good job at quite literally uniting, playing together in Game number 1, but they were quite literally with their head on a swivel. Nouns Esports unpredictable in their movements, sometimes even positioning all 5 players in one tall grass segment here. This is exactly what Nouns Esports need to get back into this game to match the ingenuity, not so much in their team composition, but in how they approach this 10-minute game.
Drill Peckers, they're going to try and rescue this as best as they can, managing their health bars. But look at this. Again, the overheat Gatlu more than happy to stick around and maintain their presence. Livid Outrage has been used just to try and buy some space, but Toon Slim on the Glaceon. Look, I know that everyone's got their favorite Toon Slim and combination. For me, this is the one. This is the one where you are scared no matter what you're going to try and counter it with, because Glaceon, it's the surefire. Glaceon, it's the splash damage, and then it's Toon Slim on top of all that. Don't sleep on Nouns Esports. They might have been 1-0 down, but Draku heading into Game 3, the pendulum has truly swung in their favor.
You know, this might possibly be because Toon Slim does not have his bestie on the field. Psyduck being banned both in Game number 1 and Game number 2. Maybe not so happy about that one. Quite literally ice in his veins with Glaceon. I'm excited to see the stat number because it is going to be extreme.
908 to 143. Perhaps an inflated scoreline, as Drill Peckers were competitive. I say they were competitive, Draku. Yikes! Not a single digit on either column going above 1. And just, I mean, we talk about the MVP, right? The most valuable player, and the internal scoring system that Pokemon Unite has to try and doll out the influence of these players. I don't think I have seen a United low score like this in a while. Complete domination from Nouns.
Yeah, I mean, quite similar to Game number 1, but this time in the negative column, right? Really close in damage numbers in Game number 1, but very close in the amount of impact they had across the game in Game number 2. I think the one thing really interesting about Drill Peckers here, they actually were able to jump onto Toon Slim a number of times, able to land the Dragon Claw, Dragon Rush combo onto Toon Slim, getting the Unite move. The Mimikyu Unite move to Play With Me Unite move on the Glaceon, but like I was saying before, Nouns Esports, they played a Protect the Toon Slim composition, and well, this president was definitely protected for all 10 minutes of those games. We can take a look here at some of the numbers here. Almost 110,000 damage by Toon Slim, only 22 damage points off from being 110,000 damage, but the damage taken as well, only 22,000 damage. Is a pretty staggering number ratio between the two.
Now, forgive me if I've gotten my rule sets completely wrong, Draku, and correct me, chat, as well. I invite you to. I am almost certain the Drill Peckers get first pick for Game number 3. Do you do what shouldn't be done? Ban the Glaceon with the intention of picking up a Psyduck or a Miraidon first. Unless, of course, Nouns chooses to switch up their bans as well. I only suggest that they don't because they've been pretty consistent. It feels like targeted bans, knowing this squad very well.
I agree. I mean, it's so difficult to ban against Nouns Esports. They can go with something kind of similar to what I was talking about with Drill Peckers. They can go with something very conventional as what I felt like Nouns Esports went in game number 1. I would say this is somewhat out of convention for the general meta composition for teams right now, but there is a lot of comfortability across these 5 players on Nouns Esports, particularly in these 2 attackers. I feel like Adesu has played every single evolution possible, maybe except for like Leafeon and Umbreon because they are not the attackers of the evolutions. Toonslim, Stellar, obviously, with this Glaceon, has been exceptional in the past with Inteleon as well. It's going to be so difficult for Drill Peckers to even ban against this Nouns Esports team. This roster just has so much versatility in how they build their teams.
It feels so wrong that our Game 1 composition for Drill Peckers ended up having more success than what looked like a more sensible composition in Game 2. But that's just Pokemon UNITE Esports, baby. Sometimes it's all about the players and how you activate the map to your advantage.
Oh, there it is.
There it is. They are going for the target ban alongside Miraidon. They do have first pick Drill Peckers. And there it is. Frigo aiming on the Psyduck, locking it in for Jean-Mi.
So Psyduck, first pick on the side of Drill Peckers. Number of counters that can go against a Psyduck. Of course, Psyduck doesn't have the range as maybe some of the attackers in the roster here. Both really strong attackers on the side of Drill Peckers being banned out. Glaceon, Miraidon. I feel like Inteleon is a very high value pick for either of these teams. Galaxy Eagle are going to stay conserved for all 3 of these games on the Garchomp. I'm excited to see what Toonslim brings out for their 10th and final gutter pick here. Got a lot of Pokemon in their arsenal. Maybe Inteleon comes out to play here. And there it is! There's the Gatlu coming out with the green. Love to see it.
Oh, and Desu with the Pikachu on top of that as well. Drill Peckers, of course, they've got 2 picks now, of which Toonslim will have free range to try and counter. We're looking at Boswell. We're looking at A9 potentially. A9 would do well potentially against the Greedent. We could be going revenge on the Metagross. I like that a lot. I think it synergizes very well with what we see, especially if we're going to see the likes of the Surf on the Psyduck, the Mean Look on the Umbreon potentially, looking at the Scope Lens, so we're not looking for that Razor Claw build with the Garchomp, not looking to slow them down. Toonslim, though, Dracu, feels like a bit of a roulette. Yep. We've seen them on the Talonflame. We've seen them on the Greninja. Wow. Kite Master, take away the Glaceon. Let's go for the next best thing.
Yeah, I thought they were going to be... They hovered over the Talonflame a couple of different times. Talonflame doing really good in kind of a off-meta pick in the Speedster category. But Greninja, I mean, that Unite move can be devastating, landing on multiple members of Drill Peckers looking at this team. Most likely, B&J is going to be going with that Aurora Veil ability once again. A lot of members just kind of standing in that same area. But I think if there's one thing you should not, I guess, underestimate for this composition, Frigo on this Umbreon, I feel like is going to get so much value out of playing Mean Look in this composition.
I'd almost go as far as to say, if Frigo doesn't go Mean Look, that's a bottle. They simply have to. They have to. If it wasn't obvious enough with the Greedent, which can be locked down with a Mean Look. I'm sorry, but if you're able to lock... I mean, if you're going to ban the Glaceon, which has that Snow Cloak, which can deflect Mean Look, you've now got an option in Greninja, which does basically the same thing on the kiting front. They have double team, but if you're able to catch that Greninja before it double teams, it's done. There's no chance that it's going to get out of that, not even just undamaged. They're heading back to the Pokemon Center.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what Toonslim decides to bring here. I think they're most likely going to go with the more conservative Water Shuriken ability. Normally, sometimes you see Water Shuriken with a stacking item. An attack weight does scale really well here, but maybe trying to lean more into the, like Chef loves to say, the healing stoppage with that Cursed Bangle. But here we go. Game 3, Drill Peckers our purple team, Nouns Esports our orange team. Winner of this is going to be going to the grand finals.
Tell you who is stacking. Galaxy E-Girl on the Metagross, as is Gutlu on the Greedent. The Squovet, look at that hat, look at that bow. It's adorable. Galaxy E-Girl moving in on the Baltoy now. They are not going to have it stolen away by Blaine with that pound. A pretty decent secure, honestly, in this top path. Meanwhile, Frigo looking for the early Evo onto the Umbreon. Not going to find it just yet, and the Gibble's got to watch out. Revenge finds safety in the T1.
Don't normally see Gibble in that bottom path, but you know, thematically it does make sense. It places it in a place where it has more EXP, but Toon Slim's gonna walk onto this tier 1 goal zone supported by the Pikachu and the Blastoise. By the way, this is an EXP share Pikachu once again. Not unusual for this Pokemon, really leaning in to that Electroball Volt Tackle, the hindrance that's provided with the stuns.
Super heavy rotate. It's an anti-Cabbage rotate for Nouns Esports, who find the War Turtle. They give up the birds on this top path. 3 stacks for the likes of Galaxy E-Girl and for the likes of Frigo on the... Sorry, my apologies, not Frigo. It's Jean-Mi on the side duck. 51-51 as we head out of the first 90 seconds. Drill Peckers with another 4 on the Matang to take the slender lead.
Oh, take a look at the mini-map there. Gatlu. It is not Christmas anymore, but it's more like the Grinch that stole the blue buff. Defender against defender here. Tackle's not going to be able to take that one away from Frigo. Fake Tear is going to be the tool of choice to secure that away from the Gatlu.
It's another mean look, and they're going to secure that orange buff as well. Gatlu jumps over the wall into the flux zone, and they're going to jump back over the wall again, but not before Frigo gets a third mean look in the space of a minute. And off they run again with the cupboard. Here's Gabite, who manages to take away the Zatu that had not even been taken at this point. Gatlu now into the other flux zone. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Jean-Mi with a 2 KO streak. As entertaining as this is, I think we've got to focus on the wider picture on this southern path now.
I think one of the things, again, about Greedent is that it demands your attention.
Nice.
He's not getting a whole lot of value. There's not a whole lot of wild Pokemon to capture in that central area, but it's allowing some other team members to really get enabled here. I mean, take a look at this Metagross. It's actually gotten a number of stacks in that top lane. Can they get away here? This is going to be a very high-value KO. Grabs that Citrus Fairy in the nick of time, and look at that shield built off of these 2 Pokemon.
Gotta say, though, there's a little bit of panic with Galaxy Ego. Missed the Zen headbutt to try and close the distance to prevent the score. It's pretty much game over for the Drill Peckers as they have full committed to this bottom path. They've only scored 4 points, so finally gets the mean look onto Bruv. The Surf goes in, down the health bar goes to roughly 60%. Worth mentioning, Benji with this Avalanche Blizzard build doesn't, I mean, it has managed to do the job, hasn't it? But here comes the Water Shuriken Burst, and Benji, oh, they are able to get away by so much space with the Avalanche. Same is not going to be said of Jean-Mi. Falls to Toon Slim, and there might be more on the way. Going after revenge. It's a 2 KO streak. Frigo trying to find one, but they're not going to find one. I mean, they do kind of. They get the Blissey, but it's all about this Benji rebuttal now. A Daisu low health. The response, and it's a 3 KO streak for the Fox.
Man, I feel it's a lovely feeling like we orchestrated the exact strategy for Drill Peckers here. They are getting so much value out of each of these mean looks, locking down Gatlu's Greedent, locking down Toon Slim in a place where, of course, Greninja, as an attacker, doesn't have a lot of HP reserves across its kit. If you're able to lock down these 2 Pokemon, these 2 trainers specifically, it allows other members of your team, like this Blizzard Avalanche, Alola Ninetales, to get those high-value KOs.
Oh, they are recognizing the threat now. Esports, Livid Outrage won't catch anyone, but the Thunder will. Revenge goes super deep into enemy territory. Here goes, oh, the Midnight Prance was too early because there's the Bliss Assistance immediately afterwards. Hydro Typhoon, and they're eating still so much damage here now in Esports. The Saiyai's unleashed, but there's once again the helping hand to keep Toon Slim online.
Yeah, really beautiful kiting by Toon Slim once again, continuing to keep that President Toon Slim alive. I feel like Toon Slim this time is taking a little more active approach as a president, sometimes being in the front line themselves here as we head into the halfway point of the game. Definitely a nail biter, but one thing that has stayed consistent is Gatlu in a bubble. Here comes the compute and crush, and it's going to crush the dreams of Gatlu from making it home, at least safely.
Now that is a choice. They were able to score because the Regieleki had hit the T2 zone. They decided against it, prioritizing the Gatlu KO. I think, honestly, the better move in the search for EXP. 194 to 128. Drill Peckers in the ascendancy. Nouns Esports, though, with a full send onto this Reggie Steele. Still a little bit slow, Drill Peckers, with that Metagross marooned in the central area. Frigo's got vision. Surf, the mean look. Bruv might end this, but they're not going to be able to find anything, Drill Peckers. Nouns Esports with the Reggie Steele in pocket, and I think Drill Peckers will simply have to call this an L and move off.
Drill Pecker's going to be really careful here. They have a Registeel buff, and again, one of the most impactful Southern Regis that spawns on the field, just because it gives you that flat increase across all of your attack stats here. One more Regieleki in this top path. This might be a battleground between these two teams. One of them obviously having a better positional advantage with this tier 1 goal zone, but the tough fight is starting to break out here.
Oh my word, the Thunderstorm has brought it. Lots of shield for Galaxy Eagle, but that's 3 for the price of 1, as now Esports now collapse onto this top path. The Galaxy Eagle though, oh brilliant, Dragon Rush, and into the hands of the Metagross. They get 1, Livid Outrage now going after the tanky health bars of Gatlu, and the Blissey of Blaine still unable to find a second KO in all of this. The Computer Crush unleashed just to find it eventually on the Blastoise of Bruv. Still 194 to 128. Shout out to the lovely people living with me. Just delivered me some spring rolls. Well, Drill Pecker's going spring cleaning here in winter. Regieleki on its bike.
Winter might be a little bit late here, as it looks like Drill Peckers may be moving on to this tier 2 goal zone with this Regieleki into really nice Berry Belly Bomb onto the pile up here. Is able to get a knockout, and here comes Gatlu trying to find its way onto Jean-Mi Du. They get a KO streak of 2 before being knocked out themselves.
That's decent value, and especially with so much time until Ray, contextually speaking, you want to get that value. You want to build up the EXP as much as possible. But Toonslim is the one who's inflated the most. Got that Unite move. Level 14 leads the lobby by a clear mile. But Drill Peckers, they've got that late game online. They got the Metagross, they got the Garchomp. Benji's been sublime so far, but there's more objective to be fought over. This Registeel, it does a little hop, it does a little bounce. Helping Hand and Safeguard, assisting Toonslim. The Surf, here comes Gatlu from the back line as well. 50 scored on the top path, but now Esports know that they now have the numerical advantage with Bruv joining the fray. Registeel in pocket, a huge boon going into Rayquaza.
Another Registeel going in the way of Nouns Esports. Again, that damage buff, like I was saying before, so impactful. As we can see in that picture-in-picture, Metagross going for a 50 score on that tier 2 in the top path is going to give them the lead quite significantly, more than a 100-point lead. Winner of this, after these 2 minutes, will be going to the grand finals.
Galaxy Watch is brief. They have got the vision on Gatlu. They know full well Drill Peckers where they are stationed. Calm sets over Thea Sky Ruins. The calm before the storm, most certainly. Drill Peckers with the advantage. And there it is. Bruv finds Frigo. Frigo lands the mean look, but nobody's going to jump upon it just yet. There's the serve though into Jean-Mi! Eliminated, dissipated, lost to the winds of time as the helping hand and the safeguard goes down yet again. We've got the Blizzard, the Avalanche, chip damage, but not enough. But check out the respawn timer on Jean-Mi. Now Esports know that they got to do more work yet. Thunderstorm falls. Here's the Livid Outrage, and the Hydro Typhoon catches 1, maybe. But check it out. The Metagross has taken down the Pikachu. Water Shuriken burst, and the Bliss Assistance has been popped onto Toonslim to allow him to use that Unite move in the first place. Meanwhile, the Greedent, what are they doing? Well, they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. They're forced into the Unite move just to survive themselves. All Unite moves burned with the exception of the Sai-Yai, and now Esports, they haven't gained any ground.
This might be the game, everybody. This is very high KO timers at this point in the game. 40 seconds final. Rayquaza being brought down to low. It looks like revenge right now, trying to get revenge with that KO there, but lots of members falling down. Psyduck once again heading back to the Pokemon Center, and this might be Nouns Esports' opportunity.
Toonslim poking. Here comes a Desu. Frigo with the wish. They managed to get the health back. Galaxy Eagle just desperately trying to defend here. Benji, watch out. Low health bar. Mean look onto Gatlu, but there's the Thunder! Unbelievable! And Desu's turned it on his head! Now they run for the hills! There goes 100! They need another! And there's Toonslim, the man on level 15, to turn this one around with seconds! Extraordinary! Another grand final appearance for Nouns Esports.
Oh, a frustrating ending for Drill Peckers, surely. I feel like they definitely had Nouns Esports on the run, but I want to highlight one particular player on the side of Nouns Esports, a player that has swapped from support to attacker, was holding an EXP share. It was a Desu on their Pikachu. The Thunderstorm activation enabled their team. The first KO on the Psyduck was all enabled by a beautiful Thunderbolt in that tall grass to find John Me do, Surf from Bruv following up to continue to crowd control the duck, followed by the rest of the team. It was chef's kiss what this team was able to do. Again, composure going for a second game team fight was massive for Nouns Esports.
How many big names have passed through the door of Nouns Esports, and yet somehow Adesu's name never seems to quite stick on the lips of those who watch this esport. This is part of why Adesu is one of the most important members of this squad. His adaptability, Draku, and his uncanny ability to clutch up when it matters. 2 in the thunder, the stuns, the setup, and in the nick of time, Nouns Esports rescue what looked to be like an unsalvageable scenario. This is why they are so feared in this region, and to think that Inder's joining them in February.
Inder is joining them in February, indeed, in just a couple of weeks, actually. But as we finalize this game here, and as Nouns Esports celebrates their victory, so many champions on this lineup. We were talking about in the pre-show, is Nouns Esports unbeatable? Right now, they are looking incredible. And, of course, their win streak with Greedent still continues.
It does. It does. I mean, look, I'm going to say it outright as well. I don't think that the Greedent had a particularly good game, only because Frigo counters it with the Umbreon quite naturally with the mean look. And here we can see how everything started to turn up for Drill Peckers. Massive Bliss assistance onto Toonslim. That keeps him in the game. So once again, Blaine providing a necessary service to even allow Nouns Esports this narrow window of opportunity. But then here it comes. Adesu. That thunder, massive, combined with the twister laid down by the Rayquaza, the one non-controlled Pokemon in this conversation, also adds to what ultimately is a Drill Pecker's defeat. So close, yet so far, still guaranteed top 3 Draku, but gosh, they almost had it. It was so close.
Pikachu, unparalleled in its ability to stun. I play Dodrio. I should know very, very keenly the prowess of this Pokemon to stun and paralyze the enemy team. It enables them to the fullest to capitalize off of that moment of hindrance. It's powerful. It has one of the best Unite moves across the attacker classification. Those Thunderbolts do so much damage. Even as an EXP share holding Pokemon, it was one of the #1 damaging Pokemon in the game. It's incredible.
Absolutely, and I understand that we should very shortly have a Desu 4 interview. Thank goodness. He is the man that saved the series for Nouns Esports after all. But it doesn't get easier for Drill Peckers, unfortunately. They fall into the lower bracket where they have been before. And let us not mince our words here. This is as good as we've ever seen them this season, at the very least. And I think on an individual level, so many level ups, they should be proud of what they've done up until this point. They're now going to be looking at the series that follows this one. Of course, the ladies are going to be covering that one. Lelovers versus Gen 5. I'd rather one over the other, Draku. Don't know about you.
Oh, I'm excited to get Adesu on the mic. There's a lot of questions that I would love to ask him. I think one of the things that I always want to talk about Adesu is his role swap from that supportive player that he was playing last year on the Nouns Esports roster, now rejoining as the formal attacker in that bottom lane. But like we were saying, I mean, we've seen Adesu play attacker before they were supporters, so going back and forth. I feel like it's a match made in heaven, quite literally. Again, the attacker category right now is kind of in flux, kind of very fluid between the formal attacker and a lot of Pokemon that have that light bulb over its head. An EXP share holding Pokemon, lots of stuns across this category just make it really strong in both the formal mage attacker and then the supportive attacker.
I'm scratching my memory a little bit. I'm pretty sure the only role I've not seen Adesu play is defender. And even then, I'm questioning myself. You hit the big 3-0 and you all of a sudden everything's in doubt. You don't know whether you're misremembering things, whether you're remembering something else. But hopefully we're going to try and get this interview with Adesu to you after the break. If not, it's a shame, but I'm imagining we might be able to speak with him a little later. In the meantime, folks, let's take a breather, shall we? As more Unite Championship action is on the way after this. Listen, the man was celebrating too hard. We had to chase him down, but we're finally here. Welcome back to the UNITE Championship Series, everyone. Myself, Relic, and Draku, joined by Adesu, the Clutch Master Supreme. What do you eat in the morning to be able to do stuff like this, Adesu? Because I swear, my anxiety would get the better of me every single time.
I actually didn't have. I didn't have breakfast today, so maybe that's the issue.
You're nothing. Okay. Just built in.
No, I just preparing myself for the food that is coming. I'm eating sushi today, so I need to have the belly empty. Yeah.
That's very fair.
Adesu, we've seen you play a number of attackers throughout these last 3 events. We've seen you play Pikachu, obviously to great prowess in that last set. We've seen you play a lot of Sylveon, Espeon. What's been your favorite attacker you've played this season?
It's definitely Sylveon, my little guy. You can feel it. I really feel really good when I play this character. I hope they buff it, because right now I don't think it's one of the best for sure. It's just like very situational. So please buff my Sylveon.
It's a plea to the devs. Timmy, hope you're listening. Adesu, we're sorry we're going to have to cut this so short, but the show must go on. Thank you so much for your time. Draku and I, we're going to hop off. It's over to the ladies, Kellosaurus and Soph-chan, for this next series.
Sorry for the delay.
Alrighty, thank you so much, you two, for the interview. Thank you, and congratulations, Adesu, for winning the Winners Finals and being the first team to qualify for Grands. As usual, Nouns Esports, exactly where they know they belong. I'm Soph-chan with Kello, and we're back for this lower semis. We've still got a ways to go.
We've still got a bit to go, but we are over that halfway mark, aren't we, Soph? But this one is going to be a bit of a fire match. I mean, they've all been fire matches today, haven't they? But Lelover's going up against Gen 5, and whoever ends up winning this set is going to find themselves going up against Drill Peckers. So they have a little bit of downtime for the moment.
And we got to consider the possibilities of storyline for this Drill Peckers versus whoever wins here, because last month in December Cup we saw Drill Peckers and Gen 5 battling each other out on round 1, then on loser finals. So these two teams are very much well acquainted. But Lelovers, are you prepared to be the one team to face Drill Peckers if you win this series is the question. Lelovers has been playing quite a lot of matches today and gone to the lower bracket for a couple of matches now, and I gotta say, today has been intriguing because, Kello, we saw plenty of Absol bans today. What do you think of that?
Look, I think in terms of, we were talking about this in one of the previous sets, Absol being that assassin style, quite squishy, but it's the ability to get into the back line, right? And especially as we have seen a fair few Mews popping on out, you don't want to risk your back line getting ambushed, especially by a sneaky Absol. So could also just potentially be that respect band. It is, I think, considered quite a niche pick. You don't see it very often, do we?
No, absolutely not. And if one of these players are expert on them, well, I guess the ban is definitely warranted. Another Pokemon really, that we have been seeing across today, that we had a sneaky suspicion that was going to be the case, is the Garchomp. Has been seeing so much play and success as well.
I think it's the displacement tools that it provides, that Dragon Rush to go and push it back. I know in one of the previous sets we had a Garchomp and a Blaziken go up against each other, but it's the rip potential that it also has as well. A lot of fun. Funnily enough, it ended up getting nerfed, but it wasn't actually the Dragon Rush combo. It was the Dig one, wasn't it? So the fact that we are actually seeing Garchomp still be irrelevant, especially up in that top lane. All-rounders at the moment are just looking really good.
You know what was also really good, and to be fair, it might be a now specialty, the triple evolution. We had Umbreon, Espeon, and Glaceon. Do you want to talk about it? You seem very excited.
I mean, you're like me. Absolutely love the Eeveelutions. They're cute. And you know what? It is the year of the Eevee after all. So you've got to bring these Pokemon out to play. Not only are they super duper cute, but I think it's the early game presence that they're able to have. Getting their full evolution at level 4. And after that, you know, they still tend to scale really well into that late game. So, you know, it's just being able to have that early, that mid, and that later game covered. We've seen a lot of it, especially Toon on the Glaceon. Absolutely been loving this pick so far.
Smashing. The performance was smashing on them, on any of the other players that played Glaceon today. I totally agree. I want to give a shout out to the Umbreons that we've seen today as well, because it feels like this meta at the moment allows for the Umbreon sometimes to fill their support role with the Wish build, and also allow for teams to go for double all-rounders, which is very interesting. I feel like very unique to this meta right now, because last year the specialty was double defenders, and this year we have double all-rounders, considering they are the epitome of success nowadays on the meta. Gen 5 and Let Lovers for your lower semis draft on the screen.
Oh, you know what? This is one of the Pokemon we mentioned, Garchomp, picking themselves up a ban on the side of Gen 5, along with that Blissey. Now, Blastoise has been an interesting one that we've talked about. It has been banned a fair few times, picked on up. I know there was the one set that we actually end up spectating, but not seeing it at all. But clearly, this is too much of a threat for Lelovers, but this does free up that rubber yellow ducky. But no, Lunda is going to lock in that Mew, and I've got to say they have really been shining on it so far as well.
Agreed. The solar beams have been once again, as it once was, that confirming tool that we know and love for objectives, which is super nice considering we know Mew as a off supporter with the EXP share, but we also do love the damage that can come through a regular attacker Mew. And speaking of Rubber Ducky, there it is, picked for Gen 5, because on the other side, La Lovers also picked Pokemon that have been banned recently, the Hoopa and the Umbreon, and they finished their Gen 5 with the Zacian.
Yeah, we saw Zacian a little bit earlier on. Megu absolutely rocking that and looking quite mega on them. But you know what? Inteleon, I think, is a great pick. I feel like some of these Inteleons have been a bit hit and miss. I guess it is quite tricky to land those snipe shots after all. But gotta say, the recent patch, the buff on that snipe shot, seems to be doing it justice so far.
It definitely is. Most of these teams that have picked Inteleon just really feel comfortable and confident in hitting those abilities from the backline. Now, rounding out the composition for Gen 5, Eldegoss is your supporter with the second all-rounder, as we had been mentioning, on a Cerulege, and Lelovers with a Metagross Mimikyu. We saw Metagross earlier today as well. If I'm not mistaken, it was from Lelovers, and it was a little bit inconsistent, so let's hope for them that this time Potato can do a little bit better on it.
Yes, it was. It just felt a little bit flat. I guess that's the downside with this all-rounder pick, is it can take quite a fair bit of time to actually get online. You want to make sure that you secure those KOs, you secure the wild Pokemon as well. And Potato is stacking with the attack weight stacks as well, so want to get in those earlier dunks up in the top path, which is where I think they'll end up going pretty quickly.
Callow, one thing I just clocked is the fact that when we saw Gen 5 potentially going for the first pick on the side that can they change to the Mew, it's because of how great Toast was playing on La Lovers, on the Mew in particular. Those plays on Solar Beams and all of the early game pressure with the coaching to help out, they were definitely significant. And this time Gen 5 actually opts to go without a defender. They have both supporters there with their composition with Eldegoss and the Psyduck. So we'll see how that's going to go for these two teams, as it is the final chance for either of them to guarantee if they're going to be playing against Drill Packers or they're going to be out of the January Cup. As we're getting into this game, Gen 5 on your purple side, La Lovers on the orange, as everything is on the line.
I think that is such a good point to bring up as well. There is no defenders on the side of Gen 5, so having that frontline, Megu and Utah, definitely going to have to utilize the Phantom Forces at the correct time once they get it to dodge the moves from the opponents. I mean, a well-timed Phantom Force as a snipe shot comes across the map could really pay off well, but some pressure up in the top path so far with Potato being able to whittle down Megu's HP bar.
Having to pop the XP there, Potato, but one of the things that we know that Kaizen and Hooper itself can do in the early game is poke and try to guarantee the EXP because of the Astonish ability, and it just works out really well. And of course, you have on that side 2 Pokemon, one that evolves, one that doesn't evolve, so they need to share the EXP accordingly. And Snow is on the top side here with a 4-person rotation for Gen 5 here on the top side as the 850 mark arrives. We'll see who's going to be able to guarantee this first stack of Swablues. Plenty of it, and actually most of it goes to Gen 5, and a K opener as well that is guaranteed for the Gossifleur. So Sazuro feeling very much comfortable.
I guess that's the thing. When you are going up a 4v3, the 4 is going to come out on top. But I guess Potato just trying to play that frontline defender there, while the other 2 ended up getting the wild Pokemon didn't end up really paying off, considering they got knocked out. And the hyperspace hole, it still takes quite a bit of time. It's not that instant retreat, that instant heal that it can provide.
Which is different than the Elder Goss that is already evolved. Now going here on the Metang, doing quite some damage there on the Zacian. Rotation from both teams here on the central area as Gen 5 is actually dominating pretty well with Qatar on the serve, just dislocating people and taking the damage as it stands. It was a 1-for-1 that was taken here in the central area, as there are still some wild Pokemon here on the center to be taken over the wall. And there he goes, Snow, with yet another and a snipe shot to seal the deal. What a coordinated play.
To see Snow at the pretty much bottom of the map all the way to the top within a blink of an eye, that is the power of the Shadow Sneak, utilizing those walls to get the maximum distance.
It looks really, really good when it lands, doesn't it? When you have your backup as well with the snipe shot. Toast doing super good with the skill shots from a very long distance. Now going here to the bot side as the Reggies are spawning. Marv takes some damage, but we know that Snow is right there. And if ever the Mimikyu lands on your attacker, then it gets a little tricky. Utah will start this bottom Reggie. Qatar taking a good position here to try and surf people away and deny. Well, it is just well successful. That was close, actually. There for Toast, but it is going to get confirmed by Gen 5.
I think that was really clever there from Lelovers, not going to risk contesting that basement Reggie, considering it is a Reg Ice. Instead, they have locked sights on that Reggie Aleki and now going to keep a Megu and some other members preoccupied as, well, I mean, not for long, as it ends up getting shredded down pretty quickly, doesn't it?
Yeah, Zacian just can do that, just as the same as Garchomp can do and has been doing all throughout the day. And so far, Kello, numbers are looking somewhat funny because you have the level 10 on the Cyril Edge, but on the side of the lovers, you have plenty of 9s.
Oh yeah, the 2 level 9s. One Pokemon that we definitely want to see level 9 on is going to be this Metang. That Compute and Crush, the ability to build the wall if it scans 3 of the opponents, can really be detrimental to Gen 5 here. So definitely need to try and spread out. But for the moment, it's just the stars aligning between the 2 teams on the mini-map, not knowing really where to go and waiting for where these beds are going to spawn. But there we go, the Compute and Crush comes on out, but no wall.
Well, you don't need a wall to lock them down in place, as Potato. And X speeds away, then he waddles away, and he makes it out and takes the KO as that as well. To bot side with a nice damage that comes through from Linda on this Mew. Nice coaching away as well on the Psyduck to get to safety, and they're going to be fine. 30 seconds for the next set of Reggies.
I think despite Lelovers falling a bit behind in levels, the fact that they now have that level 11 Inteleon, they are slowly coming online and matching Gen 5. But I guess in terms of the points, it's 63-10, so quite a low scoring game, hitting this halfway mark.
One thing that we have been seeing across the day is the continuance of Surf Psyduck, but also Psychic instead of Disable after the nerfs, as we have Reggie still here on the bot side. If you can have a good setup with Psychic, it could be devastating when the damage lands, but Relovers is not going to even take the chances. There's going to be the Hooper Unbound, really allowing for the rest of the team to join in, and they managed to take it. Very nicely done by the orange squad, as they're still pushing out for this fight and doing really well at that. The snapshot is not going to connect, so they're going to be just going to retreat for the moment, maybe re-rotate here with the Hooper portal to the Regieleki.
I guess that's the benefit of the Hooper portals. You can go from bottom path up to top path within a flash. Both of the all-rounders heading up the top. And once again, Computer Crush onto that Zacian. However, it didn't actually end up getting much value from it this time. Instead, they get cut down by that Cerulege.
Oh, and it does cut down. Those knives are deadly sharp, and they're gonna keep on pushing. Gen 5 takes down the tier 1 pad just before taking Regieleki, which is just huge of a growth momentum there for them.
Yeah, securing that is going to be marching its way towards tier 2. A little sneaky 39 dunk coming in from Marv, leaving that on the perfect one for a potential of a massive overdunk if the time ever comes here. Otherwise, 3 members are going to take care of this Regieleki. Not a lot of wild Pokemon on the field, considering we do have a few yellow dots popping on up. But I guess Gen 5, they want to take the opportunity to soak those up while they're preoccupied.
3 level 12s on the side of Gen 5, 2 on the side of Relovers. Things are looking very equal. The numbers on the board, 116 to 89. Maybe that 1 point on the goal zone on the bot side is going to be great for Relovers if they wait. Maybe for the final stretch, getting doubles on that would be huge.
That would be massive, either the top or the bottom path. But another engage here cannot use Unite moves, given that they are after that 3-minute mark. But a perfectly placed Hooper portal to replenish the HP of Metagross before Hooper ends up getting taken down themselves.
Oh, Qatar setting them up so well, but here comes the come play with me, and Snow is gonna take down the Mew. Not looking really good there from the backline. Snipe shot doesn't connect, but it's still going to be numbers equal for the side of Gen 5 and Relovers, as they are going to start ripping this Registeel. And although Toast does land the snipe shot, it's just not going to go through the front line. And speaking of, the defender here, Marv, is going to take that stance to engage in the middle of central areas where Rayquaza has just spawned.
I think that's the thing. Even though they only had the 20 points, it's only a 19 overdunk. They're behind, but it does create some space down in that bottom path. They pivot towards them. That gives them the advantage down there since they still have that tier 1. But we do have Potato, who isn't even near the Rayquaza, trying to tick on over to that ever-needed level 13. So, Relovers, they're just playing for time, as we have Mew and Inteleon playing Snipe across the map.
Well, who's not going to be going across the map, but rather close really is the Cerulege, and there goes the Revenant Rend as well, very close to taking down Potato, but they're going to be finished by the Mimikyu themselves, as it is 1-0 here for Relovers, as this fight has just started. Speaking of starting, Rayquaza is going to take some damage here, but Gen 5 knows they need to be careful about how they're going to rotate about this. Front line is Marv, going in very deep, the Hooper about to bring people back, and now Potato goes in, trying to get as much damage as possible as the matter grows, but Marv is still going to be taking damage there, and they're not really finding it themselves. Gen 5 is going low on health, but not really taken down. As I speak, the snipe shot will confirm it. Over the wall goes the Mimikyu with the Shadow Sneak, and they manage to get closer, but not really just enough to finish. Now Rayquaza has not reset. Kaizen was there to make sure of that, as they're still pushing here. Utah is very close. Oh, they're gonna get taken down themselves, and it is Relovers to confirm. No, it is not. It's the Mew, and Gen 5 will take the Rayquaza. The numbers are so close. Balunda is gonna get caught between a rock and a hard place, as the shields are gonna be running out soon.
Landa securing that for the team. They do have the lead, so this is going to stop Relovers in their track, unless Potato has something else to say about that. A 50 dunk, we see the side up on the pad. Unfortunately, it's just a second too late for them. And now Relovers have that lead. Gen 5 nowhere in sight with 3 seconds left to go. What an insane comeback.
That was absolutely crazy. Potato, the saving grace of La Livers, with that 100 hundo burger, just saved the team. It just saved it because it was so close. They managed to get another 8 as well, Kello. And considering the Rayquaza fight was just so equal and just so shared around, you know, like dancing tango, that you didn't really know who was going to win.
No, it was really close. What was it, 116 to 105? So that really was the saving grace. Even though Lelovers ended up losing the Rayquaza, think Potato taking an absolute risk, a gamble, hoping that nobody was going to stop them in their tracks, really paid off for them. So they're going to have the first pip. It is a best of 3 series after all, but that's the thing. There's not a lot of movement down here in the lower bracket.
There isn't. As you said it, 1-0 up for the lovers means that Gen 5 need to make it right now, or it's just not gonna be the way they make it back to a grand finals against Downs Esports. So, with that, I need to say, the fact that the split second that Qatar was behind to stop Potato must feel so sad for Gen 5.
Yeah, it was only a split second before they actually jumped on a down. But even then, it's moments like this that I absolutely love when we get to see. Despite the opponent Gen 5 there getting that Rayquaza, it just goes to show that if you make the right choices in that sense, Potato to go on forward, knowing that it was a close battle, and you know, whether it was luck on their side, timing, it just ended up paying off. And it's just, you know, looking at that graph, Gen 5, they pretty much secured every single objective during that match, bar one Reggie Alecki. So anything can really happen, and Rayquaza wasn't even the one to bring them that win.
It wasn't, and it's so interesting to see that was the case. Let's have a look at that once again, because Lelevis was trying to get a good position here, found a very nice closed place here to go and collapse on Gen 5, but then Gen 5 as well did well to at least maintain that Lunda was going to be standing at the end of it. Kept on chasing it down, but Kalos, so close.
Oh, Toast snipe shotting the Elder Goss from such a distance. But yeah, this was the moment he snipe shot was charged just a little bit too early there, secured by the other snipe shotting solar beam prowess Lunda. But I guess because they weren't able to get any dunks, they just flatlined. The shields ended up being broken. Like in the end, did any of them end up still having a shield?
I think Lunda had the shield, but it was 2 members, La Lovers, that were defending, so they couldn't even do anything about it.
That's, I guess, you know, where the times where maybe a mystical mirage, the timing of that, having the shield and then popping that Unite to go and get a dunk, probably would have worked out, but it's also, you know, we don't actually know what happened. Maybe they actually thought they were in the lead, which is why they didn't end up pushing on forward, considering that it's a close battle popped on up. But that's the risks that you have to take, right? When it is a close battle, you just do not know if you are in the lead or not.
And you just gotta do it. Just gotta go. You don't have any option. You just need to go. You need to make a decision, and those things are just so quick to have to be made. And that's why we need to praise Potato for going as deep as they did with a 50 with no shield. Like, hello. They lost Rayquaza and they managed to get the Humble Bugger anyway. The timing was just so incredibly close, and the lovers took good use of that opportunity. One thing I wanted to talk with you, Kello, is the combination for Gen 5 of Mew, not with the XP share, but with the Psyduck. I felt like them both with the shields and the coaching and this and that. It was such a good combination.
It was actually a great combination there down in that bottom path. But is it one of the things, I guess, we mentioned at the beginning of the match, they don't actually have a defender on their side. So, yeah, you have Yutao and Megu, and while they're all-rounders, they do have the self-sustain. did they require something more tankier in that front line? I mean, you think about those snipe shots. No one really brawly to take those shots. We saw Suzuro on Eldegoss, like as a supporter, that is quite squishy. So it's interesting to see whether they're actually going to switch things up and lock in a defender moving on forward, or whether they're just going to stick with this double all-rounder, double supporter and Mew comp.
Yeah, it's funny because I totally agree with you, Kello. They didn't have, that meat shield to just be in front of them, that tank. But at the same time, it felt like so many moments La Lovers were so close to taking them down, even with the snipe shot. And sometimes it was just a little bit that was missing. And maybe it was because of that amount of shielding. You had the body barrier with the side dark, and then you had the healing and all of that comes with the Cotton Cloud Crash, with the Eldegoss as well, and the Mew with the coaching. It felt like there was so much shield that it required more than 2 snipe shots, or it required more than 1 just big hit to take it down, and they were always surviving. So maybe, I don't know, maybe it does work and it just required Gen 5 to be a little more aggressive because they couldn't survive for that long without having the defender. Who knows? We'll see.
No, I guess, yeah, that's the thing we saw during that array fight. Lunda shooting across the map with their solar beams, and same with Toast with their snipe shot. I think snipe shot has a fair bit longer distance than that solar beam, but then you pair it up with a light screen as well, and that combination can be quite insane. But one thing to mention as well, Soph, is we saw Kaizen on the Hooper. Yes, we have Suzuro providing the pollen puff. Obviously, it does have that AoE healing, but nothing can outmatch a hyperspace hole reset.
No, we can't. It's just, remember when this Pokemon was released, we were like, wait, are you telling me that you go back to base, you heal up, tip top, go back, and you're fine? Wait, you can also use the same ability to rotate across the map? Are you sure?
Yeah.
Are you sure that's real? Am I reading this right?
And the fact that you have the Unite move to just teleport your whole team, if they do choose to push that button, of course, to one objective or one place of the map where it's needed. I mean, obviously it isn't forced. It isn't mandatory. But, in a team composition, you would have that communication there. It's like, okay, it's go time. We got to get together. But even then, during one of the basement Reggie fights, it was a little too late. And even though they were there, they still end up losing the objective.
Yeah, it's something you pointed out, right? The amount of objectives that Gen 5 actually confirms themselves. And it kind of might be the difference between, for example, the Mew and a Inteleon with the snipe shot. Then the snipe shot can get blocked. The solar beam, no. It just hits everybody on the way, including the objective. And we have, for the first bends here of our game 2, we're looking at the Blissey Garchomp for Gen 5 versus Miraidon and Blastoise for the Lovers.
Yeah, same bands here and there from the last match, but look at this Suzuro. Instead of picking up the Eldegoss this time round, we're just pumping up Hooper and praising it. They've decided to pick that up themselves as their first pick.
I think this is, I don't know. I feel like Gen 5 would have benefited more from stealing the Mew away from Toast. But now Toast has it. Marv has the Umbreon, which we know Marv just completely excels at Pokemon, not just defenders that take the front line, but that heal very much. And with this combination of Eldegoss as well, they have survivability for days. Now Gen 5 with this Snorlax plus Bustle also looking really good, especially on that top side of the map.
Yeah, the crowd control that these pair can bring can be quite insane. So it'll be interesting to see what Gen 5 end up finalizing as their final 2 picks. Ooh, we get to see Lunda on the Glaceon. We've seen Noun's Toon rocking this one. And I think, as a final... Oh, hold up. Zoroark
Wow, and it's not just Zoroark, it's Zoroark with the Zacian as well, because they kind of, to me at least, feel rather similar with the amount of damage they can dish out at the same time. We'll see how that's gonna fare On the top side, I'm kind of leaning towards the Hoopa Buzzwole combination, but maybe the Elder God's Possession is going to make a difference. We'll see.
It'd be, very interesting to see whether we're going to actually... I'm predicting Utah will end up be sent into the middle section there. Central area. Lunda will end up going down into the bottom path, but I'm really interested to see what Snow is cooking in terms of this Zoroark pick. Once again, we're talking about Absol being that prime assassin speedster. If there's another speedster can do it quite well as well, is going to be Snow, especially with the illusion to go and whether they change into the form of a wild Pokemon or even the form of their opponent. So it's going to be really risky because normally we see it with a pocket Comfey, don't we?
Yeah, that reminds me of LAIC Grand Finals. We had that showcase of Zoroark with no Comfey and Luminosity still won. So it's something to keep in mind as well. And as we're getting into Game 2 of lower semis Gen 5 on your purple side versus Lelevers on the orange, it is exactly as you said, that Kubfu in the central area, while the Glaceon is bot side.
Yeah, and if Lelovers do end up winning this match against Gen 5, they are going to progress on through towards versing Drill Peckers. So there is a lot on the line for this match, considering it is an elimination round potentially for Gen 5 if there's no round 3. But a invade there, Qatar actually managed to out-secure the Eevee, considering we had Snow who's preoccupied with the bag Boltoy.
Yeah, and Zoroa, of course, is still going to be a little weak compared to what you can do with Qatar there on the Snorlax. They're going to keep on pushing here, especially with Lunda already on that level 4. The Glaceon can start doing the Ice Skull Spears, and the damage really connects. Nice dodge there with the coaching from Toast to avoid the Astonish, as we're still waiting for that 850-minute mark for Swabbles and Otaria.
Well, 850 mark, we have Snow that has evolved into that Zoroark. Otherwise, both central areas are going to go into separate lanes. Utah being able to charge up that wicked blow, secure a lot of the wild Pokemon for themselves. Meanwhile, Lelovers getting a few dunks down in the bottom path too. And, hyperspace hole here.
16 points, completely uncontested there, but Gen 5 does arrive, if a little bit later, with the hyperspace hole. Now Snow with the level 5, knowing that they are going to have a little bit of a power spike of early game that they can play around. But at this point, both teams pretty equal, and none of them really looking to overextend in regards to trying to get knockouts or goals.
I guess the interesting thing is we do have Potato, who has attack weight stacks that they need to try and get. Same with Megu as well, but little points here and there have been coming from Lelos, but those birds instantly gone within a flash. A great reset there to send back Utah, and they're back for more.
Oh, they are with the eject button as well, and Utah is definitely hungry, looking for even more. Now the Ice Skull Spear goes into Kaizen that eat both berries. It was barely enough, but they make it out. Now Snow will guarantee at least one of them back, and traded with I believe, at least a 2-for-2 overall on both sides.
We do have the birds spawn in about 5 seconds, but the distance, Lunda, the lock on with the Icicle Spears, unless you have somebody to body block it, I guess an Umbreon, really, they can actually pack quite a punch, especially if it's onto a Zoroark. But you know what? This defender doing their job, taking the blows, and even though they got taken down, it's better than a Zoroark getting knocked out, right?
Definitely, if you still have your Speedster, there are chances to get your EXP and rotate to the top side, because this Registeel is just as good as gone. But if Toast can try to steal this one, very close, but it's gonna be Glaceon who does it. So Lunda will now, with their squad, rotate to the top side. A very nice snarl there to protect from them getting into the portal themselves. Now Snow will guarantee the Regieleki that stuns the side of Gen 5, who are now very low health, trying to protect. What in the world? That was absolutely crazy of a play from Snow, and that one is going to be not just the 3KO Shriek, but also the Regieleki to collapse.
Oh, that one just caught me in an absolute daze there. That was beautiful. They didn't end up picking the 3 KO on the Hooper. Just playing at a distance, don't want to succumb to that boosted auto, but Snow getting in those much needed attack weight stacks that they ended up missing out earlier on. Can they dash on out? No, they do not. But you know what? Sometimes earlier on, you just have to get it in for the stacks.
Yeah, it's just necessary, and to be fair, when there's nothing else happening across the map, sometimes it is just worth it. Although, Gen 5 having the mobility that they do with the Hooper, they're going toward the top side and they dunk 73 points, which is just huge. Looking for a 35 extra with Sazuro, as Kaizen, poor Eldegoss can't do that much to defend it at all. Tier 1 is going to get taken, Gen 5 finding a little bit of breathing room.
I think it's great that they broke that because it evens up the playing field up in that top path when that next Regieleki does end up spawning. But before that, we have 25 seconds left to go until another basement Regi. We have Hooper Unite move on hand in case we have some back caps potentially. Buzzwole lurking about up on that mini-map, getting those Indeedies. But, you know, as we were talking about, the Hooper Hyper way able to send them back down if things get a bit dicey.
And Snow is very much prepared for something like that to happen, just waiting in the shrubberies. As Gen 5 will take priority here on the bottom side, but maybe Snow is just looking for the flank themselves, as Regice is on half HP, getting chunked down there by the Wicked Blow and the Ice School Spear. They're not really going to commit to anything, as Snow actually positions and pivots to the top side to rip the Regieleki themselves. Sazuro is not going to use the Hyperspace Hole for the relocation of the squad. They decide to go instead for just the Eos Energy and the EXP, while that top side, Lalovas take the objective, and they're pushing here on the bottom side. Cotton Cloud Crash will... No, actually, they're not going to get used, but they are very much close to at least taking down Qatar, but they have all the health back. As soon as Snow arrives, it says, nah, you don't. And that's going to be Lalovas defending their zone after taking down Regi.
Those claws are slashing and dashing and doing so much damage. We saw that Qatar was taking the hits for quite a while, especially in their power nap. But once Snow comes along, it's all over. But that was a little bit worried there. So if I thought Megu was going to punch that Regieleki into the goal.
I was going to say, Regieleki, what are you doing over there, buddy? It was just so funny to see. It's just something that the Buzzwoles can do. Ooh, Hyperspace Hole directly here for the bot side. Sazuro is going to get a nice stun and takes the first one down. Now Snow trying to go after the Lunda, but they don't manage to do it. Still dealing damage though there with the Zacian, but they're not going to actually take anything, and that is the big damage dealers on the lovers down, allowing for Gen 5 to take down their tier 1, go back to base, reset, and take bottom Regi.
I guess that's the thing before that 3-minute mark, recognizing that Gen 5 had a few Unite moves to use. They hadn't had that Hooper utilize it, so why not now? Since, you know, there's no better time than at least the Rayquaza fight, which they'll be able to get back. But this creates the space down in the bottom part. But Lelovers, they're going to fight on the back here, looking for a KO, but Qatar is not able to make it out as Lunda picks themselves up a 2 KO streak.
Looking really good when you can collapse the damage from the Zoroark plus the Zacian and finish with the Hyper Beam, no, the Solar Beam. And that is just what we know the Toast can do on Mew. So it feels really nice as we're getting 20 seconds for Rayquaza. Both teams need to understand how to play this because Gen 5 has a solid 100-point lead.
I'm having a look at these yellow dots above their heads. 3 are missing on the side of Gen 5. Only the Zacian's one is missing on the side of Lelovers. So whether they're able to get it back... Oh, there we go. As I've said it, 2 of them do tick on over just in time. Rayquaza is here. But the thing is, the ball is in Lelovers' park to try and make a move, considering they are the ones behind in points.
Indeed. Now Hooper goes back. Now Qatar is going to take such massive damage. The Sovereign Sword is going to chunk them down. Power Nap is not going to save it this time. Now with the Hooper unbound, they're trying to at least get some more of that HP back. Super Soul Slam in the bot side, but Megu is alone. And now Ladlovers with a Mystical Mirage feeling so comfortable and healthy to go and start Rayquaza themselves. When you have the Hooper unbound on cooldown now. Salzura is not even going to survive with the hyperspace hole. And Potato has full position here with the rest of the squad of Lalovas to finish this one out. Qatar has the front line, but they are not going to tank as much when the damage rains on Lalovas, and they have everything to do this one. Maybe a heavy slam is going to get him too. No, it doesn't. Lalovas very close there. Will potentially take, with 1 minute left, a 2-0 sweep.
When it rains, it pours, and it is pouring right now for Gen 5 as the Lelovas rush on forward. Still only 235 to 311. Snow's shield did end up being broken. 40 seconds left on the clock. Can Gen 5 make a miracle happen? Otherwise, they are going to be knocked out of the tournament. So,
this is crazy. Gen 5 needs to do something right now. As you said, it's not that many points. They need to try and go for the pedal to the metal as they are so close. 39 points here for Lunda. 15, 17. They might be able to do it. There is 48. They can score there by Lalivas. And that is Mew just showing that Toast knows positioning. Salzuro is going to help them here with a Hooper Unbound. All of the squad is here to potentially get some more, but they don't have the points to actually score it, Callow. We're so close to actually trying to understand who is going to win, but it feels like Lalivas was still the one to make it.
I did see a 78 go in from the Glaceon, but as you mentioned, I don't think it's enough considering we had Toast going and dunking in some points in the home base, and there you have it, folks. Lelovers have done it. They have knocked out Gen 5, who have been one of the top 2 teams in the EU regions. So this is the furthest that Lelovers have come so far in the UNITE Championship Series. Absolute insane work from them.
What a performance by Lalovas! The positioning, how they were going around the Rayquaza fight, knowing to collapse immediately when they saw Lunda and just layer the damage, especially with Toast and the solar beams. I am stunned at how they managed to do all of that, because at the end of the Rayquaza fight, there was nobody from Gen 5. It was just Qatar that was standing.
I think if there's a match that I want to watch the highlights, it's definitely this one, because, yeah, that final fight there, being knocked out. And that's the thing. I believe Lelovers, they're the ones that had that advantage, knocking out 3 of those members. But, oh, we've got to take a breather as we look at the graph as well. Lelovers, they actually secured 4 out of the 6. So, shared across the board. But even then, it's pretty much the flat line towards the end there, and Rayquaza just sealing the deal for them.
And it was a deal that was so well bargained for, because Lelovers, especially with that move with Toast getting the 96 points, while of course the one play for Gen 5 was to go all send out. So Toast gets the points, resets, and guarantees that because they were already ahead by the slightest margin of around 100 points, that he was still going to be okay even with the full send.
I think that's the brilliance of having the Rayquaza shields. Having those 4 members there to go and defend while Toast still has there, it's pretty quick scoring when you have it. So being able to dunk your points, retreat on back, and then help with that defense really paid off. And it's, yeah, as you said, just the points to seal the deal.
Oh, and this game was close. The whole series, Keller, was close. And sometimes when we see on the bracket that it was a 2-0, you can't even fathom how incredibly intense this series was. Gen 5, we know, just individually so talented with their players, but it felt like in this one, Lalovas had the coordination and just that one step ahead read that made them tip over the edge. Now they're going to be the ones facing Drill Packers on the loser finals.
I guess that's the thing. It looks quite dire there, giving up that tier 1 over to Gen 5. But I think it's realizing they don't need to waste those resources. It's just going to come down to that final fight. But having no Buzzwole, no Hooper during this, and oh my gosh, the Sacred Sword from Potato to deal out so much damage. I mean, last hope here, Qatar. But the heavy slam was just a little too late. And we were talking, those Zoroark claws, they have been honed by Snow. They were sharp.
They were so sharp, and as we mentioned, it's the Zacian plus the Zoroark layered with the Solar Beam. It was just so much damage. So as soon as you saw an opportunity to go in, the lovers took it. Everybody was clumped up, layered the damage, and they are just sent back to the Pokemon Center. And it was just every single time when they found that opportunity, they took it. They didn't hesitate, and this is what a team needs when they're getting into losers finals. Kello, any final words before we toss into a little break and for Draco and Relic to take this on?
I think I mentioned earlier, I think it's amazing to see this is the furthest that Lilovers have come. So they have locked in that top 3 spot, but we know there's still another Titan that they have to go into, and that is going to be Drill Peckers. So whether they're going to be able to overcome that mountain, I think regardless of the results, they should be very proud of themselves. You can tell that they have been practicing. You know, the team synergy looks great during that match, and just a congratulations to them.
I totally agree. Performance so far has been absolutely off the charts from what we've seen from them. They're growing, they are improving, and that's what we love on UCS. You don't only see the performance developing throughout the season, you see it throughout a series, you see it throughout the games, and that is just what January Cup is showing to us right now. Let's go into a quick break while we get things ready for your lower finals, which is going to be Lilovers versus Drill Peckers. We're going to be right back.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Pokémon UNITE Championship Series. It's the January Cup, it's EU, and we're into our top 3 in the fight for 300 CP and the Lions share, or I guess the Pyro's share in this case, is the $3,500. Relic and Draku, we're back on the mic, and Gen 5, the headline news really, not making top 2 for the first time this season. That honor's going to go to one of these two teams, Lelovers versus Drill Peckers.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of a blunder for Gen 5 at Game 1. Of course, we couldn't hear the comms of Game 2, but definitely somewhat of a deflating defeat in that Game 1. Unfortunately, not able to pull it back together to force a Game 3. But Lelovers Drill Peckers going to be two teams fighting over that 3rd and 2nd place, or at least the 3rd place spot at this point of the tournament losers finals. Again, winner of this is going to be facing Nouns Esports in the grand finals. Loser is going to be going home. Going back on some history between these two teams, AOS Cup play-ins, these two teams have faced each other before. Lelovers winning over Drill Peckers over a month ago. So excited to see if they are going to repeat history once again.
A 2-0 at that as well, which then led Lelovers into a date with, funnily enough, Nouns Esports in the lower bracket semifinals, where, fun fact, they were able to take a game off them. So really, this just further cements the narrative that we have right now of Nouns Esports, on paper, well ahead of the rest of the pack, but not so far ahead where these teams with a little bit of momentum can't scare them. Maybe the upset is on the cards. It would have to be a full bracket reset, I remind you, but let's find out which of these two teams is actually going to get that privilege in the first place. Our bands on the board for Game 1 in this final elimination match of the day. Umbreon, Garchomp, Blastoise makes sense. Benji is target banned with the A9 from Lelovers.
I'm actually quite surprised that Drill Peckers is going to be banning out the Garchomp. This was the Pokemon that Galaxy E-Girl played in their set in the winners finals against Nouns Esports for all 3 of those games. Maybe try and take that away from Potato? I don't know.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, look, Potato is one of those players where you just think all-rounder master. And so I think giving them something like a Garchomp, not the best idea. Mew and Blissey locked in, but an early Absol from Benji. This is actually what Nouns Esports was target banning against up in the winners final. So now we're going to see exactly what Nouns Esports had to fear.
Yeah, I'm excited to see an Absol come out to play. We've seen a number of speedsters play today. We did see a Zoroark in that last game. We did see Toon Slim earlier on in today's broadcast playing the Talonflame. We see Revenge here hovering that rather briefly. Tinkaton, all not too much, but I'm excited to see where this draft goes. The ends of draft tend to be a lot more interesting as these final picks tend to be very surprising.
Yeah, between the Delphox, the Greninja. Well, listen, if you can't beat them, join them, as the old saying goes. Off Toon Slim, onto Revenge, Galaxy Eagle. I love that Buzzwole pick, a great counter to both the Zacian and the Tree. Lelover's going to round out this roster with the Urshifu. Feels pretty sensible. They were lacking a bit of objective secure. This is presuming, of course, that they go with the Dark Bear, but against the likes of a Buzzwole and looking to try and lock down a Greninja, incredibly good at kiting, as we've covered previously on this show, makes a lot of sense. Two sensible compositions, I feel, Draku. Nothing too out of the ordinary, maybe barring the Absol on Benji.
Yeah, I would say the one thing that's a little out of the ordinary is the lack of a formal defender on the side of Drill Peckers. I mean, we've seen some very intricate compositions for Drill Peckers. Remind us of game number 1 between Nouns Esports and them in the winners final set with 3 attackers. No defenders this time. I'm just concerned that this Buzzwole and Psyduck not able to hold down the onslaught that this Zacian and this Urshifu are going to be dishing out in that front line. So this Eldegoss, it's a lot of work cut out for them to hold down the fort with these 2 frontline Pokemon.
Yeah, it brings the defender role into a little bit of focus. Like, what do you want from your defenders? And I think that there is a lot more of a wider definition on the defender than there would have been, say, in Season 1. You've got the likes of your classic defenders, your frontliners, those with the tanky health bars like your Snorlax. But more recently, we've seen, I mean, just go look at Umbreon, for example, a pseudo-defender support. And in this case, I think that Psyduck is kind of taking up that particular stance, just the other way around. And so they're looking to disrupt their opponents with the Surf and with the Disable. We're assuming again, given that they do select it, but you're right, it's not the tankiest health bar. Combined with the Buzzwole, it's a pretty fragile front line. Again, Cotton, we'll see whether it pays off.
Before we get into this game, though, just really quickly, you know, defenders are typically the other way around. They are categorically fluid the opposite way. We've seen, you know, Blastoise in that top path, sometimes even Lapras in that top path, playing as that quote-unquote all-rounder role. Not many Pokemon can flex into the defender role, and so that's what we're going to see with the Psyduck here. I'm excited to see it. In this bottom path, we see a Mew going up against a Froakie. Not very good last hitting presence from Drill Peckers here. Should have a lot of experience going over to our right side team.
Yeah, I mean, even Frogadier is a slightly precarious place to be. The true value from Greninja truly does come once it hits that second evolution. No points on the board in this first minute. Everybody focusing on safety and generating the EXP through whatever wild Pokemon they can find. Speaking of, Snow found Benji, and my goodness, Benji 8-1, but look at that, burning the eject button, unable to find the KO. Capuchan's rotate from Lelover, claims the Gossifleur, Benji will fall as well, leaves just Jean-Mi on defense duty, no chance against Force. Snow cleans up the majority of the birds. Big value in the second minute here with only 2 points left on that T1.
Quite ironic that the Mew player's name is Toast, because fortunately the Absol might just be like the name of the Mew player. That Electro Ball followed by the coaching, really good at locking into opponent. Of course, it is a point and click ability, also known as a sure hit ability, but that chase down using your allies, so with that coaching, able to lock down on these opponents.
Well, I mean, that was a problem for the Blissey, of course. It's the double-edged sword that is Pursuit. You want to turn and run away because it's an Absol. It hurts, but the moment that you do turn your back, you're getting that huge damage multiplier from the chase down. Of course, there is a response here from Lelovers as they do pick up a KO of their own, but the scores, ultimately, at the end of the day, what is most important, 23-105, Solar Beam to see away the Drill Peckers. Early game advantage for Lelovers.
Kind of a scramble here in the central area, now starting to disperse. Finally do have now a Greninja online, despite being that bottom path carry. They are in parallel in levels with this Mew that's also in that bottom path. Lots of members for Lelovers heading up to the top path. It might be a traditional 3v3. Buzzwole might be going down here, but the safety of the tier 1 goal zone is there in time.
Safeguard and the helping hand, Blissey looking to enable Potato, but look at the Psycho Card, look at the Pursuit, look at the chop down! More like the chop shop here, and Benji is spending freely. 58, 77 scores on the bottom path in response from Lelovers, but that's a little more like it from the Drill Peckers.
Yeah, it's 3 minutes into the game, and I feel like Nouns Esports is watching this right now. It's like, yep, we made a good decision for banning out the Absol. Well, Lelovers right now is feeling the impact of B&J having this pick in their arsenal. Buzzwole gonna get the confirmation of the Regieleki, and now an Urshifu, Wicked Blow, securing tool of choice for Lelovers. Is gonna take the bottom path objective.
Midnight Slash going to be helped out by the Blissey. Here's the Trevenant as Benji almost falls for their own sins against Lelovers. On the top part, that Regieleki did hit, but they were unable to take down the zone. Buzzwole may be waiting as the Zacian clears off. Buzzwole, are they going back to base? Well, they need help on this bottom path, really, Drill Peckers. Lelovers scoring freely. Water Shuriken burst. Manages to find the Blissey. Marv looking to sustain as best as they can. Misses out on the Citrus Berry. Unfortunate. Mystical Mirage as we've got that second KO from Revenge, moving in with the Surf, maybe boosted auto. 322 down for Benji on the Absol as everything starts to come to a head between these two sides. Incredibly close. Drill Peckers in the lead.
Yeah, unfortunately, 151 cannot defend this goal zone on its own. Has a lot of tools in its arsenal, but unfortunately, rather slow auto attack speed to disrupt any scoring on this tier 1 goal zone. Halfway through the game, very close game between the two teams. Quite literally 20 points separating them. The actual definition of a close game in Pokemon UNITE terms. As we head to the halfway point of the game, Relic, let's take a look at the field state again. Very close game, very close in scoreline. 2 level 10s on either side, exactly where they want to be.
Big push on bottom path, but Revenge is down there with the 40 points. No T1 zone to crash, of course, here for Drill Peckers, just looking to provide a bit of vision. They will certainly have gotten the call now from Revenge that, hey, there's 3 on the bottom path, might want to come and help me out, but there is a decision to be made as well. That Regieleki gains extra value with no tier 1 on the top path. Decisions, Drill Peckers.
Both teams starting to prepare themselves for the fight to ensue in this bottom path. Safeguard is going to protect the Urshifu as they retreat back over to the right side, but they are going to punch the duck right in the beak, sending them back over to the left side of the field. Zacian, a little slow to rotate down to the bottom path. Lots of Unite moves. Battle time to go.
I don't think they're rotating Draku. I think they're going after the Regieleki. Oh, that's a massive load of Unite moves unleashed. Everybody looking for the value. It's the Blissey that goes down. Greninja falls as well. Looks like this is ever so surely heading in the way of Drill Peckers. Lovely use of the light screen to buy that Urshifu a bit of time. But the battle is lost for Lelovers. Drill Peckers with that Regirock in pocket, 17 down. The 30 do my maths correctly, Relic. 27-point overdunk, I should say, just to open up the lead a little bit more.
Zacian going into a 1v1 against the Ninja in the top half. You can see that picture in the top right corner of your screen. Unite move from the Zacian, able to get the confirmation there. Now the Zacian on the hunt, but here comes the rest of the team. Jean Mi Do. This is a support player. Take a look at that critical hit from the Pursuit Absol. 2,500 damage from a single ability.
And that's exactly why we talk about the decision making on the fly. Draku, Drill Peckers, what were they going to do? Well, they decided to just sack their own T1, say don't worry about it. They're going to get the Regieleki. We can defend a T2 easy. Suckers in Lelovers, of course, the Zacian taking out that T1, and it means that as we head into the final 3 minutes, Drill Pecker's still with that advantage, and yet it's so close, Draku. Honestly, on a knife edge, this really does come down to Ray and how many levels you can find before it.
Once again, be wary of the tall grass of Thea Sky Ruins, but also just generally, Pokemon Unite, you do not know what's hiding in the tall grass. 1 minute left before the final stretch beginning. Mar still has that built-in focus band. Make sure you conserve that for this next minute. Definitely going to need that for this fight. One team has, again, that safety of the tier 1 goal zone available to them. Potato, gotta be very careful as they push on forward. It's gonna be one more Southern Reggie spawn. Again, that Southern Reggie for games that are as close as this could be the deciding maker for this game.
Potato, will he mash them, boil them, or will they stick themselves into the fight over this bottom Reggie? The final Reggie. Minus 5 seconds or so for a Regieleki, but you are going to need the rip of all rips to find any sort of luck there. This, however, this is where the value will be. Reggie Steel as well. Yep. Oh my goodness, right. In they go. Snow, Toast, and Potato. They surround this Reggie Steel. Buzzwole nowhere in sight. It's got to be the 4, or it's got to be nothing. There's a Solar Beam. Don't matter. The Midnight Slash has been burned as well. Drill Peckers, they went all in, but unfortunately, it's all out. Lelovers responding kind. Felling the Elder Gods, felling Galaxy Eagle, who was too late to the party. 2 minutes here. Lelovers looking for the burn.
The 2 players they need on the field to maybe contest this Rayquaza are going to be 2 of these players here. Water Shuriken and Burst try to get away. Boosted Auto, Musted Auto, able to get the knockout there. Lelovers ready to take this Rayquaza off the field, but here comes the fly and the secure, the Sovereign Sword from the Zacian, able to pull that one away.
Always a moment of looking up to the skies going, oh my goodness, are we actually committing to this? Because we've seen it happen before so many times. But Lelovers hold their nerve and they get the reward. Hundo Burger top path. No more than that, however. Only a 58 scored on this home base, and I'm afraid that Kaizen is going to be locked into a 20-second respawn timer. On the bottom path, they've successfully defended this T1 zone. Drill Pecker's still in it with 70 seconds to go.
I think that tree is hiding in the tall grass as plants typically do. I don't think Revenge knows exactly where this player is. They might have vision on Potato, the Zacian. They have vision on them now. Trevenant has full access to that tier 3 goal zone. It is still a very much winnable game, but Drill Peckers needs to make a move here. 45 seconds left. They might be losing this game if they do not do anything.
I mean, they've been given the call. They know that they're behind. And here we go. There is an assault front on that bottom path. Trevenant down. They will be taking no further part with maybe 5 or 6 seconds to go. But the Zacian is going to now pounce. Hundo Burger. Revenge got lost in the sauce. And that might just be the safety net that they were looking for. Full power. Sayayay. Don't matter because the Bliss Assistance has inflated the shielding on this Urshifu. Simply unscalable for the Drill Peckers, who somehow are still looking to try and lock down scores. All a little bit too little, Draku. All a little bit too late. Lelovers on a phenomenal run of form, just 1 win away from the Grands.
Unseen Fist from Snow. Urshifu, of course, is going to stop any sort of scoring. That bottom goals are not like anyone has a score shield anyway, but Lelovers definitely felled Drill Peckers in a false sense of security with their tier 1 goal zone up in that bottom path. Again, Registeel, so polarizing, so volatile, so important for securing an endgame win condition. Like I was saying before, games that are so close in level, so close in score, where team fights were on a razor's edge can be tipped the scale by this singular objective. Registeel gives you that global EXP, but again, the impact of getting more damage across your entire team, so impactful.
100% agree. The 91k from Revenge, there was barely anyone else on that team in the same postcode. We talk about Frigo getting more damage off than Benji on the Absol. Something has to change for Drill Peckers, but was it more down to the composition, Draku, or was it down to the decisions on Micro? Something we were highlighting mid-game, and I feel like that final Reggie kind of encapsulated it. They threw everything purely to get the Registeel, not showing any patience, and they were made to pay.
Quite a number of objective securing tools on the side of Lelovers. I mean, if you take a look at Drill Peckers kind of struggling in that objective securing tool, they got a contest against Azashian, has Sacred Sword pretty decent in securing, Wicked Blow, one of the best securing tools in the game as soon as it was added to the game, even Mew, Boosted Auto Plus, Electro Ball, all those different tools. Drill Peckers really had the positioning, but they didn't have the tools in their kit to even contest Lelovers for an objective secure. Of course, they don't want to just give it to them for free, but, you know, in my opinion, I think for Drill Peckers, they needed to devote all of their Unite moves in that one fight there, maybe wipe them even before the Registeel was secured by Lelovers, but that was what won them the game.
And to be fair, Lelovers did at least invite them out. They decided to prod the Registeel. They showed initiative, and Drill Peckers responded a little too late. I also think that there was some very clever play on the macro from Lelovers to focus on that top path, but also show enough incentive on the bottom path to defend away. And so we see Drill Peckers, for example, here winning this team fight. They lock down the Reggie, but there's enough presence on zone to delay. Drill Peckers forced onto it to take that T1 zone down. That then leads to the Reggie Alecki for Lelovers later on, adds more EXP into the pool. And here, I'm sorry, but there were too many objectives secures in favor of Lelovers. And by that point, you've burned the Midnight Slash, you've burned the Water Shuriken Burst, you've burned the Sai, and indeed the Super Sword Slam. The only thing not burned in that engagement for Drill Peckers Unite move-wise being the Cotton Cloud Crash, which, ironically enough, was probably the best thing that they could have had at this moment in time, but this was a snipe in a million, no chance against the Sovereign Sword.
Oh man, it was left on a sliver. I think the Eldegoss player is most likely going to go back to the replay of this broadcast to see that objective literally on 1 HP. A couple of things I wanted to identify since we did have that replay of that bottom fight. I think it was Galaxy Eager on the Buzzwole was just kind of nowhere to be found in that bottom objective fight. I think as soon as that Registeel was on the field, they needed to hightail it to that bottom path, which they did, but unfortunately it was kind of a team fight in a way that all 5 team members were there, but unfortunately Drill Peckers kind of went down one at a time. I think they lost their Psyduck at first, and then Galaxy Eagle on the Buzzwole jumped in, they lost that Pokemon, and it left the 2 Pokemon, again, that Absol and that Greninja, to stay on the field. These were probably the best securing tools on their side of the field, but without a front line to help them fight off a team that's boosted already by a Registeel, it was kind of toast for them at that point.
I mean, look, going back and again, just confirming what I thought, Drill Peckers had the points lead. And so I understand how people look at Registeel and think that this is a necessity that we need to move forward with. It gives us such an advantage in the Ray Pit. But given how far out Galaxy Eagle was from the fight, I mean, they joined 15 seconds too late, for my money. You've just got to set up shot in Ray. Understand that you've rotated too quickly. Your opponents have gotten ahead of the game. It's better to just stay safe and work with the uphill battle. Try and burn the clock. Try and burn down that buffer. Well, coulda, woulda, shoulda is the point I'm trying to make here. Exactly the same bans, however, as we move into Game 2. Draku, Umbreon, Garchomp, Blastoise, and a 9 for a second time.
History is starting to repeat itself, both in the short and the long term. If you remember back, again, like we said before this set even began, Lelovers winning out over Drill Peckers in the AOS Cup play-ins. These bans in the short term are the same. Very similar across the board. Once again, Psyduck, Eldegoss, Absol. Very similar picks for Drill Peckers. Once again, Lelovers, they maybe even picking up oh my gosh, I was trying to finish my thought here. Could we be seeing a Scizor today?
I'd love to. We did see a bit of Scyther at Ioto in the qualifiers. And we did see a bit of Sizzle. I think Sizzle makes more sense here for the brawling, especially knowing the player that Galaxy is. Feels like that's the way they're going to go. Revenge on the Espeon, so they've got that objective secure without having to burn a Midnight/Unite move either. And, well, you're going to have to put together a brawler. And, well, Lelovers have got two. That's Serena online. Very early Evo onto the second stage. And Queen Ascendant, a fantastic 1v1 Unite move that can essentially remove the Absol in one fell swoop.
Yeah, one thing I'm concerned about Scizor, it's definitely one of those all-rounder that's down on the hierarchy of all-rounders. It did most recently get a buff. I believe it was in the most recent balance patch or right before that. A half-a-second cooldown on Bullet Punch on a ability that generally has a pretty low cooldown. Bullet Punch is the epicenter of this Pokemon's kit. It allows it to reposition. It also allows it to regain a little bit of health when you're attacking enemy Pokemon. But one of the banes of Pokemon like this that stay in the sauce, stay in the pilot for a long period of time, very susceptible to crowd control. I'm just concerned of this Scizor. It is a bug type, but going up against a tree, it might be crowd controlled in a blender.
You know, I was eyeing up the item builds as well, because originally we were seeing an attack weight, and I'm thinking, okay, sure. They've ultimately gone Galaxy with Muscle Band, Razor Claw, Energy Amp. Now, Energy Amp makes a lot more sense if you're going to be running through those Unite moves constantly, either for Sizzle or for Scyther. With Scyther, you're clearly looking for that escalation of the burst damage to secure the KOs. If you're Sizzle, then that Energy Amp leans itself more into, I can sustain myself for a little bit longer, even if I do not get the KOs. Lots of thinking to do, Draku. I prefer talking. So let's do that, shall we? Game 2 here, potentially Lelovers to go into the grand finals.
Yeah, we're going to see once this Scyther becomes level 5, it's when they get access to either Dual Wing B to remain as a Scyther or to evolve with a Medical. Of course, you don't have that item in-game here to become a Scizor at level 5 in this bottom path. We see Snow with a Bounce Sweep. We don't see this all too often, all-rounder in the bottom path.
Indeed. And moving up to the top path with a bit of vision, we've got that Mew coaching. Alongside the Zacian, Benji's moved top path to make it a 3v3. And look at this clever rotation now from Lelovers, sending that Steenie as it's evolved into the central area to try and access that Serena a little bit quicker.
Patati heading up to the top path at level 5. I think they did give maybe one buff to the Mew to make sure they do have their, at least their move swap. You know, coaching in this early game can be quite devastating. Potato is going to use that Sacred Sword on the wild Pokemon. Is unfortunately going to get knocked out here, but here goes the Blissey. Maybe going to get some revenge here as they move on forward. Toast, just like his name, is going to be Toast in the top paths as well.
Oh, well, Galaxy's very close to the evolution, and we are going to see the Sizzle. Oh. There it is. The Knight in Shining Armor, perhaps, for Drill Peckers.
Yeah, love to see it. I think Scizor does a lot better when it does have a pocket support right next to it, whether it be a Blissey or an Eldegoss. But expect this Pollen Pup to have one target, and it's going to be the Scizor 1v1. A Knight in Shining Armor takes down the Zacian.
Ah, but here comes the arch nemesis. Here comes Snow. Lots of shield, but not for too much longer, actually. Wow, we do see the Blissey pick up another KO, this time onto the Eldegoss, but there goes the triple axle. There's the sustain from the Serena. The Psyduck tries and saves their Sizzle with the Surf, but it's unfortunately a bit of a Pyrrhic victory for Drill Peckers. Finds a little bit of value, but not much else. And this allows Lelovers to try and score on the top path as well. Marv catches Frigo as they rotate out Snow as well. That's another KO going over to Lelovers, and more scores on this top path.
You know, even though that was a loss to Drill Peckers, we did get a lot of information Lelovers is going to have to devote a lot of resources to KO this Scizor, especially when they get to later parts of the game. It is a Swords Dance Scizor, so they don't have a lot of mobility they get with the double hit, but lots of damage coming out here. Once it starts to scale, it might be a bigger threat, but even though you have that cooldown reduction, you have to stay alive long enough to use your abilities.
I love the pick of Trop Kick here, Draku, for me.
I do.
As much as the Bullet Punch, this moveset does allow for a little bit of maneuverability, it's not that much. And so, unless you are countering the Trop Kick that's being put down by Snow in this occasion, you're actually still going to be in the slow zone, which makes it even easier to try and take the Scizor out of the equation. Bottom Reggie goes to the Lelovers, top Reggie goes to the Drill Peckers, and they do have enough gubbins here to, as long as they do the maths, to crash the zone if they want. Where's the 26? Espeon finding another couple of scores. Surely going to dunk it at the last moment. But meanwhile, the Midnight Slash, the Sacred Sword, more KOs into the can for Lelovers. It all seems so easy.
Yeah, Espeon just a little bit late to the party here. Unfortunately, while they were taking down that goal zone, the rest of the team was falling and fainting. Frigo, the next to fall. Another eye set on this tier 1 goal zone.
And the reset. And the breathe. As Lelovers decide to disengage. 5-point game, Draku. 114 to 119. But Lelovers in every single team fight so far seems to have a real firm grasp on identifying their primary targets. Benji up to level 10 worth mentioning, but they haven't been part of the conversation for long. Oh.
Kaiser, maybe trying to take a look at that blue buff. Retreating back over to the right side of the field. Halfway through the game, very much like game number 1, a very close game. This time, a lot closer in game number 1. Only 5 points separates the two teams. Lots of Unite moves available for either side. Mew, Trevenant, Scizor, and the Psyduck all having that yellow dot over their icon. A 1v1, the Knight going against the Sword here. Here comes the Blissey trying to save the Zacian. Fortunately, not there in time. A lot of really high-value experience going over to the Scizor.
Snow wary, but finds more KOs. Queen Ascendant, that's going to be the Espeon removed. Full power Sai, Midnight Slash burned as well. Everyone on Lelovers avoided it. That is the problem with this Unite move, is it can be easily read. Disable onto Snow, and they decide to just take a little rest for the moment. They're served up some soft boiled, and now rotating onto the bottom path. Here comes Potato. Got ourselves the Sacred Sword going down, and the Phantom Forest too. Reggie surrounded by the Lelovers. Fantastic zoning from the Lelovers. Psychic Solaire to buy some space. That's all it's going to do. Jean-Mi still here. The Solar Beam, though, surely no, indeed, it's the Zacian who takes down the Regice. Chipping away here, Lelovers at the Drill Peckers defense, and that's going to be a 46-point overdunk for the team as they extend their lead.
Yeah, Lelovers just really strong in their team fighting prowess here in game number 2. I think for Drill Peckers, Scizor was just kind of out of place, nowhere near their Eldegoss. Like I was saying before, Scizor has a lot of abilities to boost its own HP, actually has some abilities in its passive ability to boost its own defense and special defense, but lots of burst damage. On the side of Lelovers, it needs Jean-Mi to basically be sitting right on top of the Scizor to make sure their health bar stays healthy as the Scizor boosts its own defenses around it.
I love the patience from Lelovers, looking at the yellow dots on their map and saying, hey, we can pick up some free EXP here, set those respawn timers on the wild Pokemon off, and then we can focus on the defense. Then we can focus on this Regieleki, which I'm sure that Zacian will do. What a lovely stun into the Solar Beam. And now the flank from the Serena forces out the Cotton Cloud Crash. But once again, the Queen Ascendant finds its mark. The Espeon removed, and so is Benji on the Absol 2. Mystical Mirage, and in comes Galaxy Eagle. Again, way too late to the party. They're going to fall to the Mew as Jean-Mi races back on the top path. It's a 50 score for the Zacian. Drill Peckers. Well, the Lelovers ain't paying rent. They're living there free right now in their heads.
This game of Pokemon UNITE is quite literally playing a game of chess, trying to protect the king, but the queen, as aggressive as she is, just like in the board game, Serena is taking over this game. It was one of the Pokemon to watch in last month's monthlies, and well, take a look at these levels, Relic. Level 13, now level 14, the right side of your screen. Serena on top, the queen of experience. probably the best Unite move to lock down something like an Absol. That is a speedster's worst nightmare. Getting locked down by a bounded type Unite move, that Queenly Ascent, can be so devastating if it lands on the correct target.
For a team that was not even 10 seconds away from beating Nouns Esports and earning themselves a ticket to the grand finals, Drill Peckers look completely out of ideas. Here comes the wrecking ball as Lelovers have already found one. Red Illusion Dive ain't gonna save you here, mate. Midnight Slash though finds plenty of damage, but only 1 KO. That's a huge Unite move taken off the board. Lelovers have wasted. The Mystical Mirage isn't there. Phantom Forest isn't there. They've lost their Sovereign Sword too. Never mind, it's just come back online. Drillpeckers still have the Sai Draku, but this just feels like we're delaying the inevitable.
1 point, 1 minute to decide who's going to be facing Nouns Esports unless Drillpeckers finds a miracle here. Look at the number of yellow dots. Unite move economy is definitely in inflation for Lelovers. They have 4 Unite moves, so only 2. That Absol Unite move was quite literally their only tool here, but how are they going to get back into this game, Relic? You got to let me know.
Cotton Cloud Crash, I don't think I can let you know. I think that this is going one way, and it's south for the Drillpeckers. Electro Ball eaten by Frigo, and over the wall goes Potatoes. The chase from Potato. Frigo's still online somehow, but in the meantime, Eldegoss is gone. Benji is gone. It's methodical from the Lelovers as the Queen ascended yet again for the 3rd time this game. Almost just completely unravels the game plan, takes the Espeon off the board. Still somehow part of this conversation, but this is going to have to be the steal of all steals. Frigo watching, the Disable, the Surf, Lelovers surrounding. They might as well just let the Rayquaza just revive its health. Revenge. Yeah, they realize, but they can't do anything, Draku. It's Lelovers on their way to the grand finals.
Absolute beautiful patience on the side of Lelovers, making sure they take the time to take away the only possible hope for Drillpeckers to get back into this game. That was the Psyshock from the Espeon and maybe just the presence of Psyduck on the field. And we are going to be seeing a new team joining the grand finals. Lelovers going to be meeting Nouns Esports in the grand finals.
And history repeats itself, Draku. Drillpeckers lost 2-0 in the play-ins, and my goodness, they've lost 2-0 here. And you know what the funniest fact at the end of all this is? Lelovers is the only team in this top 8 bracket today who has not dropped a game. They started in the lower bracket. It's been 2-0s all the way to this point.
762 to 229 is your final for game 2 of our losers finals set here. All led by quite literally the carpet laid down by snow. 11 knockouts, 11 eliminations, 15 assists. Leading the team in knockouts, but almost leading the team in assists as well. I did want to bring this up about Serena Trope Kick. That carpet that's laid down after the dash is incredible for inhibiting the damage potential of physical attack damage dealing Pokemon. That was the Absol. That was the Scizor. If you're in that carpet, your damage is reduced. Your damage output is reduced. And you can see it here. 51,000 damage on the Absol. Only 70,000 damage on the Scizor. They struggled in this game all because of the Queen.
Yeah, I think it was a really astute final pick from Lelovers. Really astute. Absol didn't work for me again, Draku. It didn't work for me again. I think you got to hit your marks, and Benji missed too many of them. I think Galaxy E-Girl, again, there were some rotates where they were lost in the source and joining what was a crucial team battle far too late. Sometimes they would overextend themselves to the point where Jean-Mi and Frigo couldn't help them out. I just think that loss to Nouns Esports did more to their mental than they would like to admit. This team are a shadow of the one that we saw just 30 to 60 minutes ago.
One of the downfalls about Absol is that it really relies on critical hits. landing. And if you're not super familiar with canon Pokemon, and in Pokemon Unite, critical hits are not necessarily always 100% guaranteed. For Absol, if you're able to hit the back side of them, it is guaranteed, but that's always easier said than done. But this game is definitely all about the lady with the crown on her head. The queen, just like in chess, moves forward, gathering the troops and really being the model to how the team should perform. The team played around Snow beautifully, but also Snow themselves played spectacularly.
I feel this is the coming of age moment for Lelovers. This is a squad that we know that they've had the potential since they first came together for Season 4. And between Snow and Potato, you have got two of the all-timers in terms of all-rounders over the last couple of years in EU. And they're finally starting to cook something that looks like it can genuinely threaten Nouns Esports. Again, that Serena pick was inspired. They must have understood, they must have seen the Scizor pick and thought, or the Scyther pick even, and think, no, they should be going Scizor. So why don't we limit its maneuverability? And that's where those drop kick lanes just completely undid the game plan. All of a sudden, that Scizor is relying entirely on its sustain. And I'm sorry, but if you wanted to sustain, you should have gone for a Goodra. You should have gone for something that can actually do it. The Scizor, not the one. And so Drillpeckers exit the competition. But Lelovers, as I say, they've swept the lower bracket, Draku. They've earned this opportunity against Nouns Esports. A bit of an unknown, I guess, this one, actually, given that this is their first time in the grand finals.
Yeah, they have gone undefeated today. Of course, the only team that has, actually two teams, has gotten a single game off of Nouns Esports. Every set they've played today, Nouns Esports have gone to a Game 3. And so, you know, Nouns Esports have had some time to, of course, watch Lelovers these last two sets to watch as the team performs. But, you know, a lot of threats on the side of Lelovers and the potential danger of a very impactful last pick in that Serena, for example. I mean, what else do they have in their pocket? Should be something to worry about.
Absolutely. Well, let's talk about what's in. Let's talk about what's in the Lelovers pockets here. Let's have a little chat with the artist previously known as Nayat. He goes by Kaizen nowadays. Support for this wonderful squad. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're well. 2-0 sweep against Drillpeckers. Was the confidence always there, or are you just taking this one as a fresh slate?
Hello, first of all, thanks for having me. I think against Drillpeckers we had a pretty good matchup. Like we knew what they're gonna do, and we played pretty well against them. But overall, our losers run is pretty impressive, right? We 2-0'd everybody, like so far, so we're pretty confident. And also play against Nouns. Also scrims against Nouns went pretty well. I'm pretty happy. They beat Drillpeckers 2-0.
Yeah, how are you feeling? I guess just piggybacking off of that, how are you feeling going completely undefeated in your losers bracket run? Feeling pretty good against Nouns?
Yeah, I think Nouns is always like the hardest opponent in EU, like always has been. I think we have like a lot of confidence from like winning every set now. So I feel like we're gonna perform pretty well and we're gonna give our best.
Final question for me: how do you like your potatoes? Mashed, as in form of fries, or winning the January Cup? Which one sounds best to you?
So the best is potato ahead and potato screaming in VC that we can flip the Raycrosser.
Excellent answer. Excellent answer. Well, best of luck to you, my friend. Take care. Thanks, and prepare for your grand finals date against Nouns Esports. Draku, that's it from us. We're going to be handing over to Kello and So for this final time before, of course, we wrap up the show with our final thoughts on the desk. Do you think it's possible for Lelovers? I mean, we are talking about the full bracket reset as well. That's a tall order for any team.
It is a massive gauntlet. Definitely. I mean, Lelovers has gone the gauntlet of going through the loser's side of the bracket, the lower side of the bracket, and well, this is your biggest test of the year so far. And you know, if there's a time to find your pinnacle, it is now. Nouns Esports. This is, of course, this may be the last time we might be seeing Blaine. So I'm excited to see this matchup for a final time for this team.
Feels like a fairy tale ending, doesn't it? It's either the last hurrah for Blaine or it's the first hurrah for Lelovers. What a narrative going into our grand finals, folks. We ask that you remain patient for a little bit longer
because it's on the other side of this break.
Well, folks, here we are, almost at the end of the road. We know that journeys, especially monthly cups, well, they eventually come to an end. But what an incredible day so far we have had today. So we're at the grand finals. Nouns Esports, well, we've seen them here before, but Lelovers, hello, move over, what's going on?
Oh yeah, this is a brand new day for Lelovers, and we gotta say they have been performing so well. Potato, Snow, all doing just wondrous things. And as you said, Nouns just very well acquainted with the house already. So let's have a look at that bracket, because the journey here, well, for Nouns has been pretty similar to what we saw in the qualifying stage yesterday. Completely quote-unquote undefeated in regards to not dropping any series, although dropping a couple of games along the way and getting themselves through the upper bracket into grand finals. But what a journey for Lelovers that started in the lower bracket themselves, Kello.
I mean, I am just seeing all in that lower bracket. Lelovers 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, right? Totally different story from last month where we actually had 2 zeros across the board. It was a quick one. I mean, but in that top side, you know, we have a few 2-1s, but yeah, Nouns. I mean, they're the 2 times champs. I mean, January Cup and AOS Cup play-ins as well. So they are going to be representing at EUIC. They are probably, I'm going to say, they're the biggest titan of the EU region. So the question that is lying in everybody's minds, especially, you know, mine and yours right now, is can Lelovers keep this momentum going?
Well, yeah, I think for Lelevers, it kind of relies on a couple of certain picks that we have discussed, Keller, all throughout the day. It's the Garchomp that has been constantly banned against Potato, and also Mew, that when played by Toast, just really just makes things completely different on team fights. Sometimes Inteleon as well for this player. So overall, anything that has a skill shot from 10 miles away, Toast has it nailed down.
They have got that one covered. And the thing is, I don't think they're going to be picking up both a Mew and an Inteleon on the same team or banning those out. So, I mean, that's the thing. Do you try and steal it? Is Mew potentially worth banning here? But one person we have to backtrack on, Snow. We've seen them in that last set playing Zarina. Feel like Zarina seems to be that sleeper all-rounder pick.
And it has been doing so well. Speaking of all-rounders in general, we have been seeing constantly double all-rounders, and this threat with Serena that we thought might have been the case in December Cup, now finally coming through in January Cup. And we saw some versatility as well between Stomp, Triple Axel, builds that have been just overall doing pretty good, having nice outcomes in any of the situations, especially, as you said, when piloted by Snow.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Snow isn't just known for their Zarina. Yes, they have predominantly played the all-rounders. If we look back on today, they played Zarina. We've seen them on Mimikyu. We've seen them on Urshifu. I think the one that surprised us most was that Zoroark, and they really rocked at that match as well. And, I mean, this is the reason why they are here, Soph, in the grand finals up against Nouns Esports. We are heading on to our first ban phase.
Oh, and a reminder for everybody, this is a double elimination bracket with a bracket reset. So if Lelovers coming from the lower bracket takes the win, they are going to play once another series to actually dethrone Nouns Esports, because of course coming from the upper bracket you have that advantage of just winning straight away. The bracket, or the draft rather, starting with Hoopa, Mimikyu, Miraidon and Blastoise on the bench with a priority for the Psyduck. But Potato, we see you, and we see you with a helping hand Blissey as well.
Garchomp, helping hand Blissey. The attack speed on that Land Shark is gonna be insane. Assuming it'll end up being a helping hand, that makes the most sense. But you know what? Blaine is going to lock in their bread and butter for the comp. The Eldegoss, we've really seen them rock this Pokemon, especially with those invades. And, well, Adesu, once again, the evolution connoisseur. Can't go wrong with Espeon, especially with those Psyshocks.
Oh, those Psyshocks as finishers, as starters for the stun have been all around incredible. Speaking of all rounder, a Blaziken that gets confirmed here, and if we are following a potential double all rounder, we could see another, or we don't have a defender still here for Nouns, and we know that Bruv definitely enjoys. Okay. Bruv enjoys the Snorlax, but once upon a time, it was Bruv showtime on the Mr. Mime.
Yeah, hey, it's showtime, because Mr. Mime, I feel like this is something we haven't seen in a hot minute. But really interesting to see the three supporters being picked up by Nouns here instead of picking up a defender. So it'll be really interesting to see what these switch ups are going to be and who's going to have the experience share. Is it going to be the Psyduck or is it going to be the Mr. Mime? But Snow, we saw them in that previous set, picking up that Zarina once again, and I think its passive actually plays really well into the team composition that Nouns have selected because of that CC reduction.
I agree, Kello, and looking at the composition here for the Mr. Mime in particular.
Right.
Right. So although we highlighted Bruv on it, it's going to be Toon on the Mr. Mime. They have not changed. I repeat, they have not changed. Toon is playing Mr. Mime with Choice Bags, Spoon, and Focus Band. So you were questioning the EXP share on either of them? No, it's going to be on the and the side.
What's going on here? What is going on here? Psyduck is supposed to be Toon's bestie, right? Bruv is known for their Mr. Mime. Nouns, you're bamboozling me right here. But I guess Toon gonna potentially show Bruv how it's done, the attacker build. So having that slick spoon and choice specs on hand, plus that focus band as well. So we're gonna see a barrier confusion, Mr. Mime here, right?
Oh yeah, and that's just gonna bring us back to early seasons of Unite for this grand finals as we get into it. It's the best of 3, Nouns Esports on your purple versus Lelovers on the orange. And starting off the gates already, we actually have Toast as the Mew and Kaizen with the Chansey in the central area.
You know what? I like that Kaizen is here, prepared for a potential Blaine invade, locking in that red buff. But they've decided to just leave Blaine to go and soak up all of the experience on their own and go in for an early push up in the top path against Adesu.
Huh, interesting. And at the same time, Adesu was already able to confirm as much as EXP as possible to get to the to the Espeon form and evolve. Now Torchic crying for help, trying to get to the berries, is not going to be able to do so. And Kello overall, it's just so mind-boggling what is going on. Blaine now getting it, the Elder Gods evolution, also getting the blue buff. What is going on?
Well, they're powered up and ready to go, heading up down into that bottom lane. But Adesu all alone. This isn't the one that you want to see. Usually an all-rounder because, well, Espeon is quite squishy. But Nouns, they're going to put the pressure on this bottom path, get some dunks of their own, considering they have the space to push back that Eevee and Steenie so far.
Yeah, Combuskin trying to get as many stacks as possible here on the bot side, and we know just how much Godlu can do if they are just ramped up into that final evolution. Kaizen doing that boosted auto there, but back is Adesu proccing that focus band on the Blissey. And overall, though we're having quite a lot of brawling, nobody really at the danger of actually getting taken down.
I think the interesting thing as well, we've had little dunks here and there, but it's actually only Adesu who is running the attack weight stack over on their team, but coaching paired up with that Umbreon. I mean, it's going to be hard to take down that duo.
It really is, and as you said, it's just important for all of them, Adesu and Godlu, with these stacking items to get those as soon as possible. And they have been moving very interesting as a unit in the central area. We've already been through the 8-minute mark, and I presume, considering Nouns Esports were there, that they took the EXP themselves, and looking at the numbers, it's Mr. Mime Toon on level 7 and Godlu on the 7 as well on the Blaze again.
As if we weren't mind-boggled enough, we actually have Adesu going and taking those experience in this central area, but Gatlu has managed to reach level 8, charging up that overheat to lock in most of the birds for themselves, but a KO over onto Toast.
Oh, and it looks really good. The Psychic will force out the eject button. Another overheat, very nicely executed there. And a 2KO Shriek for Godlu that could turn into another one, but not before Marv capitalizes on yet another player. We're going to have a 15 into a 40 for a 20 over dunk by Nouns Esports on the bot tier 1.
Even though there's Aeos energy, which is super duper tempting to pick on up, sometimes you've just got to break that goal ASAP, even if they could have whittled it down a little bit further. But they have secured themselves a Registeel for Nouns Esports. That Regieleki is going to go in for a reset, while we do have Zarina and Blissey trying to get on ready. And I spy a yellow dot above that Mew.
The Mystical Mirage could make a huge difference here, especially when they're all close together and bundled up. Now, Bruv taking so much, but we know it's a Psyduck. As soon as it gets the headache, it can survive quite a bit of damage. Half HP on the Regieleki. They go into Kaizen. The Psychic Select gets everybody into the air and looking so good here. The Mystical Mirage there just to get Toast into a better position as Bruv was trying to steal that berry. And now Nouns Esports, considering that Regieleki was already initiated, they will take it, but that tier 1 still standing, so I don't think they're going to be able to score as much as needed to break it before it gets to the tier 1.
You know what? Lelovers, they don't mind that ended up getting taken. We have Zarina going and getting some dunks in of their own. But we do have Adesu who has 40 points. This is only going to be a 9 over dunk if they do get it in. And yes, they do, just to create the space. Blaine to replenish that HP with the Cotton Cloud Crash. But you know what? Espeon, as we mentioned, quite squishy. So going to get knocked out.
And to be fair, Gadlow was also close to getting knocked down, but uses the eject button to get away. So nicely dodged there by both of them. And what you said, if you are going to have somebody get knocked down, it's probably going to be the Squishy. And if it's just one Pokemon, then it's okay. 25 seconds for the Reggie bottom to spawn here, as we're looking at Lelevers with the positioning you would expect by them, but it rather non-traditional path here from Nounzy Sports. They're going through the enemy central area themselves, maybe looking for a flank, but those both supporters here, because they have 3 in that squad, gotta remember that they are going to at least try to create some space. Livid Outrage is not available for Lelevers, so Potato has to keep that in mind when they continue for this engage. Now Regirock is getting attacked. They're trying to get into the backline. Maybe the Blissful Assistant could go onto the Garchomp, but they're still not going to be able to do that. The Psychic Select gets 4 of them up into the air, and Blaine and Desu doing so good on the Espeon. Now Serena is going to go so deep, now trying to use the Queen Ascendancy, but it gets cancelled, and now Regirock is going to get focused by the side of Nounzy Sports, and they confirm the objective themselves. They can keep on pushing, and that's going to be yet another knockout for Nouns.
That is so unfortunate for Snow to have their Queen Ascendant cancelled the game, even though they don't actually have full heal on the side of Down. So I'm kind of curious, what ended up cancelling it?
Maybe it was a split second from the Psychic. Maybe the Psychic like pulled him in just briefly before it was charging. I don't know. It was supposed to have invulnerability, so I'm also very confused, Keller.
But doesn't matter. They do have a bit of time to actually utilize it for the next fight. So that is on hand, especially as we can see them on the mini-map in the bottom path. Meanwhile, we have members scattering about up in the top path. Adesu gets knocked down once again. Blaine forced to use their Cotton Cloud Crash to replenish the team's HP.
And now trying to potentially steal this one, going with the Surf. It's going to be Mewtwo who guarantees it. And with that beautiful play by Potato to take down Adesu immediately on the fight, they are going to guarantee that takedown and the Regieleki is going to get swiftly defended by Nouns.
Yeah, it's going to get shredded on up, but this does provide Lelovers the chance to go and farm up their Unite moves, some experience, considering Zarina has only ticked over to level 12. However, we do have Potato who has reached both of those plus movements, considering they have level 13.
It's the power spike that any carry wants in the late game. 20 seconds here and a differential of 15 for that Reggie versus Rayquaza to spawn. Maybe we'll see Nounzy Sports going for this one as they have the positioning here, but rather I would say they might just go for a defense. But if they have enough damage, maybe they go for it. Now the totality of Lelevers is on the top side, so they're just going to go for the rip on the Reggie Steel while they're trying to take down their tier 1 and create some space. But at the same time, there's still 10 seconds for those double points to actually come in.
Thing is, what is more beneficial here? Getting points on the board or missing out on that Reggie Steel? As if Nouns wasn't powered up enough, you give him some special attack and attack buff here. Things might get a little bit intense as Toast is going to lock onto Toon with that basic auto.
Oh, and the light screen's coming by Toon. That's so huge. Another beautiful Psychic Select from Adesu as he's still creating space. Bravo with the Surf is going to try to push them away, but Potato did so well with the Garchomp going into the backline, but it's just going to be Toon that gets taken down at the moment, while 4 members of Lelevers are taking themselves. Only Snow is standing, and that's arena between 4 players is not going to be able to do that much, or are they? No, completely denied, as now Z Sports is going to rip through Rayquaza with the members still trying to join here Lelevers, but it's the defender and the supporter. There's no defense, and now Z Sports will take the objective.
Even with a helping hand, it isn't enough to give Marv that speed boost to make it into the Rayquaza pit. But 100 ends up going up into that top path from Gatlu. Another hundo into that home base and make that 300 with Blaine. Meanwhile, we have Adesu defending bottom and Toon defending up here against 2 members.
Yeah, it's an interesting situation here. Oh, the safeguard almost guarantees this one. Do we have a Scorch Shield somewhere? That was really interesting. There's Toon basically defending against 2 people at the same time and doing very well at that. The light screens are such a nuisance to get them into blocking their escape route. But side, it's going to be Blaine pushing Umbreon away, and Marv is not going to be able to score. It's instead an 100 that Adesu scores in the home goal.
This is going to be the first match that Lelovers have lost today. So going on in, I mean, you know, next round, if Nouns ends up taking it, they're going to be your champions for the January Cup. But I guess with 5 seconds left to go, 4 members, a last attempt, but trying to make up 400 points, I think, is a hard task.
Definitely in one single goal, that is basically virtually impossible. Though Lelovers did really well during the game, and they had a very nice power spike with those level 13s that we saw, especially for Garchomp on Potato. Nouns Esports still managed to take this one with a 3 supporter composition nonetheless.
Just goes to show that no matter their team composition, Nouns can seem to do anything. Brav on the side up, Toon on the Mr. Mime with a great defense. Gatlu receiving that MVP, considering they had the 6 KOs and 4 assists. But, I mean, you got to look at the double digits for Brav. The 12 assists?
It's good. It's really good. We've seen Brav playing the Psyduck today, and it's proven to be an incredible weapon. But the fact that Toon manages to make this work on a Mr. Mime when you had the highlight Pokemon for Lelovers on the Garchomp, on the Zarina, on the Mew. It's literally the composition that we have been hyping up for this team the whole day. And with 3 supporters, now Esports still make it on top. That's crazy.
I mean, they were able to secure pretty much a majority of those objectives, bar that one Regieleki, but 2 Reggie Steel spawns, especially one coming on into that final stretch. You know, we were talking, is breaking that tier 1 pad going to be too much of a risk, considering it ends up exposing where Lelovers are lurking and show up on the mini-map, allowing Nouns to just go on in and ambush them.
It was a very good ambush. Nouns Esports, especially with the light screens there placed by Toon on the Mr. Mime, really helped just block out all the escape routes for Lelovers, especially the Psychic on Psyduck there for Brav as well. All of those things, the hindrances, work out perfectly to nail people in place so that Godluke could have those overheats, so that you had the Psychic Celeste. Shout out to Adesu and all the 4-man knockups that they had on the Unite moves.
Oh my gosh, how good are the Unite moves from Adesu? Some of those were insane to catch multiple members on out. It really, yeah, looked incredible. But I guess heading on into this next match, Soph, things are looking a little dicey for Lelovers here.
Yeah, it's a hard path towards victory if you're coming from the losers bracket, because you need to get a bracket reset. You need 2 wins into another 2 wins to guarantee that you take the series and the tournament for January Cup. So a long route, but it's yet going to be navigated as we're going to get into game 2 shortly for Lelovers. And it makes you wonder, you had everything on your disposal with the composition, and you still didn't make it. That feels so harsh.
I guess that's the thing with Unite, right? You can have the best team composition, but sometimes things just don't end up panning out the way that you plan in your head. But, ooh, this is interesting. Blaine locking in the Blissey as the first pick this time round, rather than picking up Eldegoss. I'm guessing this might be to counter the Garchomp Blissey helping hand combo and split them up.
I think it's a great strategy, and I totally agree with you, Keller. That is what I would say is the case as well. We might see something different here for Nouns Esports from the last game, because personally, when you run 3 supporters and you win, I think you leave it at that. You don't want to risk it or push it too much. So they're going for a traditional defender here on the Trevenant, plus Adesu on the Espeon, while on the side of Lelovers, they continue with their strengths, the Umbreon, the Garchomp, the Mew, and in this case the Eldegoss. Back for Godlu on the Blaziken, plus Toon on this Glaceon, so double evolution, and an Urshifu for Snow on Lelovers.
Ooh. Okay, this is interesting. I mean, we did see Snow pick up that Urshifu earlier on. I guess just for the secure with the Wicked Blow, especially coming on into the double evolutions. We know their HP pool isn't quite as grand at being attackers, so they could really succumb to a Wicked Blow or even an Ebon Fist Unite move.
Very possible, and it's the secure option that you have on both sides, right, with the Urshifu Wicked Blow and with the Overheat from Blaziken. So both teams have that capability. Psyshock also very nice there on the Espeon, but if you compare it to the Solar Beam on the Mew, there are a couple of differences with how much damage and range you're going to have. So I think this is going to be very competitive, Keller.
I think one thing to note as well is Adesu was actually running stored power that last match instead of the Psyshock build. I guess considering they already had Gatlu, the Overheat secure, if things got a bit dicey Toon with the confusion. So looking at this team composition here, are we going to see another stored power, or do you think Psyshock would be a bit more beneficial?
Well, I think it's interesting because you have such good points from each of the moves. With the Psyshock, you're trying to guarantee even more of their zoning power because it does not a lot of damage, but also the stun. But you have the stored power with the sure hit damage, which might be necessary fighting against the Mew. Nonetheless, Nouns Esports is yet again on purple side as the Lovers is on the orange as we're getting into match point for Nouns Esports in this grand finals.
If Nouns take this, they are going to be your champs for the January Cup in the EU region. Adesu has taken that central area, only going to take the red buff and go in for some early pressure up in the top half.
Looking really good there. The passive already procs there on Adesu, and it is stored power as you were questioning. And in this case, looking to go for the sure hit instead of trying to have a little bit more of that damage and hindrance. But overall, you need to allow for the Torchic in the top side to have as much ESP as possible. So now Adesu is going towards another side of the map.
Yeah, they're going to actually retreat on back, go and help Toon also get online, considering they are now at that Glaceon phase. But 3 seconds until these birds, and it's only Marv down here as a lone Umbreon. Interesting rotation here.
4 members top, 4 members bottom, and the Chansey that is just desperately trying to become a Blissey, and plenty of points, almost equal, we could see here for both teams as they are trying to take down as much of damage into those goal zones as possible. Bruv will steal this last one here. Oh, or actually, does he? No, I think Marv might have gotten it. And this is just overall very different from traditional.
Oh, well, sometimes you've got to catch your opponents off guard. It's expected to see the 4 members up in the top part, so now doing the complete opposite. However, Adesu, left all alone, does end up getting taken down to toast after being chipped away by Potato. This is going to give him some space here in the middle part, but wait, we have Toon and Bruv joining the party.
And Blaine is forced to also come here as well to make sure the numbers are going to be even for both teams. And as you said, Nouns take the Swablues, but at the same time, we saw Toast might have stolen a couple of them because of the Solar Beam. Going here to the bot side, 11 points out of 80 on the Lelovers Tier 1 zone.
Yeah, so not too much difference. I mean, looking at the levels so far, Toon does have their Unite move at level 8, the yellow dot above their head. But 3 members, once again, leaving Marv all alone to try and out-secure 3 members of Nouns.
It's crazy. It's a very difficult task for both of these teams, as you said, with these secure options with Wicked Blow, Overheat on either side. They're trying to take down as much as possible here, but La Lovers beat them to the score as they've taken down the top tier 1. Perfect spot for them to trade out objectives and say, well, Regieleki for us is much more important now.
Yeah, this might be quite risky for Nouns Esports. Yes, they do end up gathering themselves a Reg Ice. We still had that Blissey and Espeon up in the top half to deal with the Regieleki. Lelovers, despite having the Regieleki there, looking to just farm on up, get the experience, and get some Unite moves on hand instead of risking getting KO'd with a push.
And it feels like this game, although we had the rotations pretty different than usual, the teams are sticking to them, which in most part has been avoiding fights altogether. That is going to change as we speak, as you have a jump pad push here with Toast joining the party. Most of Nouns Esports already on the central area. Swablu's delivered outrage. Oh, and such a lovely dodge that comes out by a Desu, or actually Toon. And they escape this one with a Mystical Mirage being popped by Toast. Still going to get tracked by the Icicle Spears, but it's not as many of those stacks as you would have wanted. The Woodhammer will still seal the deal, make it a letter to send you home to the Pokemon Center.
Big claps to Blaine there. The safeguard onto Toon, plus the eggs as well to just buff them as they pop their glacial stage. Being able to come out on top of that fight, go and break that top tier 1 pad, and now they have that lead at 186 to 105 points. It was quite close for a moment there, but I mean, you can see them ticking on over. We now have 3 double digits on the side of Nouns.
And I think this versatility is paying off really well for them and how they have been playing the fights and just the long game altogether. Nice Woodhammer as well to set up for Potato to get taken down over the wall and into the support. So there you go. But a nice safeguard, as you have been mentioning, that comes from Blaine. They're still going to use the Phantom Forest as well. The Electro Ball is going to follow them into it, and with another one to slow down Blaine. But the safeguard will help them not get slowed. And in this trade, it was just a 1-for-1, but both objectives are going to be yet again traded, maybe without contention.
Oh, this is interesting. Lelovers, they're the ones that ends up coming on top, except they want to prioritize this Reggie Alecki, potentially just to create a bit of a distraction. Whether they're actually going to push is a bit risky, considering we do have those jump pads available.
With Swablu's here in the central area and Lelovers taking control over them. Bruv just trying to keep track of where the enemy is. The eject button that has been forced there from Potato onto Toon. Now stacking out those ice shards onto the Reggie Alecki to clear it as fast as possible. Ooh, Toast still confirms the buff themselves in their central area, but still a nice attempt there by Nouns Esports to try and deny the XP.
Being able to deny the XP, shred up that Reggie Alecki, have double digits across the board in terms of their levels. Toon has just ticked on over to the level 13. So Lelovers, they do have the comeback experience in terms of the Indeedis because both of those tier 1 pads are gone, but it is a barren desert right now.
It really is. Look at Marv. There's once again going to escape by the skin of their teeth with the Phantom Force actually being baited into use. Now Mystical Mirage just to keep people away from their own teammates. Backline, Gadlu just charges out the overheat but decides it's the best option to disengage themselves. We don't have any objectives on the board. They're still going to try to go for it. And Dacer with another 3-man knockup. It looks so good, but they're still going to get knocked down themselves. They're trying to maintain a healthy distance, but Bravo got taken, and that's the job of a defender. But it's a 2-for-0 for Lelovers taking the upper side of this fight.
Oh, the damage! The damage!
That is crazy.
Toast. I mean, they almost became burnt toast from that overheat, just having minimal HP. But, I mean, the knowledge from Gatlu there, they just charge it up. Snow gets locked down by an Icicle Spear, knocked on out just 10 seconds before this final basement Reggie.
Oh, and it doesn't feel like a good position for Marv to be in. We know that you're slippery and you can heal, but sometimes it's just not worth it. Although it's pushing the attention away here, but from Desu into trying to stop the reset, and they will successfully do so. But the problem now is you have that basement Reggie being taken by Nouns Esports and Lelovers, although they're going for the Reggie Alecki. Sometimes we just know that the team fights are more important.
I mean, with 20 seconds left to go, Marv does not want to risk getting taken down there. So escaping with just a hair on their HP, but 10 seconds left to go until the final stretch. This could be Lelovers' last moment for a comeback. Their positioning is so important here as Toon has found the target on Potato.
No, and they're looking incredibly much like a stick pin as they're still trying to go for it with delivered outrage on the backline and plenty of shielding to back it up. With the Cotton Clock Crash will maintain them healthy. Now Bruv is going to be the next target as they're still trying to escape, with Blaine going in with the safeguard will maintain that defense going for Nouns Esports. So far a 1-for-1 on both teams. Now looking for the Woodhammer, pushing them into a lovely position, but the Solar Beam is going to nail them down with another wicked blow that connects, but it doesn't really do enough damage. They're still pushing for it. Marv is in the front line trying to take Godlu down, but there comes the healing and the shielding, and it works out perfectly. Adesu is going to keep on going. The Psychic Slayer sets them up beautifully, and yet again, they manage to take 4 members down. Now Rayquaza is potentially going to get contested, but it's only Potato. Can they do anything about this? Do they have a say? They're going to the pit, and they don't manage to take it. Nouns Esports is Godlu with the objective.
Oh my gosh, that was Lelova's final chance, and unfortunately Potato wasn't able to do it as we have points raining on in 386 to 150 points. Only 40 seconds on the clock remaining. But I mean, with score shields on hand, that is going to give them some increased damage, some increased shielding, and so 30 seconds left. 3 members of Lelova's down. I think it's pretty safe to say that Nouns Esports have done it again for the 3rd time and are going to be your UCS January Cup champions for Europe.
A 3-peat is what this team has been able to assert, and with Blaine, no less. 3 cups in a row, and they make it. It's yet another Nouns Esports win. This team is on top. They are your giants, and they have not been slain. Lelovers with a valiant effort, but they are going to get taken down in a fell swoop. 2-0. 884 versus 150. Not even close.
Absolute madness there. That is, once again, highlights I definitely want to watch, but there we go. MVP, Toon, 8 KOs, 8 assists. But you know what? I think the thing is, this is Blaine's final comp. What an way to end with a bang. Obviously, he's still going to be part of Nouns, but is going to be replaced by Inda. So that must feel really good for the team. 103k damage from Toon.
Yeah, it's nothing to sleep on. Oh, what a game! What a game! Because Lelovers had so much going for them as well, and how they were rotating, trying to match the very different rotations that Nouns Esports were throwing at them. Look at the graph, it was just so close all around. But then when you have a team fight to be played, and Nouns Esports have the nerves of steel to say that Regieleki can hit the base, we don't care. We're gonna have the extra EXP and the extra damage effect buff from Basement Reggie to go into the team fight, and we're gonna take it home.
Oh, that is a big pat on the back for Lelovers, though. I mean, looking at that graph, it was quite close. I mean, they did prioritize the Regielekis to go and create the pressure for Nouns. But as you said, Nouns just tended to be one step of ahead. You know, we've seen this Kabi-chan's rotation with 4 up into the top path. Well, how about we send 4 down into the bottom path instead and just keep that pressure on Marv, who was left all alone there as an Umbreon. They can't really do much. But I mean, Lelovers, up until that Rayquaza, they tended to seem to keep up with the momentum as it was so close.
Absolutely well matched, competitive, intense, and as you said, well read by Lelovers. Because from game 1 to game 2, if you saw what Nouns Esports did, and if you weren't here on game 1, Nouns Esports won with 3 supporters in that composition. So basically, if you're Lelovers and trying to prepare against Nouns Esports for game 2, you're like, I don't even know what they can pull. But they still acclimatized and got the momentum going for themselves. But again, these Adesu, we were in an interview earlier with him, but these Psychic Slayers are just the cherry on top.
Oh, chef's kiss. being able to just catch out multiple of their opponents there, really nailing down that timing to just freeze them in their tracks. But I mean, Nouns, looking at their HP pools, Blaine and Gatling were really low. But as I said, Blaine, just with these safeguards time and time again throughout this match to just clutch it on out and save their team was absolutely insane.
It really was. And again, it was close from the first moment until the last, until you had the Rayquaza fight. And sometimes it felt like Toast was really hitting the damage, the solar beams. It was looking so good. But when you have a team fight brawling giant like Nouns Esports, it's just very difficult to overcome. We have an interview very ready for you all. It's Bruv HD coming from Nouns Esports, your January Cup champions. Hello, friend. How are you feeling?
I'm good. I'm glad it's finished already. I can chill now.
Finished already.
Well, you can relax for another couple of weeks before the February Cup, right? But you've just got to soak in that victory. It must feel really good. I must say, loving the glasses there. They're big, really having the eyes on that prize for this month.
Of course, I was wearing them the whole time, actually.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, I'm sure you were. Mm-hmm. We definitely believe that. Absolutely. Bruv, let's talk about this grand finals and game 1 composition. Tell me all that you can, of course, about the 3 supporter composition.
I mean, Toon was cooking, and then, he got lost in the ingredients, and then somehow he ended up with a mine. And that's kind of what happened, I think.
That's your signature pick. I mean, the fact that you both switched the roles, Toon on the Mr. Mime and you on the Psyduck. You mentioned getting lost in the sauce, but is there a reason why you decided to actually pick the Psyduck instead of him passing the Mr. Mime over to you?
I'm washed. What can I say? I'm a washed Mime player now. I'm just a Psyduck.
You are. Okay.
Yeah.
That's really funny.
I guess watch Mr. Mime player, but top tier Psyduck player might be the new name there. But I guess, coming on into this final set. This is Blaine's last tournament for the Championship Series. How is Blaine feeling right now? What were the comms like as you won that Rayquaza?
Blaine, he's unfortunately he's forcibly put back in the bin, so he's not allowed to speak anymore. So I can't tell you his opinion anymore on this.
Oh, okay.
He's not allowed. He's been bad.
I think we need to upgrade Blaine's bin trash can. We need to put a throne in there because we've got to give it up. Like, he has played quite incredibly as support. I think we've boosted him up a lot during the highlights, especially with the safeguards there. Knowing that Inda is coming on in next month, how are y'all feeling about that?
We're excited. It's nice to have someone from another region coming to join us. Switching it up. Hoping all of us keep as motivated or get more motivated within the joining, and we'll see how we can do.
Yeah, going off the back of that, you still have the February Cup before EOS Cup because, of course, you won the play-ins, or the play-ons, as Pragel says. And how are you guys feeling towards that? And as Callow said, the addition of Inda, do you think February Cup is just going to be right enough for you guys to be prepared for EOS Cup?
We got a lot of work to do, that's for sure. I feel like everyone has a lot of work to do. That's just how it goes. It's an international tournament for EUIC. February Cup's on the way. I feel like everyone had a little bit of break at winter time, now. This was the return, I guess. So I'm hoping everyone everywhere steps it up, next Cup. Like, we definitely need to step up some of the stuff we're doing. So, I think we got time. I think we've got a lot of work to do, but we got time to do it.
I think that's the brilliance of the 2025 season. It is a longer season, so it seems like so much has already happened, but really, it seems like it's only the beginning, as we have just finished off with January. But I guess before we say goodbye and a final congratulations to you, is there any final words you'd like to say to all your fans out there?
Yeah, you guys should say bye to Blaine now. You know, he's gone forever, so say your goodbyes. 07's to Blaine.
He's still going to be your coach sub player, correct?
He's the water boy again.
It's not saying goodbye forever. He's there working in the shadows.
He's still there. He's never gonna leave.
Cheerleader. He's gonna be there. But thank you so much, bruv. Congratulations once again to you and Nouns Esports for having that three-peat and taking the January Cup. And it's time to get some rest. But thank you so much, bruv.
Oh, thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Congrats. Right, let's bring us back to our lovely boys. Relic, Draco, how was it watching from the bench? Let's start from Relic.
Oh, okay. Cool. I'm answering the questions. How exciting. I am terrified for this region. Absolutely in the mud, everybody. The fact that we have Blaine sent to the Shadow Realm. We have Inda coming in next month. Are you joking? Sorry, Lelovers with a 2-0 sweep through the lower bracket and they get stopped by a 3 supporter comp. It's done. EU.
No! Whoa. Hold your horses.
Wow.
Look at this. Look at the state of this. Look at the state of this. And those Nouns wins against Kamai and Drill Peckers were close. Drill Peckers especially. 10 seconds out from losing. Nope. No issue whatsoever. What do you think, Soph?
It's really crazy. What do I think?
What do you think?
I'm just still stunned at the fact that we covered the best usual composition for Lelovers being allowed to be played and beaten by 3 supporters, and then a rotation on game 2 that just made avoiding fights the staple. Crazy stuff. They seemed like they were just experimenting, and I guess if you have the hands to do it, it just works.
Draco, what do for EU? Is this the time to press the panic button? Are we going to see roster changes in the next few weeks, or is the season so aggressive in its scheduling that you can't afford to make those changes without seriously compromising your own road to regional? Because let's not forget how CP works this time. For those individual players that lose their spots, they ain't taking the CP with them. They got to start afresh, basically.
Yeah, I mean, there's the UCS season, like you were saying, is very fast-paced this year. I mean, we had the AOS Cup play-in finals and the December monthly cup within literally 2 weeks of each other. And we had the break for the holidays and the new year, and then we're here in January Cup. We're going to be seeing the February Cup in all but 3 weeks. So, and right after that is EUIC 2 weeks later. So it is a very high tense season, especially right after the new year. I think if there's any time to do some roster changes, it's going to be now. There is 3 weeks or so until the February Cup. And then after that, you have EUIC and then the rest of the season. So if you're thinking about making those roster changes, now is definitely the time to think about doing so.
Kello, I'm going to return to a question that I asked you at the top of the show and just the general discussion around it, because, I don't know, there was a split opinion amongst the casters going into the season after LAIC, it should be mentioned. We were talking about Nouns Esports and their performance at LAIC, and the likes of Dupe Snacks were saying absolutely cooked. They were terrible at certain stages. I was looking at it thinking, man, goodness, you know, they get past Tuzzy Esports, the home crowd, sky's the limit, even if they are playing a little bit bad. Let's reassess the playing field. Is Nouns Esports just that much ahead of EU? Or are we genuinely talking on a global scale here? With Inda to add to this mix as well, we're looking at a genuine contender for, at the very least, a deep day 2 run?
I think when we put pen to paper, right, that the stats demonstrate themselves. This is one of the first times where Nouns has been able to win 3 comps in a row. So even though it was a rocky beginning at LAIC, and obviously them having that losers bracket run during the AOS Cup play-ins, the fact that they've managed to make that winners bracket run for December and now January, really, the sky is their limit here. I think it's pretty much just that time, as Bruv said in their interview. They need to really buckle down and get fixed in with their newest addition, Inda. Especially, I mean, that's the thing. They're new together, but turning into it's been quite a while, and just need to dust off the old rustiness there potentially. So honestly, I'm not sure what's going to happen next month, Relic. I don't know.
And that's the reason why you should tune in, folks. It's not just about Nouns Esports. The target is now well and firmly placed on their back. And so I think the encouraging thing, if you are any of the chasing teams, regardless of whether you're going to commit to roster moves or not, is that all of you are that close. Gen 5 with 2 top 2 appearances. Lelovers making it to the grand finals for the first time. Drill Peckers with back-to-back top 3s. The fact that Komai Esports was so unfortunate to run into Nouns and then also Gen 5. There's a lot of chasing pack to talk about, and it only takes one game, and all of a sudden we're talking about a completely different series on our hands.
Yeah, things are going to be so different coming out to February, because some of these teams, as we were seeing, we had LAIC, we had December, and it felt like Nouns was fluctuating until they reached the peak. End of 2024, the other teams felt like they were lacking. Although we had that bracket reset, 3 games onto 3 games on December AOS Cup play-ins, we had Gen 5 always remaining there, but then the rise of Lelovers, as you mentioned, Drill Packers still maintaining themselves very relevant, especially going through the upper bracket. So all of these teams are going to have so much that they have to learn about Nouns Esports, and how much that they need to adapt themselves in between each other, because you can't just be prepared for the one giant and the other teams. If you face them along the way, you can still get knocked down on the lower bracket out of the competition. So it's all of those things that you need to be aware of.
Well, all 4 of us, we're certainly going to be watching with vested interest to see how each of these teams picks themselves up again, and indeed how Inda integrates. Very exciting February Cup on the horizon. But there is still plenty more UNITE Championship action left to watch today. Over in Brazil, Pokémon UNITE Brazil is live right now if you're interested for a little bit of content to watch in roughly the hour-long break that we have before North America gets underway, featuring the folks. It's going to be a fantastic show, a really up-in-the-air region right now. So wherever you look, UNITE action is going to be filling up your Sunday, we hope that you are entertained. We certainly have. It's been a joy, as always, to be bringing you all the action. Sofchan, Draku, and Kelosaurus alike from all of us here on the EU team. It's a warm farewell. I've been Relic. Take care. Have a good one, and see you later.